The Storyteller by Saki. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please contact LibriVox.org. Recording by Peter Yearsley. The Storyteller. It was a hot afternoon, and the railway carriage was correspondingly sultry, and the next stop was at Templecombe, nearly an hour ahead. The occupants of the carriage were a small girl, and a smaller girl, and a small boy. An aunt belonging to the children occupied one corner seat, and the further corner seat on the opposite side was occupied by a bachelor who was a stranger to their party. But the small girls and the small boy emphatically occupied the compartment. Both the aunt and the children were conversational, in a limited, persistent way, reminding one of the attentions of a housefly that refuses to be discouraged. Most of the aunt's remarks seemed to begin with "don't," and nearly all of the children's remarks began with "why." The bachelor said nothing out loud. "Don't, Cyril, don't!" exclaimed the aunt, as the small boy began smacking the cushions of the seat, producing a cloud of dust at each blow. "Come and look out of the window," she added. The child moved reluctantly to the window. "Why are those sheep being driven out of that field?" he asked. "I expect they were being driven to another field where there is more grass," said the aunt weakly. "But there is lots of grass in that field," protested the boy. "There's nothing else but grass there. Aunt, there's lots of grass in that field." "Perhaps the grass in the other field is better," suggested the aunt fatuously. "Why is it better?" came the swift, inevitable question. "Oh, look at those cows!" exclaimed the aunt. Nearly every field along the line had contained cows or bullocks, but she spoke as though she were drawing attention to a rarity. "Why is the grass in the other field better?" persisted Cyril. The frown on the bachelor's face was deepening to a scowl. He was a hard, unsympathetic man, the aunt decided in her mind. She was utterly unable to come to any satisfactory decision about the grass in the other field. The smaller girl created a diversion by beginning to recite "On the Road to Mandalay." She only knew the first line, but she put her limited knowledge to the fullest possible use. She repeated the line over and over again in a dreamy but resolute and very audible voice. It seemed to the bachelor as though someone had had a bet with her that she could not repeat the line aloud 2,000 times without stopping. Whoever it was who had made the wager was likely to lose his bet. "Come over here and listen to a story," said the aunt, when the bachelor had looked twice at her and once at the communication cord. The children moved listlessly towards the aunt's end of the carriage. Evidently her reputation as a storyteller did not rank high in their estimation. In a low, confidential voice, interrupted at frequent intervals by loud, petulant questionings from her listeners, she began an unenterprising and deplorably uninteresting story about a little girl who was good and made friends with everyone on account of her goodness, and was finally saved from a mad bull by a number of rescuers who admired her moral character. "Wouldn't they have saved her if she hadn't been good?" demanded the bigger of the small girls. It was exactly the question that the bachelor had wanted to ask. "Well, yes," admitted the aunt lamely, "but I don't think they would have run quite so fast to her help if they had not liked her so much." "It's the stupidest story I've ever heard," said the bigger of the small girls, with immense conviction. "I didn't listen after the first bit, it was so stupid," said Cyril. The smaller girl made no actual comment on the story, but she had long ago recommenced a murmured repetition of her favourite line. "You don't seem to be a success as a storyteller," said the bachelor suddenly from his corner. The aunt bristled in instant defence at this unexpected attack. It's a very difficult thing to tell stories that children can both understand and appreciate, she said stiffly. I don't agree with you, said the bachelor. Perhaps you would like to tell them a story, was the aunt's retort. Tell us a story, demanded the bigger of the small girls. Once upon a time, began the bachelor, there was a little girl called Bertha, who was extraordinarily good. The children's momentarily aroused interest began at once to flicker. All stories seemed dreadfully alike, no matter who told them. She did all that she was told. She was always truthful. She kept her clothes clean, ate milk puddings as though they were jam tarts, learned her lessons perfectly, and was polite in her manners. Was she pretty? Asked the bigger of the small girls. Not as pretty as any of you, said the bachelor, but she was horribly good. There was a wave of reaction in favour of the story. The word horrible, in connection with goodness, was a novelty that commended itself. It seemed to introduce a ring of truth that was absent from the aunt's tales of infant life. She was so good, continued the bachelor, that she won several medals for goodness, which she always wore, pinned onto her dress. There was a medal for obedience, another medal for punctuality, and a third for good behaviour. They were large metal medals, and they clicked against one another as she walked. No other child in the town where she lived had as many as 3 medals, so everybody knew that she must be an extra good child. Horribly good, quoted Cyril. Everybody talked about her goodness, and the prince of the country got to hear about it, and he said that as she was so very good, she might be allowed once a week to walk in his park, which was just outside the town. It was a beautiful park, and no children were ever allowed in it, so it was a great honour for Bertha to be allowed to go there. Were there any sheep in the park? Demanded Cyril. No, said the bachelor. There were no sheep. Why weren't there any sheep? Came the inevitable question arising out of that answer. The aunt permitted herself a smile, which might almost have been described as a grin. There were no sheep in the park, said the bachelor, because the prince's mother had once had a dream that her son would either be killed by a sheep or else by a clock falling on him. For that reason the prince never kept a sheep in his park or a clock in his palace. The aunt suppressed a gasp of admiration. Was the prince killed by a sheep or by a clock? Asked Cyril. He is still alive, so we can't tell whether the dream will come true, said the bachelor unconcernedly. Anyway, there were no sheep in the park, but there were lots of little pigs running all over the place. What colour were they? Black with white faces, white with black spots, black all over, grey with white patches, and some were white all over. The storyteller paused to let a full idea of the park's treasures sink into the children's imaginations. Then he resumed, Bertha was rather sorry to find that there were no flowers in the park. She had promised her aunts, with tears in her eyes, that she would not pick any of the kind prince's flowers, and she had meant to keep her promise, so of course it made her feel silly to find that there were no flowers to pick. Why weren't there any flowers? Because the pigs had eaten them all, said the bachelor promptly. The gardeners had told the prince that you couldn't have pigs and flowers, so he decided to have pigs and no flowers. There was a murmur of approval at the excellence of the prince's decision. So many people would have decided the other way. There were lots of other delightful things in the park. There were ponds with gold and blue and green fish in them, and trees with beautiful parrots that said clever things at a moment's notice, and hummingbirds that hummed all the popular tunes of the day. Bertha walked up and down and enjoyed herself immensely, and thought to herself, if I were not so extraordinarily good, I should not have been allowed to come into this beautiful park and enjoy all that there is to be seen in it. And her 3 medals clinked against one another as she walked, and helped to remind her how very good she really was. Just then an enormous wolf came prowling into the park, to see if it could catch a fat little pig for its supper. "What colour was it?" asked the children, amid an immediate quickening of interest. "Mud colour all over, with a black tongue and pale grey eyes that gleamed with unspeakable ferocity. The first thing that it saw in the park was Bertha. Her pinafore was so spotlessly white and clean that it could be seen from a great distance. Bertha saw the wolf, and saw that it was stealing towards her, and she began to wish that she had never been allowed to come into the park. She ran as hard as she could, and the wolf came after her with huge leaps and bounds. She managed to reach a shrubbery of myrtle bushes, and she hid herself in one of the thickest of the bushes. The wolf came sniffing among the branches, its black tongue lolling out of its mouth, and its pale grey eyes glaring with rage. Bertha was terribly frightened, and thought to herself, "If I had not been so extraordinarily good, I should have been safe in the town at this moment." However, the scent of the myrtle was so strong that the wolf could not sniff out where Bertha was hiding, and the bushes were so thick that he might have hunted about in them for a long time without catching sight of her. So he thought he might as well go off and catch a little pig instead. Bertha was trembling very much at having the wolf prowling and sniffing so near her, and as she trembled, the medal for obedience clinked against the medals for good conduct and punctuality. The wolf was just moving away when he heard the sound of the medals clinking and stopped to listen. They clinked again in a bush quite near him. He dashed into the bush, his pale grey eyes gleaming with ferocity and triumph, and dragged Bertha out and devoured her to the last morsel. All that was left of her were her shoes, bits of clothing, and the 3 medals for goodness. "Were any of the little pigs killed?" "No, they all escaped." "The story began badly," said the smaller of the small girls, "but it had a beautiful ending." "It is the most beautiful story that I have ever heard," said the bigger of the small girls with immense decision. "It is the only beautiful story I have ever heard," said Cyril. A dissentient opinion came from the aunt. "A most improper story to tell to young children. You have undermined the effect of years of careful teaching." "At any rate," said the bachelor, collecting his belongings preparatory to leaving the carriage, "I kept them quiet for 10 minutes, which was more than you were able to do." "Unhappy woman," he observed to himself as he walked down the platform of Templecombe Station. "For the next 6 months or so, those children will assail her in public with demands for an improper story." The end of The Storyteller by Saki.
A Deed of Mercy by Lord Dunsany. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Burlinson. A Deed of Mercy. As Hindenburg and the Kaiser came down, as we read, from Mont d'Hiver during the recent offensive, they saw on the edge of a crater 2 wounded British soldiers. The Kaiser ordered that they should be cared for. Their wounds were bound up and they were given brandy and brought round from unconsciousness. That is the German account of it, and it may well be true. It was a kindly act. Probably, had it not been for this, the 2 men would have died among those desolate craters. No one would have known, and no one would have been blamed for it. The contrast of this spark of imperial kindness against the gloom of the background of the war that the Kaiser made is a pleasant thing to see, even though it illuminates for only a moment the savage darkness in which our days are plunged. It was a kindness that probably will long be remembered to him. Even we, his enemies, will remember it. And who knows, but then when most he needs it, his reward for the act will be given him. For Judas, they say, once in his youth, gave his cloak out of compassion to a shivering beggar, who sat shaken with ague, in rags, in bitter need. And the days went by, and Judas forgot his deed. And long after, in hell, Judas, they say, was given 1 day's respite at the end of every year, because of this one kindness he had done so long since in his youth. And every year he goes, they say, for a day, and cools himself among the Arctic bergs, once every year for century after century. Perhaps some sailor on watch on a misty evening, blown far out of his course, away to the north, saw something ghostly once on an iceberg floating by, or heard some voice in the dimness that seemed like the voice of man, and came home with this weird story. And perhaps, as the story passed from lip to lip, men found enough justice in it to believe it true. So it came down the centuries. Will seafarers ages hence, on dim October evenings, or on nights when the moon is ominous through mist, red and huge and uncanny, see a lonely figure sometimes on the loneliest part of the sea, far north of where the Lusitania sank, gathering all the cold it can? Will they see it, hugging a crag of iceberg, wan as itself, helmet, cuirass, and ice pale blue in the mist together? Will it look towards them with ice blue eyes through the mist? And will they question it, meeting on those bleak seas? Will it answer, or will the north wind howl like voices? Will the cry of seals be heard, and the ice floes grinding, and strange birds lost upon the wind that night? Or will it speak to them in those distant years, and tell them how it sinned, betraying man? It will be a grim, dark story in that lonely part of the sea, when he confesses to sailors, blown too far north, the dreadful thing he plotted against man. The date on which he is seen will be told from sailor to sailor. Queer taverns of distant harbors will know it well. Not many will care to be at sea that day, and few will risk being driven by stress of weather on the Kaiser's night to the bergs of the haunted part of the sea. And yet, for all the grimness of the pale blue phantom, with cuirass and helmet and eyes shimmering on deadly icebergs, and yet, for all the sorrow of the wrong he did against man, the women drowned and the children, and all the good ships gone, yet will the horrified mariners meeting him in the mist grudge him no moment of the day he has earned, or the coolness he gains from the bergs, because of the kindness he did to the wounded men. For the mariners in their hearts are kindly men, and what a soul gains from kindness will seem to them well deserved. End of A Deed of Mercy by Lord Dunsany.
Dionysus, an Introductory Lecture by Lucian of Samosata. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. When Dionysus invaded India, for I may tell you a Bacchic legend, may I not? It is recorded that the natives so underrated him that his approach only amused them at first, or rather his rashness filled them with compassion. He would so soon be trampled to death by their elephants if he took the field against them. Their scouts had doubtless given them amazing details about his army. The rank and file were frantic mad women crowned with ivory, clad in fawn skins, with little pikes that had no steel about them. They were ivory wreathed like themselves, and toy bucklers that tingled at a touch. They took the tambourines for shields, you see. And then there were a few bumpkins among them, stark naked, who danced wildly and had tails and horns like a new-born kid's. Their general, who rode on a car drawn by panthers, was quite beardless, with not even a vestige of fluff on his face, had horns, was crowned with grape clusters, his hair tied with a fillet, his cloak purple, and his shoes gold. Of his lieutenants, one was short, thick-set, paunchy, and flat-nosed, with great upright ears. He trembled perpetually, leant upon a narthex wand, rode mostly upon an ass, wore saffron to his superior's purple, and was a very suitable general of division for him. The other was a half-human hybrid, with hairy legs, horns, and flowing beard, passionate and quick-tempered, with a reed pipe in his left hand and waving a crooked staff in his right. He skipped round and round the host, a terror to the women, who let their dishevelled tresses fly abroad as he came with cries of "Evo," the name of their lord, guessed the scouts. Their flocks had suffered, they added. The young had been seized alive and torn piecemeal by the women. They ate raw flesh, it seemed. All this was food for laughter, as well it might be, to the Indians and their king. Take the field? Array their hosts against him? No, indeed. At worst they might match their women with his, if he still came on. For themselves such a victory would be a disgrace. A set of mad women, a general in a snood, a little old drunkard, a half-soldier, and a few naked dancers. Why should they murder such a droll crew? However, when they heard how the god was wasting their land with fire, giving cities and citizens to the flames, burning their forests, and making one great conflagration of all India, for fire is the Bacchic instrument, Dionysus's very birthright, then they lost no more time, but marched. They girthed, bitted, and castled their elephants, and out they marched. Not that they had ceased to scorn, but now they were angry too, and in a hurry to crush this beardless warrior with all his host. When the two armies came to sight of one another, the Indians drew up their elephants in front and advanced their phalanx on the other side. Dionysus held the centre, Silenus led his right, and Pan his left wing. His colonels and captains were the satyrs, and the word for the day, "Evo." Straightway tambourines clattered, cymbals sounded to battle. The satyr blew a war note on his horn. Silenus's ass sent forth a martial bray, and the Maenads leapt shrill-voiced on the foe, girt with serpents and bearing now the steel of their thyrsus heads. In a moment Indians and elephants turned and fled disordered before even a missile could carry across, and the end was that they were smitten and led captive by the object of their laughter. They had learnt the lesson that it is not safe to take the first report, and scorn an enemy of whom nothing is known. But you wonder what all this was about. Suspect me, possibly, of being only too fresh from the company of Bacchus? Perhaps the explanation, involving a comparison of myself with gods, will only more convince you of my exalted or my drunken mood. It is, that ordinary people are affected by literary novelties, my own productions, for instance, much as the Indians were by that experience. They have an idea that literary satyr-dances, absurdities, pure farce, are to be expected from me. And however they reach their conception of me, they incline to one or two attitudes. Some of them avoid my reading altogether, seeing no reason for climbing down from their elephants and paying attention to reveling women and skipping satyrs. Others come with their preconceived idea, and when they find that the thyrsus head has a steel point under it, they are too much startled by the surprise to venture approval. I confidently promise them, however, that if they will attend the rite repeatedly, now as in days of yore, if my old boon companions will call to mind the revels that once we shared, not to be too shy of satyrs and Silenuses, and drink deep of the bowl I bring, the frenzy will take hold upon them too, till their evos vie with mine. Well, they are free to listen or not, let them take their choice. Meanwhile, we are still in India, and I should like to give you another fact from that country, again a link between Dionysus and our business. In the territory of the Macclesans, who occupy the left bank of the Indus down to the sea, there is a grove of no great size, but enclosed both round about and overhead, light being almost excluded by the profusion of ivy and vine. In it are 3 springs of fair pellucid water, called one of them the Satyr's Well, the second Pan's, and the other that of Silenus. The Indians enter this grove once a year at the festival of Dionysus, and taste the wells, not promiscuously, however, but according to age. The Satyr's Well is for the young, Pan's for the middle-aged, and Silenus's for those at my time of life. What effect their draught produces on the children, what doings the men are spurred to, pan-ridden, must not detain us. But the behavior of the old under their water intoxication has its interest. As soon as one of them has drunk, and Silenus has possessed him, he falls dumb for a space like one in venous lethargy. Then on a sudden his voice is strong, his articulation clear, his intonation musical. From dead silence issues a stream of talk. The gag would scarce restrain him from incessant chatter. Tale upon tale he reels you off. Yet all is sense and order withal. His words are as many, and find their place as well, as those winter snowflakes of Homer's orator. You may talk of his swan song if you will, mindful of his years, but you must add that his chirping is quick and lively as the grasshopper's, till evening comes. Then the fit is past, he falls silent, and is his common self again. But the greatest wonder I have yet to tell. If he leave unfinished the tale he was upon, and the setting sun cut him short, then at his next year's draught he will resume it where the inspiration of this year deserted him. Gentlemen, I have been pointing Momus-like at my own foibles. I need not trouble you with the application. You can make out the resemblance for yourselves. But if you find me babbling, you know not what has loosed my tongue. And if there is shrewdness in any of my words, then to Silenus be the thanks. End of Dionysus, an introductory lecture, by Lucian of Samosata.
The Matchmaker, by Saki. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please contact LibriVox.org. Recording by Peter Yearsley. The Matchmaker. The grill room clock struck 11, with the respectful unobtrusiveness of one whose mission in life is to be ignored, when the flight of time should really have rendered abstinence and migration imperative. The lighting apparatus would signal the fact in the usual way. 6 minutes later, Clovis approached the supper table, in the blessed expectancy of one who has dined sketchily and long ago. "I'm starving," he announced, making an effort to sit down gracefully and read the menu at the same time. "So I gathered," said his host, "from the fact that you were nearly punctual. I ought to have told you that I'm a food reformer. I've ordered 2 bowls of bread and milk and some health biscuits. I hope you don't mind." Clovis pretended afterwards that he didn't go white above the colour line for the fraction of a second. "All the same," he said, "you ought not to joke about such things. There really are such people. I've known people who've met them. To think of all the adorable things there are to eat in the world, and then to go through life munching sawdust and being proud of it. They're like the flagellants of the Middle Ages, who went about mortifying themselves." "They had some excuse," said Clovis. "They did it to save their immortal souls, didn't they? You needn't tell me that a man who doesn't love oysters and asparagus and good wines has got a soul, or a stomach either. He's simply got the instinct for being unhappy highly developed." Clovis relapsed for a few golden moments into tender intimacies with a succession of rapidly disappearing oysters. "I think oysters are more beautiful than any religion," he resumed presently. "They not only forgive our unkindness to them, they justify it, they incite us to go on being perfectly horrid to them. Once they arrive at the supper table, they seem to enter thoroughly into the spirit of the thing. There's nothing in Christianity or Buddhism that quite matches the sympathetic unselfishness of an oyster. Do you like my new waistcoat? I'm wearing it for the first time tonight." "It looks like a great many others you've had lately, only worse. New dinner waistcoats are becoming a habit with you." "They say one always pays for the excesses of one's youth. Mercifully, that isn't true about one's clothes. My mother is thinking of getting married." "Again?" "It's the first time." "Of course, you ought to know. I was under the impression that she'd been married once or twice at least." "3 times, to be mathematically exact. I meant that it was the first time she'd thought about getting married. The other times she did it without thinking. As a matter of fact, it's really I who am doing the thinking for her in this case. You see, it's quite 2 years since her last husband died." "You evidently think that brevity is the soul of widowhood." "Well, it struck me that she was getting moped, and beginning to settle down, which wouldn't suit her a bit. The first symptom that I noticed was when she began to complain that we were living beyond our income. All decent people live beyond their incomes nowadays, and those who aren't respectable live beyond other people's. A few gifted individuals manage to do both." "It's hardly so much a gift as an industry." "The crisis came," returned Clovis, "when she suddenly started the theory that late hours were bad for one, and wanted me to be in by 1 o'clock every night. Imagine that sort of thing for me, who was 18 on my last birthday." "On your last 2 birthdays, to be mathematically exact." "Oh, well, that's not my fault. I'm not going to arrive at 19 as long as my mother remains at 37. One must have some regard for appearances." "Perhaps your mother would age a little in the process of settling down." "That's the last thing she'd think of. Feminine reformations always start in on the failings of other people. That's why I was so keen on the husband idea." "Did you go so far as to select the gentleman, or did you merely throw out a general idea and trust to the force of suggestion?" "If one wants a thing done in a hurry, one must see to it oneself. I found a military Johnny hanging round on a loose end at the club, and took him home to lunch once or twice. He'd spent most of his life on the Indian frontier, building roads and relieving famines and minimizing earthquakes, and all that sort of thing that one does do on frontiers. He could talk sense to a peevish cobra in 15 native languages, and probably knew what to do if you found a rogue elephant on your croquet lawn. But he was shy and diffident with women. I told my mother privately that he was an absolute woman-hater, so of course she laid herself out to flirt all she knew, which isn't a little." "And was the gentleman responsive?" "I hear he told someone at the club that he was looking out for a colonial job with plenty of hard work for a young friend of his. So I gather that he has some idea of marrying into the family." "You seem destined to be the victim of the Reformation after all." Clovis wiped the trace of Turkish coffee and the beginnings of a smile from his lips, and slowly lowered his dexter eyelid, which, being interpreted, probably meant, "I don't think." End of The Matchmaker by Saki.
The Martyr by Elizabeth Bibesco. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Matt Perard. The Martyr, to H. G. Wells. I myself have always liked Delancey Woburn. To begin with, there is something so endearing about the way he displays his defects, never hiding them or tidying them away or covering them up. There they are for all the world to see, a reassuring shop window full of frank shortcomings. Besides, I never can resist triumphant vitality. Delancey is overflowing with joie de vivre, with curiosity, with a certainty of imminent adventure. If you say to him, "I saw a policeman," his face lights up, and so it would if you said, "I saw a dog, or a cat, or a donkey cart." To him policemen and dogs and cats and donkey carts are always just about to do something dramatic or absurd or unexpected. Nor is he discouraged by unfailing regularity in their behavior. Faith is the evidence of things not seen. And then, too, he is so very welcoming. Not, of course, that he makes you feel you are the only person in the world, because a world with only one other person in it would be inconceivably horrible to him, but he does make you quite sure that he is most frightfully glad to see you, all the gladder because it is such a surprise. Delancey always makes a point of being surprised. Also, though he is invariably in a hurry, being in a hurry is one of the tributes he pays to life, he as invariably turns round and walks with you in your direction, to convince himself that having met you in Jermyn Street is an altogether unexpected and delightful adventure. And he never feels as I always do, that a 5 minutes' conversation is a stupid, embarrassing thing, too long for mere civility and too short for anything else. The 5 minutes are filled to the brim, and off he rushes again, leaving me just a little more tired and leisurely from the contact. Delancey is the life and soul of a party, or perhaps I should say the life and body. He likes eating and drinking and talking to women and talking to men and smoking and telling a story. And if he does address his neighbor a little as if she were a meeting at a by-election, open air, he at any rate never addresses her as if she were a duty, and no one had ever wanted to kiss her. To Delancey, all women have had lovers and husbands and children and religious conversions and railway accidents. Old maids and clergymen's wives adore him. I don't know what it was that made him write originally. Perhaps it was his name. Delancey Woburn sounds like the author, or the hero, of a serial. Or it may have been that his exuberant desire for self-expression had burst through the four walls of practical professions. He had, I believe, considered the stage and the church. Journalism would have seemed to me the obvious outlet, but he preferred literature. Creation is such fun, he would explain, beaming. And of course, he was tremendously successful. Delancey was designed on a pattern of success. That was one of the obvious defects I was talking about. Delancey has never missed his failures. He has fought and been defeated, but he has never longed and been frustrated. In his case, romance is realism. He has only known happy endings. Naturally, he is not an interesting writer. How could he be? And naturally, he is a successful one. How could he help it? Delancey writes for magazines in England and America. I, myself, never read magazines, but occasionally he sends me one, and every 20 stories, I think it is 20, become a book. The English ones were about scapegraces and irresistible ne'er-do-wells, ancestral homes with frayed carpets and faded hangings in which penniless women-haters, the last of a noble line, sat in brood, living alone with equally gruff, woman-hating family retainers. Sometimes, too, there was an absent-minded dreamer, and villainous business men worked indefatigably in the interests of their own ultimate frustration. But this, of course, would never do for America, where there isn't a market for ne'er-do-wells, frayed carpets inspire no glamour, and dreamers who before the war were despised as harmless are now damned as dangerous. No, America must have her special line, and no one better than Delancey knew how to mix the fragrance of true love with the flavor of Wall Street and serve at the right temperature. He wasn't proud of his writing, or rather, he wasn't proud of it with every one. In his heart of hearts, what he wanted was not the applause of the public, but the faith of a coterie, to be a martyr, misunderstood by the many, worshipped by the few, a Bloomsbury hero, a Chelsea king. We confess that as a writer Mr. Delancey Woburn is altogether too rarefied for our taste. His work is far too impregnated by the stamp of a tiny clique of rather self-conscious super-intellectuals. Reading his books, we feel as if we had suddenly entered a room full of people who know one another very well. In other words, we feel out of it. What would not Delancey have given for a review that began like that? Instead of which, the best that he could hope for in shorter notices would be an announcement that Mr. Woburn's many admirers will no doubt find his last book eminently to their taste. He provides a lavish supply of the features they are accustomed to look for in his work. Poor Delancey! His stories did sell so well, and there was his flat in Grafton Street with the beautiful new taffetas curtains, and the cigars that had just arrived from Havana, with his own initials on. So from week to week he put off becoming an artist, and one year, after a 4-month love affair and 2 lacquer cabinets, he made a lecture tour in America. Was it a success? I asked wearily. Delancey's success is always such a terribly foregone conclusion. Tremendous, he beamed. I was careful to be a little dull, because then they think they're learning something. But he was out of love. The flat was overcrowded, money continued to pour in, and he knew terribly well that he was not making a contribution to contemporary literature. He had always assured me at intervals that some day he would write his real book, but I think it was after his tour in America that the dream became a project. He burst in to tell me about it. Delancey always begins things with a sudden, noisy rush. "Charlotte," he said, "I have made up my mind." "It sounds very momentous," I teased. He decided years ago that I was grave, fastidious, whimsical, aloof, and, I suspect, a little faded. I had long given up fighting my own battle, to be known, because I realized that Delancey never revises the passports given to old ideas. There is always, to him, something a little bit sacred about the accepted. "I can't go on with it any longer," he explained. "Go on with what?" "My damned stories." "How ungrateful you are!" I murmured, thinking of the lacquer cabinets. "You have a market. You can command a price. Each of your love affairs is more magnificently studded with flowers than the last." "Be quiet," he said. "I came to you because I knew that you would understand." "You are trying to blackmail me." "Don't be serious," he pleaded. "I am going to give all that up. I have determined to settle down and dedicate myself entirely to my book." "But," I expostulated, "have you thought of the yearning Saturday Evening Post, or the deserted Strand?" "I have thought of everything," he said. "I shall be sacrificing £5,000 a year, but what is £5,000 a year?" I thought of the taffetas, curtains, and the cigars, but I answered quite truthfully, "I don't know." "You see, Charlotte," he dropped the noble for the confidential, "I have got things to say, things that are vital to me. I couldn't put them in my other work. How could I? It would have seemed, you will think me ridiculous, A kind of prostitution." "Yes," I said. "But they are clamoring for expression all the time, and I have kept them down till I couldn't keep them down any longer. Of course, I know my book won't be a success, a popular success, I mean, but it won't have been written for the multitude, but for the few, the people who really care, who really understand. It may be even thought," there was exultation in his voice, "dull." "Well," I said, "I think it is very brave of you, and quite right. Truly I do. I think I shall take a tiny cottage in a fishing village in Devonshire." Delancey was as usual seeing things pictorially: bare whitewashed walls, blue and white linen curtains, and a pot of wallflowers. A week later he came to see me again. "When are you off to Devonshire?" I asked. "I have decided to stay here," he answered. "There is a roar of life in London, a vibrating pulse, a muffled thunder." I began to be afraid that Delancey's book would be very bad indeed. It was, it appeared, to be a novel. "Not exactly a novel," he explained. "A large canvas with figures moving on a background of world conditions." I thought of War and Peace, and was silent. It doesn't matter being silent with Delancey because he doesn't notice it. "I want," he said, "to picture the very earth in the agonies of labor giving birth to a new world." Later the theme was, to my secret relief, narrowed down to England. "I have changed my motif a little," he said. "I simply want to portray the quicksilver of after war conditions, England in transition." At this time Delancey seemed to me the least little tiny bit depressed. The income he was sacrificing rose, in his conversation, from 5,000 to 7,000 pounds. He dined out less, avoided his club and Christie's. Also, he kept out of love. For 10 years Delancey had always been in love. Managed by him, it was a delightful state, ably presided over by head waiters and florists. It made, he once explained to me, all the difference to walking into a room. But everything was changed now. The masterpiece was a jealous god. Jealous and, I sometimes thought, apt to be a little tiresome. It had to be referred to so very deferentially, with such carefully serious respect. Also, it cast a shadow of gravity over Delancey. Delancey who was never meant to be a high priest, but rather a young man in white flannels, with a cigarette in his mouth, punting a young girl with a red sunshade, like an illustration to one of his own stories. Friendship is a difficult, dangerous job. It is also, though we rarely admit it, extremely exhausting. But never have my patience and endurance been more severely tested than during the year of Delancey's masterpiece. He finally decided that in the foreground there was to be the clash of two human souls, and in the background the collision of two worlds, the old, pre-war, and the new, in fact, a partie carrée of conflicts. "You, with your love of form," he explained to me, "will appreciate the care I have given to the structure. It is," he added, "difficult to mold vast masses of material." As the months went by, I began to be horribly afraid that Delancey's novel would be very, very long indeed, and even if nobody read it through, not even a reviewer, I should have to without skipping a word or a comma. "The sentences," Delancey told me, "are rather long. I find the semicolon very useful for cumulative effects. A vast array of words policed by semicolons." I felt a little dizzy. Would they be able to keep order? "Of course," he continued, "the interest is very largely psychological, but I regard the book mainly as a document, a social document. The fiction of today is the history of tomorrow." This seemed conclusive. The book could not have less than 700 pages. A social document with psychological interest and a double conflict. Why, it would be short at that. And then one day, when Delancey's book had become to me a form of eternity, he arrived, breathless with excitement. "To all intents and purposes, it's finished," he gasped. Thank God, I murmured faintly. It will be an awful loss to me, he stated mournfully. It isn't dead yet, I said with feeble jocularity. It is sad to see your children leave you, to watch them step out into a cold, inhospitable world, he went on. A warm, welcoming world, I amended, dishonestly. You haven't told me what it is called yet. It isn't called anything. I want you to be its godmother, Charlotte. What about Whither? Too like a pamphlet. I was glad to be on firm ground again. I thought about Bates' laboratory, but it isn't very rhythmical, is it? Not very, I agreed. The question mark after the whither would look nice on the cover, he reflected regretfully. I brightened. This was the old Delancey, the Delancey of the Saturday Evening Post and the Strand, of the taffetas curtains and the cottage in Devonshire. By my sudden glow of gladness I realized how much I had missed him. But I couldn't say, dear, dear Delancey, please be your old self and never, never, whatever you do, write another good book. So I confessed that a question mark would look very nice, but that I still thought that whither sounded rather like a religious tract. Well, we must think it over, he said. A week later he announced to me in a tone which indicated clearly that my opinion was only wanted if it was approval. I have decided to call my book Transition. I always liked single word titles, I said. No one will read it, he said. One bares one's soul to the public, and they throw stones at it. But at any rate, now I can hold my head high. I didn't laugh, but it was the effort of a lifetime. Dear Delancey was so very absurd as a self-made martyr. It was somehow impossible for him to give an impression of having been persecuted for righteousness' sake. His shiny, rosy face had never looked rounder, his trousers had never been more perfect, or his shoes more polished. And there was still the same little outburst of childish prosperity. His watch, his tie pin, his links were all redolent of a vitality that had never been just the least little bit blatant. Delancey, I said, I want you to have just the sort of success you want for yourself. Thank you, he said, wondering if I knew what I was talking about. And then, one day, a proof copy of Delancey's book arrived. I looked at the paper cover. It was bright orange with transition slanting upwards in immense black letters. Very arresting, I could hear the publisher saying. Gingerly, I unwrapped it. Underneath, it was silver black linen, with bright blue lettering still on the cross. I sat with it in my hands, feeling limp and will-less. But at last I pulled myself together and read the dedication. To those who died. I saw that there were 600 pages, big pages, crowded with words. And then, saying to myself, it is no good putting it off, I began to read. Delancey's book was certainly not at all like his stories. It was very nearly rather a good book, and it was quite extraordinarily dull. The social structure played a role of deadly relentless magnitude. It began, before the war, as an immense iron scaffolding and ended sprawling in the foreground, torn up by the roots. In the clutches of this gigantic monster, the two chief characters, not unnaturally reduced by comparison with their surroundings to the proportion of pygmies in their turn, worked from happiness to the self-conscious misery which is the only true state of grace. I have chosen a man and a woman, neither of them in any way exceptional, wrote Delancey in the preface, and though this was undoubtedly so, they seemed to me truer to fiction than to life. No, the merits of the book had nothing to do with the characters. They lay in the descriptions of the English countryside, of village life, of London traffic, of the armistice, of an Albert Hall meeting. There was a close observation of detail, and that pictorial sense which is Delancey's one gift, and which he relentlessly suppressed whenever he could, nevertheless forced its way out here and there. The canvas seemed to me immense, politicians and preachers, workers and capitalists, artists and Philistines, good women and prostitutes, soldiers and conscientious objectors, jostled one another in the melee. Bloomsbury, Westminster, Chelsea, and Mayfair each had its appointed place, while racecourses and night clubs alternated with mining villages and Methodist chapels. But unlike Delancey's other stories, the soldiers had no V.C.s, and the workers didn't touch their caps. My eyes ached and my brain tired as I read on, but I forced myself forward with the thought that no one else in the world would reach the end. Then the reviews began. I felt a little nervous, but one seemed more glowing than the last. Finally, a notice appeared 2 columns long, entitled "A Social Document," which ended with the words, "We venture to predict that this book will be read 100 years hence as a truer picture of the England of today than most of the histories that are being written." Delancey was frightfully pleased, naturally. With childlike joy he showed me cuttings from intellectual literary papers. His book was even mentioned in a leading article and formed the topic of a sermon. "Think of reaching a pulpit!" he exclaimed exultantly. "Of course, I know I've lost my old public, but I've found my soul. People talk to me of their work now," he told me another time. "In old days they never thought me one of themselves. I was a storyteller, not an artist." And then it was that an extraordinary thing happened. Transition began to sell. It was quoted and talked about until the snowball of fame, steadily gathering momentum, started rolling downhill to the general public. The sales went up and up and up. The circulation reached 100,000 and soon after 150,000. Why people bought it and whether they read it, I don't know, but Sydney, the heroine, and Mark Allison, the hero, became household words, and soon they were used as generic terms, a Sydney or an Allison, without so much as an inverted comma. Delancey hardly ever came to see me. I imagine he was in a very divided state of mind. He had so dreadfully wanted to be an intellectual, to be able to rail at the base, imbecile public in exquisitely select Bloomsbury coteries. He had so resolutely determined to be a martyr, to sacrifice himself on the altar of pure art, and somehow Mr. T.S. Eliot and martyrdom were as far off as ever. After all, he had given up £5,000 a year and V.C.s and happy endings. Was it his fault if he was making more money than ever, and the inner circles of the unread elect seemed more firmly closed than ever? At this time Delancey avoided me, but I heard that Transition was to be dramatized and that the film rights had been bought. How the endless chaotic mass, loosely held together by semicolons, was to be molded into a drama or a movie was quite beyond my imagination, but evidently some enterprising people had decided to call their play Transition. Delancey must, I reflected, be getting very rich indeed. But still he didn't come near me, until one day I sent for him. He looked, I thought, just a tiny bit careworn. The all-conquering light had gone out of his eye. His boots were a little dusty and he wore no tie-pin. He had, I suppose, become rich beyond the symptoms of prosperity. "Well," I smiled at him to reassure him. "It has all been very surprising, hasn't it?" he said with an embarrassed expression. I didn't know whether to say yes or no, that I was glad or that I was sorry. "But it doesn't alter the quality of your book?" I consoled him. He brightened. "No," he said, "it doesn't. I am glad you said that." We talked about other things, music and old furniture and people. He had, he said, thought of buying a house in Chelsea. It was, I realized, not exactly the entry he had planned, but I encouraged the idea. There was, I explained, nothing like the Thames. And so we rambled on till he took his leave. But 5 minutes after his departure I heard the bell ring. Delancey burst back into the room. "I forgot to tell you," he said, "that 185,000 copies of Transition have sold." End of The Martyr by Elizabeth Bibesco. The Crushed Flower by Leonid Andreyev. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, go to LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Perard. The Crushed Flower. Chapter 1. His name was Yura. He was 6 years old, and the world was to him enormous, alive, and bewitchingly mysterious. He knew the sky quite well. He knew its deep azure by day, and the white-breasted, half-silvery, half-golden clouds slowly floating by. He often watched them as he lay on his back upon the grass or upon the roof. But he did not know the stars so well, for he went to bed early. He knew well and remembered only one star, the green, bright, and very attentive star that rises in the pale sky just before you go to bed, and that seemed to be the only star so large in the whole sky. But best of all, he knew the earth in the yard, in the street, and in the garden, with all its inexhaustible wealth of stones, of velvety grass, of hot sand, and of that wonderfully varied, mysterious, and delightful dust which grown people did not notice at all from the height of their enormous size. And in falling asleep, as the last bright image of the passing day, he took along to his dreams a bit of hot, rubbed-off stone, bathed in sunshine, or a thick layer of tenderly tickling, burning dust. When he went with his mother to the center of the city along the large streets, he remembered best of all, upon his return, the wide flat stones upon which his steps and his feet seemed terribly small, like two little boats. And even the multitude of revolving wheels and horses' heads did not impress themselves so clearly upon his memory as this new and unusually interesting appearance of the ground. Everything was enormous to him, the fences, the dogs, and the people. But that did not at all surprise or frighten him. That only made everything particularly interesting. That transformed life into an uninterrupted miracle. According to his measures, various objects seemed to him as follows: his father, 10 yards tall; his mother, 3 yards; the neighbor's angry dog, 30 yards; their own dog, 10 yards, like Papa. Their house of one story was very, very tall, a mile; the distance between one side of the street and the other, 2 miles. Their garden and the trees in their garden seemed immense, infinitely tall. The city, 1 million. Just how much he did not know. And everything else appeared to him in the same way. He knew many people, large and small, but he knew and appreciated better the little ones with whom he could speak of everything. The grown people behaved so foolishly, and asked such absurd, dull questions about things that everybody knew, that it was necessary for him also to make believe that he was foolish. He had to lisp and give nonsensical answers, and of course he felt like running away from them as soon as possible. But there were over him, and around him, and within him, two entirely extraordinary persons, at once big and small, wise and foolish, at once his own and strangers, his father and mother. They must have been very good people, otherwise they could not have been his father and mother. At any rate, they were charming and unlike other people. He could say with certainty that his father was very great, terribly wise, that he possessed immense power, which made him a person to be feared somewhat, and it was interesting to talk with him about unusual things, placing his hand in father's large, strong, warm hand for safety's sake. Mama was not so large, and sometimes she was even very small. She was very kind-hearted. She kissed tenderly. She understood very well how he felt, when he had a pain in his little stomach, and only with her could he relieve his heart when he grew tired of life, of his games, or when he was the victim of some cruel injustice. And if it was unpleasant to cry in father's presence, and even dangerous to be capricious, his tears had an unusually pleasant taste in mother's presence, and filled his soul with a peculiar serene sadness, which he could find neither in his games nor in laughter, nor even in the reading of the most terrible fairy tales. It should be added that mamma was a beautiful woman, and that everybody was in love with her. That was good, for he felt proud of it, but that was also bad, for he feared that she might be taken away. And every time one of the men, one of those enormous, invariably inimical men, who were busy with themselves, looked at mamma fixedly for a long time, Eura felt bored and uneasy. He felt like stationing himself between him and mamma, and no matter where he went to attend to his own affairs, something was drawing him back. Sometimes mamma would utter a bad, terrifying phrase. "Why are you forever staying around here? Go and play in your own room." There was nothing left for him to do but to go away. He would take a book along, or he would sit down to draw, but that did not always help him. Sometimes mamma would praise him for reading, but sometimes she would say again, "You had better go to your own room, Yeroshka. You see, you've spilt water on the tablecloth again. You always do some mischief with your drawing." And then she would reproach him for being perverse. But he felt worst of all when a dangerous and suspicious guest would come when Eura had to go to bed. But when he lay down in his bed a sense of easiness came over him, and he felt as though all was ended. The lights went out, life stopped, everything slept. In all such cases with suspicious men, Eura felt vaguely but very strongly that he was replacing father in some way, and that made him somewhat like a grown man. He was in a bad frame of mind, like a grown person, but, therefore, he was unusually calculating, wise and serious. Of course, he said nothing about this to any one, for no one would understand him. But, by the manner in which he caressed father when he arrived and sat down on his knees patronizingly, one could see in the boy a man who fulfilled his duty to the end. At times father could not understand him and would simply send him away to play or to sleep. Eura never felt offended, and went away with a feeling of great satisfaction. He did not feel the need of being understood. He even feared it. At times he would not tell under any circumstances why he was crying. At times he would make believe that he was absent-minded, that he heard nothing, that he was occupied with his own affairs. But he heard and understood. And he had a terrible secret. He had noticed that these extraordinary and charming people, father and mother, were sometimes unhappy, and were hiding this from everybody. Therefore he was also concealing his discovery, and gave everybody the impression that all was well. Many times he found mamma crying somewhere, in a corner in the drawing room, or in the bedroom. His own room was next to her bedroom. And one night, very late, almost at dawn, he heard the terribly loud and angry voice of father, and the weeping voice of mother. He lay a long time, holding his breath, but then he was so terrified by that unusual conversation in the middle of the night, that he could not restrain himself, and he asked his nurse in a soft voice, "What are they saying?" And the nurse answered quickly in a whisper, "Sleep, sleep, they are not saying anything." "I am coming over to your bed." "Aren't you ashamed of yourself? Such a big boy." "I am coming over to your bed." Thus, terribly afraid lest they should be heard, they spoke in whispers and argued in the dark, and the end was that Eura moved over to the nurse's bed upon her rough but cozy and warm blanket. In the morning papa and mamma were very cheerful. and Yura pretended that he believed them, and it seemed that he really did believe them. But that same evening, and perhaps it was another evening, he noticed his father crying. It happened in the following way. He was passing his father's study, and the door was half open. He heard a noise and he looked in. Quietly, father lay face downward upon his couch and cried aloud. There was no one else in the room. Yura went away, turned about in his room, and came back. The door was still half open. No one but father was in the room, and he was still sobbing. If he cried quietly, Yura could understand it, but he sobbed loudly, he moaned in a heavy voice, and his teeth were gnashing terribly. He lay there, covering the entire couch, hiding his head under his broad shoulders, sniffing heavily, and that was beyond his understanding. And on the table, on the large table, covered with pencils, papers, and a wealth of other things, stood the lamp burning with a red flame, and smoking. A flat, grayish black strip of smoke was coming out and bending in all directions. Suddenly father heaved a loud sigh and stirred. Yura walked away quietly, and then all was the same as ever. No one would have learned of this, but the image of the enormous, mysterious, and charming man who was his father, and who was crying, remained in Yura's memory as something dreadful and extremely serious. And if there were things of which he did not feel like speaking, it was absolutely necessary to say nothing of this, as though it were something sacred and terrible. And in that silence he must love father all the more. But he must love so that father should not notice it, and he must give the impression that it is very jolly to live on earth. And Yura succeeded in accomplishing all this. Father did not notice that he loved him in a special manner, and it was really jolly to live on earth, so there was no need for him to make believe. The threads of his soul stretched themselves to all, to the sun, to the knife and the cane he was peeling, to the beautiful and enigmatic distance which he saw from the top of the iron roof. And it was hard for him to separate himself from all that was not himself. When the grass had a strong and fragrant odor, it seemed to him that it was he who had such a fragrant odor. And when he lay down in his bed, however strange it may seem, together with him in his little bed lay down the enormous yard, the street, the slant threads of the rain, and the muddy pools, and the whole enormous, live, fascinating, mysterious world. Thus all fell asleep with him, and thus all awakened with him, and together with him they all opened their eyes. And there was one striking fact, worthy of the profoundest reflection. If he placed a stick somewhere in the garden in the evening, it was there also in the morning, and the knuckle bones which he hid in a box in the barn remained there, although it was dark and he went to his room for the night. Because of this he felt a natural need for hiding under his pillow all that was most valuable to him. Since things stood or lay there alone, they might also disappear of their accord, he reasoned. And in general it was so wonderful and pleasant that the nurse and the house and the sun existed not only yesterday, but every day. He felt like laughing and singing aloud when he awoke. When people asked him what his name was, he answered promptly, Yura. But some people were not satisfied with this alone, and they wanted to know his full name, and then he replied with a certain effort, Yura Mikhailovitch. And after a moment's thought, he added, Yura Mikhailovitch Pushkarev. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2. An unusual day arrived. It was mother's birthday. Guests were expected in the evening. Military music was to play, and in the garden and upon the terrace party-colored lanterns were to burn, and Yura need not go to bed at 9 o'clock, but could stay up as late as he liked. Yura got up when all were still sleeping. He dressed himself and jumped out quickly, with the expectation of miracles. But he was unpleasantly surprised. The rooms were in the same disorder as usual in the morning. The cook and the chambermaid were still sleeping, and the door was closed with a hook. It was hard to believe that the people would stir and commence to run about, and that the rooms would assume a holiday appearance, and he feared for the fate of the festival. It was still worse in the garden. The paths were not swept, and there was not a single lantern there. He grew very uneasy. Fortunately, Yevmin, the coachman, was washing the carriage behind the barn in the back yard, and though he had done this frequently before, and though there was nothing unusual about his appearance, Yura clearly felt something of the holiday in the decisive way in which the coachman splashed the water from the bucket with his sinewy arms, on which the sleeves of his red blouse were rolled up to his elbows. Yevmin only glanced askance at Yura, and suddenly Yura seemed to have noticed for the first time his broad, black, wavy beard, and thought respectfully that Yevmin was a very worthy man. He said, "Good morning, Yevmin." Then all moved very rapidly. Suddenly the janitor appeared and started to sweep the paths. Suddenly the window in the kitchen was thrown open and women's voices were heard chattering. Suddenly the chambermaid rushed out with a little rug and started to beat it with a stick, as though it were a dog. All commenced to stir, and the events, starting simultaneously in different places, rushed with such mad swiftness that it was impossible to catch up with them. While the nurse was giving Yura his tea, people were beginning to hang up the wires for the lanterns in the garden, and while the wires were being stretched in the garden, the furniture was rearranged completely in the drawing room, and while the furniture was rearranged in the drawing room, Yevmin, the coachman, harnessed the horse and drove out of the yard with a certain special, mysterious mission. Yura succeeded in concentrating himself for some time with the greatest difficulty. Together with father he was hanging up the lanterns. And father was charming. He laughed, jested, put Yura on the ladder. He himself climbed the thin, creaking rungs of the ladder, and finally both fell down together with the ladder upon the grass, but they were not hurt. Yura jumped up while father remained lying on the grass, hands thrown back under his head, looking with half-closed eyes at the shining, infinite azure of the sky. Thus lying on the grass, with a serious expression on his face, apparently not in the mood for play, father looked very much like Gulliver longing for his land of giants. Yura recalled something unpleasant, but to cheer his father up, he sat down astride upon his knees and said, "Do you remember, father, when I was a little boy I used to sit down on your knees and you used to shake me like a horse?" But before he had time to finish he lay with his nose on the grass. He was lifted in the air and thrown down with force. Father had thrown him high up with his knees, according to his old habit. Yura felt offended, but father, entirely ignoring his anger, began to tickle him under his armpits, so that Yura had to laugh against his will, and then father picked him up like a little pig by the legs and carried him to the terrace, and mamma was frightened. "What are you doing? The blood will rush to his head." After which Yura found himself standing on his legs, red-faced, disheveled, feeling very miserable and terribly happy at the same time. The day was rushing fast, like a cat that is chased by a dog. Like forerunners of the coming great festival, certain messengers appeared with notes. Wonderfully tasty cakes were brought. The dressmaker came and locked herself in with mamma in the bedroom. Then two gentlemen arrived, then another gentleman, then a lady. Evidently the entire city was in a state of agitation. Yura examined the messengers as though they were strange people from another world, and walked before them with an air of importance as the son of the lady whose birthday was to be celebrated. He met the gentleman, he escorted the cakes, and toward midday he was so exhausted that he suddenly started to despise life. He quarreled with the nurse and lay down in his bed face downward, in order to have his revenge on her. But he fell asleep immediately. He awoke with the same feeling of hatred for life and a desire for revenge, but after having looked at things with his eyes, which he washed with cold water, he felt that both the world and life were so fascinating that they were even funny. When they dressed Ura in a red silk rustling blouse, and he thus clearly became part of the festival, and he found on the terrace a long snow‐white table glittering with glass dishes, he again commenced to spin about in the whirlpool of the onrushing events. "The musicians have arrived! The musicians have arrived!" he cried, looking for father or mother, or any one who would treat the arrival of the musicians with proper seriousness. Father and mother were sitting in the garden, in the arbor which was thickly surrounded with wild grapes, maintaining silence. The beautiful head of mother lay on father's shoulder. Although father embraced her, he seemed very serious, and he showed no enthusiasm when he was told of the arrival of the musicians. Both treated their arrival with inexplicable indifference, which called forth a feeling of sadness in Europe. But mamma stirred and said, "Let me go. I must go." "Remember," said father, referring to something Ura did not understand, but which resounded in his heart with a light, gnawing alarm. "Stop! Aren't you ashamed?" Mother laughed, and this laughter made Ura feel still more alarmed, especially since father did not laugh, but maintained the same serious and mournful appearance of Gulliver pining for his native land. But soon all this was forgotten, for the wonderful festival had begun in all its glory, mystery, and grandeur. The guests came fast, and there was no longer any place at the white table, which had been deserted but a while before. Voices resounded, and laughter and merry jests, and the music began to play. And on the deserted paths of the garden, where but a while ago Ura had wandered alone, imagining himself a prince in quest of the sleeping princess, now appeared people with cigarettes and with loud, free speech. Ura met the first guests at the front entrance. He looked at each one carefully, and he made the acquaintance and even the friendship of some of them on the way from the corridor to the table. Thus he managed to become friendly with the officer, whose name was Metinka. A grown man whose name was Metinka, he said to himself. Metinka had a heavy leather sword, which was as cold as a snake, which could not be taken out. But Metinka lied. The sword was only fastened at the handle with a silver cord, but it could be taken out very nicely, and Ura felt vexed because the stupid Metinka, instead of carrying his sword as he always did, placed it in a corner in the hallway as a cane. But even in the corner the sword stood out alone. One could see at once that it was a sword. Another thing that displeased Ura was that another officer came with Metinka, an officer whom Ura knew and whose name was also Ura Mikhailovitch. Ura thought that the officer must have been named so for fun. That wrong Ura Mikhailovitch had visited them several times. He even came once on horseback. But most of the time he came just before little Ura had to go to bed. And little Ura went to bed, while the unreal Ura Mikhailovitch remained with mamma, and that caused him to feel alarmed and sad. He was afraid that mamma might be deceived. He paid no attention to the real Ura Mikhailovitch, and now, walking beside Metinka, he did not seem to realize his guilt. He adjusted his moustaches and maintained silence. He kissed mamma's hand, and that seemed repulsive to little Ura. But the stupid Metinka also kissed mamma's hand, and thereby set everything aright. But soon the guests arrived in such numbers, and there was such a variety of them, as if they had fallen straight from the sky, and some of them seemed to have fallen near the table, while others seemed to have fallen into the garden. Suddenly several students and ladies appeared in the path. The ladies were ordinary, but the students had holes cut at the left side of their white coats for their swords. But they did not bring their swords along, no doubt because of their pride. They were all very proud. and the ladies rushed over to Yura and began to kiss him. Then the most beautiful of the ladies, whose name was Lenotchka, took Yura to the swing and swung him until she threw him down. He hurt his left leg near the knee very painfully and even stained his little white pants in that spot, but of course he did not cry, and somehow his pain had quickly disappeared somewhere. At this time father was leading an important looking, bald-headed old man in the garden, and he asked Yerochka, "Did you get hurt?" But as the old man also smiled and also spoke, Yerochka did not kiss father and did not even answer him. But suddenly he seemed to have lost his mind. He commenced to squeal for joy and to run around. If he had a bell as large as the whole city he would have rung that bell. But as he had no such bell, he climbed the linden tree which stood near the terrace and began to show off. The guests below were laughing and mamma was shouting, and suddenly the music began to play and Yura soon stood in front of the orchestra, spreading his legs apart and, according to his old but long forgotten habit, put his finger into his mouth. The sounds seemed to strike at him all at once. They roared and thundered. They made his legs tingle, and they shook his jaw. They played so loudly that there was nothing but the orchestra on the whole earth. Everything else had vanished. The brass ends of some of the trumpets even spread apart and opened wide from the great roaring. Yura thought that it would be interesting to make a military helmet out of such a trumpet. Suddenly Yura grew sad. The music was still roaring, but now it was somewhere far away, while within him all became quiet, and it was growing ever more and more quiet. Heaving a deep sigh, Yura looked at the sky. It was so high, and with slow footsteps he started out to make the rounds of the holiday, of all its confused boundaries, possibilities, and distances. And everywhere he turned out to be too late. He wanted to see how the tables for card playing would be arranged. But the tables were ready, and people had been playing cards for a long time when he came up. He touched the chalk and the brush near his father, and his father immediately chased him away. What of that? What difference did that make to him? He wanted to see how they would start to dance, and he was sure that they would dance in the parlor, but they had already commenced to dance. Not in the parlor, but under the linden trees. He wanted to see how they would light the lanterns, but the lanterns had all been lit already, every one of them, to the very last of the last. They lit up of themselves like stars. Mama danced best of all. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3. Night arrived in the form of red, green, and yellow lanterns. While there were no lanterns, there was no night. And now it lay everywhere. It crawled into the bushes. It covered the entire garden with darkness, as with water, and it covered the sky. Everything looked as beautiful as the best fairy tale with colored pictures. At one place the house had disappeared entirely. Only the square window made of red light remained, and the chimney of the house was visible, and there a certain spark glistened, looked down, and seemed to think of its own affairs. What affairs do chimneys have? Various affairs. Of the people in the garden, only their voices remained. As long as some one walked near the lanterns he could be seen, but as soon as he walked away all seemed to melt, 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 and the voice above the ground laughed, talked, floating fearlessly in the darkness. But the officers and the students could be seen even in the dark, a white spot, and above it a small light of a cigarette and a big voice. And now the most joyous thing commenced for Yura, the fairy tale. The people and the festival and the lanterns remained on earth, while he soared away, transformed into air, melting in the night like a grain of dust. The great mystery of the night became his mystery, and his little heart yearned for still more mystery. In its solitude his heart yearned for the fusion of life and death. That was Yura's second madness that evening. He became invisible. Although he could enter the kitchen as others did, he climbed with difficulty upon the roof of the cellar, over which the kitchen window was flooded with light, and he looked in. There people were roasting something, busying themselves, and did not know that he was looking at them. And yet he saw everything. Then he went away and looked at Papa's and Mama's bedroom. The room was empty, but the beds had already been made for the night, and the little image lamp was burning. He saw that. Then he looked into his own room. His own bed was also ready, waiting for him. He passed the room where they were playing cards, also as an invisible being, holding his breath and stepping so lightly as though he were soaring in the air. Only when he reached the garden, in the dark, he drew a proper breath. Then he resumed his quest. He came over to people who were talking so near him that he could touch them with his hand, and yet they did not know that he was there, and they continued to speak undisturbed. He watched Lenotchka for a long time, until he learned all her life. He was almost trapped. Lenotchka even exclaimed, "Yurochka, is that you?" He lay down behind a bush and held his breath. Thus Lenotchka was deceived, and she had almost caught him. To make things more mysterious, he started to crawl instead of walk. Now the alleys seemed full of danger. Thus a long time went by, according to his own calculations at the time. 10 years went by, and he was still hiding and going ever farther away from the people. And thus he went so far that he was seized with dread. Between him and the pass, when he was walking like everybody else, an abyss was formed over which it seemed to him impossible to cross. Now he would have come out into the light, but he was afraid it was impossible. All was lost. And the music was still playing. And everybody had forgotten him, even Mama. He was alone. There was a breath of cold from the dewy grass. The gooseberry bush scratched him. The darkness could not be pierced with his eyes, and there was no end to it. Oh, Lord! Without any definite plan, in a state of utter despair, Yura now crawled toward a mysterious, faintly blinking light. Fortunately it turned out to be the same arbor which was covered with wild grapes, and in which father and mother had sat that day. He did not recognize it at first. Yes, it was the same arbor. The lights of the lanterns everywhere had gone out, and only two were still burning. A yellow little lantern was still burning brightly, and the other, a yellow one too, was already beginning to blink. And though there was no wind, that lantern quivered from its own blinking, and everything seemed to quiver slightly. Yura was about to get up to go into the arbor and there begin life anew, with an imperceptible transition from the old, when suddenly he heard voices in the arbor. His mother and the wrong Yura Mikhailovitch, the officer, were talking. The right Yura grew petrified in his place. His heart stood still, and his breathing ceased. Mama said, "Stop! You have lost your mind. Somebody may come in here." Yura Mikhailovitch said, "And you?" Mama said, "I am 26 years old today. I am old." Yura Mikhailovitch said, "He does not know anything. Is it possible that he does not know anything? He does not even suspect? Listen, does he shake everybody's hand so firmly?" Mama said, "What a question. Of course he does. That is, no, not everybody." Yura Mikhailovitch said, "I feel sorry for him." Mama said, "For him?" And she laughed strangely. Yerochka understood that they were talking of him, of Yerochka. But what did it all mean, O Lord? And why did she laugh? Yura Mikhailovitch said, "Where are you going? I will not let you go." Mama said, "You offend me. Let me go. No, you have no right to kiss me. Let me go." They became silent. Now Yerochka looked through the leaves and saw that the officer embraced and kissed Mama. Then they spoke of something, but he understood nothing. He heard nothing. He suddenly forgot the meaning of words. And he even forgot the words which he knew and used before. He remembered but one word, "Mama," and he whispered it uninterruptedly with his dry lips, but that word sounded so terrible, more terrible than anything. And in order not to exclaim it against his will, Ura covered his mouth with both hands, one upon the other, and thus remained until the officer and Mama went out of the arbor. When Ura came into the room where the people were playing cards, the serious bald-headed man was scolding Papa for something, brandishing the chalk, talking, shouting, saying that father did not act as he should have acted, that what he had done was impossible, that only bad people did such things, that the old man would never again play with father, and so on. And father was smiling, waving his hands, attempting to say something, but the old man would not let him, and he commenced to shout more loudly. And the old man was a little fellow, while father was big, handsome, and tall, and his smile was sad, like that of Gulliver, pining for his native land of tall and handsome people. Of course he must conceal from him. Of course he must conceal from him that which happened in the arbor, and he must love him, and he felt that he loved him so much. And with a wild cry Ura rushed over to the bald‐headed old man and began to beat him with his fists with all his strength. "Don't you dare insult him! Don't you dare insult him!" "Oh, Lord, what has happened?" some one shouted. Father caught Ura in his arms, pressed him closely, causing him pain, and cried, "Where is mother? Call mother." Then Ura was seized with a whirlwind of frantic tears, of desperate sobs and mortal anguish. But through his frantic tears he looked at his father to see whether he had guessed it, and when mother came in he started to shout louder in order to divert any suspicion. But he did not go to her arms. He clung more closely to father, so that father had to carry him into his room. But it seemed that he himself did not want to part with Ura. As soon as he carried him out of the room where the guests were, he began to kiss him, and he repeated, "Oh, my dearest! Oh, my dearest!" And he said to Mama, who walked behind him, "Just think of the boy." Mama said, "That is all due to your whist. You were scolding each other so that the child was frightened." Father began to laugh, and answered, "Yes, he does scold harshly, but Ura, oh, what a dear boy!" In his room, Ura demanded that father himself undress him. "Now you are getting cranky," said father. "I don't know how to do it. Let Mama undress you." "But you stay here." Mama had deft fingers and she undressed him quickly, and while she was removing his clothes, Ura held father by the hand. He ordered the nurse out of the room, but as father was beginning to grow angry, and he might guess what had happened in the arbor, decided to let him go. But while kissing him, he said cunningly, "He will not scold you any more, will he?" Papa smiled. Then he laughed, kissed Ura once more, and said, "No, no, and if he does, I will throw him across the fence." "Please do," said Ura. "You can do it. You are so strong." "Yes, I am pretty strong, but you had better sleep. Mama will stay here with you for a while." Mama said, "I will send the nurse in. I must attend to the supper." Father shouted, "There is plenty of time for that. You can stay a while with the child." But Mama insisted, "We have guests. We can't leave them that way." But father looked at her steadfastly and shrugged his shoulders. Mama decided to stay. "Very well, then, I'll stay here. But see that Maria does not mix up the wines." Usually it was thus. When Mama sat near Ura as he was falling asleep, she held his hand until the last moment. That is what she usually did. But now she sat as though she were all alone, as though Ura, her son, who was falling asleep, was not there at all. She folded her hands in her lap and looked into the distance. To attract her attention, Ura stirred, but Mama said briefly, "Sleep," and she continued to look. But when Ura's eyes had grown heavy and he was falling asleep with all his sorrow and his tears, Mama suddenly went down on her knees before the little bed and kissed Ura firmly, many, many times. But her kisses were wet, hot and wet. "Why are your kisses wet? Why are you crying?" muttered Vera. Yes, I am crying. You must not cry. Very well, I won't, answered Mother submissively. And again she kissed him, firmly, firmly, frequently, frequently. Vera lifted both hands with a heavy movement, clasped his mother around the neck, and pressed his burning cheek firmly to her wet and cold cheek. She was his mother, after all. There was nothing to be done. But how painful, how bitterly painful. End of chapter 3. End of The Crushed Flower by Leonid Andreyev.
Rumpelstiltskin, from Household Tales by Brothers Grimm, translated by Margaret Hunt. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Phil Schempf. Once there was a miller who was poor, but who had a beautiful daughter. Now it happened that he had to go and speak to the king, and in order to make himself appear important, he said to him, "I have a daughter who can spin straw into gold." The king said to the miller, "That is an art which pleases me well. If your daughter is as clever as you say, bring her tomorrow to my palace, and I will try what she can do." And when the girl was brought to him, he took her into a room which was quite full of straw, gave her a spinning wheel and a reel, and said, "Now set to work, and if by tomorrow morning early you have not spun this straw into gold during the night, you must die." Thereupon he himself locked up the room, and left her in it alone. So there sat the poor miller's daughter, and for the life of her could not tell what to do. She had no idea how straw could be spun into gold, and she grew more and more miserable, until at last she began to weep. But all at once the door opened, and in came a little man, and said, "Good evening, Mistress Miller. Why are you crying so?" "Alas," answered the girl, "I have to spin straw into gold, and I do not know how to do it." "What will you give me," said the mannikin, "if I do it for you?" "My necklace," said the girl. The little man took the necklace, seated himself in front of the wheel, and whir, 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 3 turns and the reel was full. Then he put on another, and whir, 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 3 times round, and the second was full too. And so it went on until the morning, when all the straw was spun and all the reels were full of gold. By daybreak the king was already there, and when he saw the gold he was astonished and delighted. But his heart became only more greedy. He had the miller's daughter taken into another room full of straw, which was much larger, and commanded her to spin that also in one night, if she valued her life. The girl knew not how to help herself, and was crying when the door again opened, and the little man appeared and said, "What will you give me if I spin that straw into gold for you?" "The ring on my finger," answered the girl. The little man took the ring, again began to turn the wheel, and by morning had spun all the straw into glittering gold. The king rejoiced beyond measure at the sight, but still he had not gold enough, and he had the miller's daughter taken into a still larger room full of straw, and said, "You must spin this too in the course of this night, but if you succeed, you shall be my wife." Even if she be a miller's daughter, thought he, I could not find a richer wife in the whole world. When the girl was alone, the mannikin came again for the 3rd time, and said, "What will you give me if I spin the straw for you this time also?" "I have nothing left that I could give," answered the girl. "Then promise me, if you should become queen, your first child." "Who knows whether that will ever happen," thought the miller's daughter, and not knowing how else to help herself in this strait, she promised the manikin what he wanted, and for that he once more spun the straw into gold. And when the king came in the morning and found all as he had wished, he took her in marriage, and the pretty miller's daughter became a queen. A year after, she had a beautiful child, and she never gave a thought to the manikin. But suddenly he came into her room and said, "Now give me what you promised." The queen was horror-struck, and offered the manikin all the riches of the kingdom if he would leave her the child. But the manikin said, "No, something that is living is dearer to me than all the treasures in the world." Then the queen began to weep and cry, so that the manikin pitied her. "I will give you 3 days' time," said he. "If by that time you find out my name, then you shall keep your child." So the queen thought the whole night of all the names that she had ever heard, and she sent a messenger over the country to inquire far and wide for any other names there might be. When the manikin came the next day, she began with Caspar, Melchior, Balthazar, and said all the names she knew, one after another. But to every one the little man said, "That is not my name." On the second day she had inquiries made in the neighbourhood as to the names of the people there, and she repeated to the manikin the most uncommon and curious. "Perhaps your name is Shortribs, or Sheepshanks, or Laceleg?" But he always answered, "That is not my name." On the third day the messenger came back again and said, "I have not been able to find a single new name, but as I came to a high mountain at the end of the forest, where the fox and the hare bid each other good night, there I saw a little house, and before the house a fire was burning, and round about the fire quite a ridiculous little man was jumping. He hopped upon one leg and shouted, 'Today I bake, tomorrow brew, the next I'll have the young queen's child. Ha! Glad am I that no one knew that Rumpelstiltskin I am styled.'" You may think how glad the queen was when she heard the name, and when soon afterwards the little man came in and asked, "Now, Mistress Queen, what is my name?" At first she said, "Is your name Conrad?" "No." "Is your name Harry?" "No." "Perhaps your name is Rumpelstiltskin." "The devil has told you that! The devil has told you that!" cried the little man, and in his anger he plunged his right foot so deep into the earth that his whole leg went in, and then in a rage he pulled at his left leg so hard with both hands that he tore himself in two. End of Rumpelstiltskin from Household Tales by Brothers Grimm. Translated by Margaret Hunt.
Chapter 1 of Too Fat to Fight. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Wales. Chapter 1. Plattsburgh, One Way. Plattsburgh, one way. Norman Dalrymple told the ticket agent. He named his destination more loudly, more proudly than necessary, and he was gratified when the man next in line eyed him with sudden interest. Having pocketed his ticket, Dalrymple noted, by his smart new wristwatch with the luminous dial, that there was still 20 minutes before train time. 20 minutes, and Ship had a vicious habit of catching trains by their coat-tails, a habit doubly nerve-racking to one of Dalrymple's ponderous weight and deliberate disposition. That afforded ample leeway for a farewell Ricky at the Belmont or the Manhattan. It was altogether too long a time to stand around. Mr. Dalrymple, his friends called him Dimples, had long since concluded that standing was an unnatural posture for human beings, and with every pound he took on there came a keener appreciation of chairs, benches, couches, divans, anything and everything of that restful pattern except hammocks. Hammocks he distrusted and despised, for they had a way of breaking with the sound of gunshots and causing him much discomfiture. Next to standing, Dimples abhorred walking, for the truth is he shook when he walked. Therefore he chose the Belmont, that haven of rest being close at hand, but ere he had gained the street his eye was challenged by a sight that never failed to arrest his attention. It was the open door of an eating place, the station restaurant, with idle waiters and spotless napery within. Now, drink was a friend, but food was an intimate companion of whom Dimples never tired. Why people drank in order to be convivial or to pass an idle quarter of an hour, the while there were sweets and pastries as easily accessible, had always been a mystery to him. Like a homing pigeon, he made for this place of refreshment. Overflowing heavily into a chair, he wiped his full-moon face and ordered a cornstarch pudding, an insatiable fondness for which was his consuming vice. As usual, Shipp made the train with a 3-second factor of safety in his favor, and recognizing the imposing bulk of his traveling companion, greeted him with a hearty, "Hello, Dimples, I knew you'd come." When they had settled themselves in their compartment, Dalrymple panted breathlessly, "Gee, how I hate people who paw at departing trains." "I made it, didn't I? You're getting fat and slow. That's what ails you. A fine figure of an athlete you are. Why, you're laying on blubber by the day. You're swelled up like a dead horse." "I know," Dimples nodded mournfully. "I've tried to reduce, but I know too many nice people, and they all have good chefs." "Boozing some, too, I suppose?" "Oh, sure. And I love candy." "They'll take you down at Plattsburgh. Say, it's great, isn't it? War. The real thing." Shipp's eyes were sparkling. "Of course, it came hard to give up the wife and the baby, but somebody has to go." "Right, and we're the ones, because we can afford it. I never knew how good it is to be rich and idle, did you? But think of the poor devils who want to go and can't. Dependents and all that. It's tough on them." The other agreed silently. Then, with a smile, he said, "If they're looking for officer material at Plattsburgh, as they say they are, why, you've got enough for about 3. They'll probably cube your contents and start you off as a colonel." Dimples's round, good-natured face had become serious. There was a suggestion of strength, determination, to the set of his jaw when he spoke. "Thank God we're in at last. I've been boiling ever since the Huns took Belgium. I don't care much for children, because most of them laugh at me, but I can't stand to see them butchered." Plattsburgh was a revelation to the two men. They were amazed by the grim, businesslike character of the place. It looked thoroughly military and efficient, despite the flood of young fellows in civilian clothes arriving by every train. It aroused their pride to note how many of their friends and acquaintances were among the number. But, for that matter, the best blood of the nation had responded. Deeply impressed, genuinely thrilled, Shipp and Dalrymple made ready for their physical examination. Dimples was conscious of a jealous twinge at the sight of his former teammate's massive bare shoulders and slim waist. Shipp looked as fit today as when he had made the All-American. As for himself, Dimples had never noticed how much he resembled a gigantic Georgia watermelon. It was indeed time he put an end to easy living. Well, army diet, army exercise would bring him back, for he well knew that there were muscles buried deep beneath his fat. "Step lively!" It was an overworked medical examiner speaking, and Dimples moved forward. The line behind him closed up. As he stepped upon the scales, the beam flew up. So did the head of the man who manipulated the counterbalance. "Hey, one at a time!" the latter cried. Then, with a grin, he inquired, "Who's with you?" He pretended to look back of Dimples as if in search of a companion, after which he added another weight and finally announced in some awe, "285, unless I'm seeing double." 285! The chief examiner started, then to Dalrymple he said, "Step aside, sir. Fall out." "What's the idea?" Dimples inquired, with a rose-pink flush of embarrassment. "You're overweight. Next." "Why, sure I'm overweight, but what's the difference?" "All the difference in the world, sir. We can't pass you. Please don't argue. We have more work than we can attend to." Shipp turned back to explain. "This is Norman Dalrymple, one of the best tackles we ever had at Harvard. He's as sound as a dollar and stronger than a bridge. He'll come down." "I'm sorry, but there's nothing we can do. Regulations, you know." "Sure." The man at the scales was speaking. 285 isn't a weight, it's a telephone number." Dalrymple inquired blankly, "Do you mean to say I can't get in?" "Why, that's too absurd. I must get in. Can't you fix it somehow?" "You're holding up the others. Won't you please step aside?" Shipp drew the giant out of line and said quietly, "Don't argue. Get into your duds and wait for me. It will be all right. We know everybody. We'll square it." But it was not all right, nor could it be made all right. Weary hours of endeavor failed in any way to square matters, and the two friends were finally forced to acknowledge that here was an instance where wealth, influence, the magic of a famous name, went for naught. They were told politely but firmly that Norman Dalrymple, in his present state of unpreparedness, could not take the officers' intensive training course. Dimples was mortified, humiliated. Shipp felt the disappointment quite as keenly. "That's the toughest luck I ever heard of," the latter acknowledged. "You'll have to reduce, that's all." But Dimples was in despair. "It's healthy fat. It will take longer to run it off than to run the Germans out of France. The war will be over before I can do it. I want to get in now. Too fat to fight. Good Lord!" he groaned. "Why, I told everybody I was going in, and I cut all my ties. Now to be rejected." After a time he continued, "It knocks a fellow out to reduce so much. If I managed to sweat it off in a hurry, I'd never be able to pass my physical. That sort of thing takes months." Shipp quietly agreed that there was some truth in this statement. "Tough? It's a disgrace. I have some pride. I feel the way I did when I lost our big game. You remember, I fumbled and let Yale through for the winning goal. I went back to the dressing room, rolled up in a blanket, and cried like a baby. You and the other fellows were mighty decent. You told me to forget it. But I couldn't. I've never forgotten it, and I never shall." "Pshaw! You made good later." "I fell down when it was my ball. It's my ball now, Shipp, and I've fallen down again. I've led a pretty easy, useless life these late years, but I feel this thing in Europe more than I thought I could feel anything. I've contributed here and there, let my man go, and economized generally. I've adopted whole litters of French orphans, and equipped ambulance units, and done all the usual things the nice people are doing, but I was out of the game, and I wanted—Lord, how I wanted to be in it. When we declared war, I yelled, I went crazy, and then along came your wire to join you in this Plattsburgh course. Good old Shipp! I knew you'd get on the job, and it raised a lump in my throat to realize that you were sure of me. I was never so happy." The speaker choked briefly, as while waiting for the day to arrive. "Now I've fumbled the pass, I'm on the sidelines." Chapter 2. Dimples Tries the Y.M.C.A. Norman Dalrymple did not return home, nor did he notify his family of his rejection. Instead, he went back to New York, took a room at the quietest of his numerous clubs, engaged a trainer, and went on a diet. He minded neither of the latter very greatly for the first few days, but in time he learned to abhor both. He shunned his friends. He avoided the club café as he would have avoided a dragon cave. The sight of a push-button became a temptation and a trial. Every morning he wrapped himself up like a sore thumb and ambled round the park reservoir with his pores streaming. Every afternoon he chased his elusive trainer round a gymnasium, striving to pin the man's hateful features and never quite succeeding. Evenings he spent in a Turkish bath, striving to attain the boiling point and failing by the fraction of a degree. He acquired a terrifying thirst, a monstrous maniac thirst, which gallons of water would not quench. 10 days of this, and he had lost 3 pounds. He had dwindled away to a mere 282, and was faintly cheered. But he possessed a sweet tooth, a double row of them, and he dreamed of things fattening to eat. One dream in particular tried the strongest fibre of his being. It was of wallowing through a no-man's land of blancmange, with shell craters filled with cream, frozen desserts, ice-cold custards. He trembled weakly when he thought of them, which was almost constantly. Occasionally, when the craving became utterly unbearable, he skulked guiltily into a restaurant and ordered his favorite dish, cornstarch pudding. At the end of 3 weeks he was bleached. His face was drawn and miserable. He looked forth from eyes like those of a St. Bernard. He had gained a pound. Human nature could stand no more. Listlessly he wandered into the club café, and there came under the notice of a friend. It was no more possible for Dimples to enter a room unobserved than for the Leviathan to slip unobtrusively into port. The friend stared in amazement, then exclaimed, "Why, Norm, you look sick." "Sick?" the big fellow echoed. "I'm not sick. I'm dying." And since it was good to share his burden, he related what had happened to him. "Turned me down. Wouldn't give me a chance," he concluded. "When I strained the scales, they wanted to know who I had in my lap. I've been banting lately, but I gain weight at it. It agrees with me. Meanwhile, Ship and the others are in uniform." Dimples bowed his head in his huge, plump hands. "Think of it! Why, I'd give a leg to be an olive drab and wear metal letters on my collar. Sick? Good Lord!" "I know." The friend nodded. "I'm too old to go across, but I'm off for Washington Monday. $1 a year. I've been drawing 50,000, by the way." "I'm out of that, too," Dimples sighed. "Don't know enough. Never did anything useful, but I could fight if they'd let me." He raised his broad face, and his eyes were glowing. "I'm fat, but I could fight. I could keep the fellows on their toes and make 'em hit the line. If they built ships bigger, I'd stow away." "See here," the speaker had a sudden thought. "Why don't you try the Y?" "The Y? Yale?" No, the YMCA. "Oh, that. I've hired a whole gymnasium of my own where I can swear out loud. The YMCA is sending men overseas. I'm not cut out for a chaplain. They're sending them over to cheer up the boys, to keep them amused and entertained, to run huts." Dalrymple straightened himself slowly. "I know, but I thought they were all pulpit pounders." "Nothing of the sort. They're regular fellows, like us. They manage canteens and sell the things our boys can't get. They don't let them grow homesick. They make them play games and take care of themselves and realize that they're not forgotten. Some of them get right up front and carry hot soup and smokes into the trenches." "Me for that." Dimples was rising majestically. "I could carry soup. More soup than any man living. The trenches might be a little snug for me round the waist, but I'd be careful not to bulge them. Cheer up the boys? Make 'em laugh? Say, that would help, wouldn't it?" He hesitated, then a bit wistfully he inquired, "The Y fellows wear uniforms too, don't they?" "Well, rather. You can hardly tell them from the army." In Dalrymple's voice, when he spoke, there was an earnestness, a depth of feeling that his hearer had never suspected. "Uniforms mean a lot to me lately. Every time I see a doughboy I want to stand at attention and throw out my chest and draw in my stomach, as far as I can. There's something sacred about that olive drab. It's like your mother's wedding dress, only holier and decenter, if possible. Somehow it seems to stand for everything clean and honorable and unselfish. The other day I saw the old 41st marching down to entrain, and I yelled and cried and kissed an old lady. Those swinging arms, those rifles aslant, those leggings flashing, and that sea of khaki rising, falling. Gee, there's something about it. These are great times for the fellows who aren't too old or too fat to fight. Those Y men fight in their own way, just as hard as the other boys, and they don't get half as much sleep or half as much attention. Nobody makes a fuss over them." Dimples waited to hear no more. The Y.M.C.A.! He had not realized the sort of work it was doing, but to keep the boys fit to fight, that was almost as good as being one of them, and he could do it better than anybody. As his taxicab sped across town, he leaned back with a sigh of contentment. For the first time in days he smiled. The Y.M.C.A. would have no scales. To the boys at the front a fat man might be funnier even than a skinny one. He was mighty glad he had heard of the Y in time, and it would be glad he had, for his name was worth a lot to any organization. No more dry bread and spinach. God's Throffa spinach! How he hated it. No more exercise, either. He would break training instantly and tell the high-priced reducer what he really thought of him. Useful work, work to win the war, was one thing, but this loathsome process of trying out abdominal lard, ugh! He decided to dine like a self-respecting white man that very night, and to deny himself nothing. The club chef made a most wonderful cornstarch pudding, indescribably delicious and frightfully fattening. At the mere thought, an eager, predatory look came into Dimples's eyes. He would go overseas without delay. He would be in France doing his bit, while Shipp and the others were still rehearsing their little tricks and learning to shout, "Forward, ouch!" Of course those fellows would win commissions. They were welcome to the glory. But meanwhile he would be right down in the dirt and the slime with the boys in leggings, cheering them up, calling them Bill and Joe, sharing their big and their little troubles, and putting the pep into them. That's what they needed. That's what the world needed. Pep. It would win the war. Dalrymple was surprised when he entered the Y.M.C.A. quarters to find them busy and crowded. He sent in his card, then seated himself at the end of a line of waiting men. He wondered if, by any chance, they could be applicants like himself. And his complacency vanished when he learned that they could be, that indeed they were. His surprise deepened when he saw that in no wise did they resemble psalm shouters and testament worms, such as he had expected, but that, on the contrary, they looked like ordinary, capable business and professional men. Dimples wondered if this were, after all, a competitive service. He broke into a gentle, apprehensive perspiration. His name was called finally. He rose and followed a boy into a room where several men were seated at a table. Two of them were elderly, typical. They wore various unbecoming arrangements of white whiskers, and one glance told Dimples that they knew a lot about God. One of the others resembled a judge, and it was he who spoke first. "You wish to go to France for the Y.M.C.A.?" the latter inquired. "Yes, sir. They wouldn't let me in at Plattsburgh. I'm too fat, or the camp is too small. I'd very much like to go overseas." "It is hardly necessary to ask if you have had experience in promoting social entertainments and recreations." The speaker smiled. Dimples's face broke into an answering grin. "Entertainments? Recreations? They are my stock in trade. I'm an authority on all kinds of both. That's what ails me." Another member of the board inquired, "Are you a temperate man, Mr. Dalrymple?" "Oh, no." Dimples shook his head. "Not at all." "What sort of beverages do you drink?" "What have you got?" the young giant blithely asked. Noting that his comedy met with no mirthful response, he explained more seriously, "Why, I drink practically everything. I have no particular favorites. I dare say it's against your rules, so I'll taper off if you say so. I'd take the Keeley to get across. Of course, I make friends easier when I'm moderately lit. Anybody does. I'm extraordinarily cheerful when I'm that way. You've no idea how—" "Surely you understand that we tolerate no drinking whatever." "No, sir, I didn't fully understand. I know several Christian young men who drink, more or less. However, that's all right with me. I've never tried to quit drinking, so I'm sure I can. Are you familiar with the character and the aims of the Young Men's Christian Association?" One of the white-bearded gentlemen put this question. "In a general way only. I know you had a gym and a swimming tank, and ran some sort of a Sunday school. Never appealed to me personally until I heard about this work you're doing in France. That's my size. That fits me like a pair of tights." "Do you play cards?" "Certainly. I'm lucky, too. Any game the boys want, from bridge to blackjack." "I mean, do you play for money?" "Is that on the black list, too?" Dimples's enthusiasm was slowly oozing away. Noting the falling temperature of the room, he confessed honestly, but with some reluctance, "I suppose I do all of the things that ordinary idle fellows do. I drink and gamble and swear and smoke and overeat and sleep late. But that doesn't hurt me for carrying soup, does it?" No one answered this challenge. Instead, he was the recipient of another question that caused him to squirm. "Would you consider yourself a moral young man?" Slowly the applicant shook his head. "To what church do you belong?" "I don't." "How long since you attended divine service?" "A good many years, I'm afraid." There followed a moment of silence. The men at the table exchanged glances, and into Dimples's face there came an apprehensive, hunted look. He wet his lips, then said, "Anyhow, you can't accuse me of mendacity. I don't lie. Now that you know the worst about me, I'd like to inventory my good points." This he proceeded to do, but in all honesty it must be said that his showing was not impressive. Never having given serious thought to his virtues, there were few that he could recall at such short notice. He concluded by saying, "I know I can make good if you'll give me a chance. I'll work like a dog, and I'll keep the boys laughing. I won't let them get homesick. Why, gentlemen, this is my last chance. It will break my heart if you turn me down." Not unkindly, the judge said, "We will consider your application and notify you." The very kindliness of tone caused the fat man to pale. "I know what that means," he protested. "That's YMCA for no." "Let me go," he implored. "I'll serve. I'll stand the punishment. I'm strong, and I'll work till I drop. You won't be ashamed of me, honestly." "We'll notify you without delay, Mr. Dalrymple." There was no more to be said. Dimples wallowed out of the room with his head down. That night he walked the soft carpeted floor of his chamber until very late, and when he did go to bed it was not to sleep. Daylight found him turning restlessly, his eyes wide open and tragic. Another failure. Within him the spirit of sacrifice burned with consuming fury, but there was no outlet for it. Through his veins ran the blood of a fighting family. Nevertheless, a malicious prank of nature had doomed him to play the part of Falstaff or of Fatty Arbuckle. What could he do to help? Doubtless he could find work for his hands in shipyard or foundry, but they were soft white hands, and they knew no trade. Give? He had given freely, and would give more. But everybody was giving. No, action suited him. He belonged in the roar and the din of things, where men's spirit tells. That afternoon he was waddling down Fifth Avenue when Mr. Augustus Van Loan stopped him to exclaim, "Good heavens, Dimples, what has happened to you?" Van Loan was a malefactor of great wealth. His name was a hissing upon the lips of soap-box orators. None of his malefactions, to be sure, had ever yet been uncovered, nor were any of the strident-voiced orators even distantly acquainted with him, but his wealth was an established fact of such enormity that in the public eye he was suspect. "I'm all in," the disconsolate mammoth mumbled, and then made known his sorrow. "Too fat to get in the army, too soft morally to get in the Y.M.C.A. I didn't know how rotten I am. I can't carry a gun for my country. I'm not good enough to lug soup to the boys who do. And meanwhile the Huns are pressing forward." Van Loan eyed him shrewdly. "Do you feel it as badly as all that?" Dalrymple nodded. "I don't want to be a hero. Who ever heard of a hero with a waistband like mine? No, I'd just like to help our lads grin and bear it, and be a big, cheerful, fat brother to them." Without a word, Mr. Van Loan took a card from his pocket and wrote a few lines thereon. "Take that down to the Y and tell them to send you on the next ship." He handed Dimples the card, whereupon the giant stared at him. Do you know that outfit?" "Know it?" Van Loan smiled. "I'm the fellow who's raising the money for them. They've darn near broken me, but it's worth it." With a gurgling shout, Dimples wrung the malefactor's hand, then he bolted for the nearest taxi stand and squeezed himself through a cab door. 10 minutes later he entered the boardroom of the Y.M.C.A. and flung Van Loan's card upon the table. "Read that," he told the astonished occupants. The judge read and passed the card along. "Where do I go from here?" Dimples demanded in a voice of triumph. "Why," the judge cleared his throat, "to your tailor's, for a uniform, I should say." Chapter 3. One Man to Every 10. Late the following afternoon, as the judicial member of the Y examiners was leaving the building, his path was barred by a huge rotund figure in khaki which rose from a bench in the hall. It was Dalrymple. "I've been blocking traffic here for an hour," the giant explained. "Look at me. It's the biggest uniform in New York, and it was made in the shortest time." Noting the effect his appearance created, he went on, "I suppose I do look funny, but there's nothing funny to me about it." The elder man's face grew serious. "I'm beginning to believe you'll make good, Dalrymple. I hope so, for your sake and for the sake of the association. If you don't, we'll have to order you back." "I'll take that chance. You gentlemen think I'm unfit to wear these clothes, and maybe I was yesterday, or even this morning, but when I saw myself in this uniform I took stock and cleaned house. I got all my bad habits together and laid them away in mothballs for the duration of the war." "That means something for a man like you. What induced you to do it?" "This." Dimples stroked his khaki sleeve with reverent, caressing fingers. "It's almost like the real thing, isn't it? Not quite, but near enough. It's as near as I can ever get, and I shan't do anything to disgrace it. I can shut my eyes and imagine it is the real thing. I don't suppose you understand in the least what I'm driving at?" "I think I understand thoroughly, sir, but don't believe for a moment there is anything counterfeit, anything bulletproof about what you have on. You will be fighting, Dalrymple, just the same as the other boys. Every service you perform, every word of cheer, every deed of kindness will be a bomb dropped back of the German lines. Why, man, do you know that the work of the Y.M.C.A. adds 10% to our fighting force? It's a fact. Pershing says so. If you make good, you'll be adding 1 man to every 10 you meet." "1 man to every 10!" Dimples breathed. "That's great. That's more than I could have done the other way. I'm good for something, after all." It seemed impossible that a wealthy, prominent young New York clubman could so quickly, so utterly drop out of sight as did Dimples Dalrymple. One day he was in his familiar haunts, a rotund, mirth-provoking spectacle in his bulging uniform, with his tiny overseas cap set above his round red face like the calyx of a huge ripe berry. The next day he was gone, and for several months thereafter his world knew him not. Chapter 4. Hill 285. Captain Shipp, now attached to a famous division awaiting embarkation, was the first to hear from him. He read Dimples's letter twice before passing it on. It ran as follows: "Dear Brigadier General, you must be all of the above by this time. If not, there is favoritism somewhere, and you ought to complain about it. Probably you're wondering where I am. Well, that's your privilege, Brig. I'm in a 2x4 village with a name as long as the Frisco system, and you'll instantly recognize it when I tell you it has one white street and a million rats. There are no houses whatever. Further information might give aid and comfort to the enemy. I've written lots of letters back home, but this is the first one of my own that I've had time for. I'm in the game, Brig, and I haven't fumbled the ball. I live in a little tin shanty with a sandbag roof, and I wear a little tin hat that holds just enough warm water to shave with. It held more until lately. Now there's a hole in it that I wouldn't trade for the Hudson tube. I was starting out with 2 cans of hot cocoa when the street was shelled. I spilled the boys' cocoa and got a dent in my own, but those Bessemer derbies are certainly handy shock absorbers. I woke up with my head in Dr. Peters' lap. Right here I must make you acquainted with Pete. He's a 100-pound hymn weevil, and the best all-round reverend that ever snatched a brand from the burning. He dragged me under cover all alone, and he used no hooks. Pretty good for a guy his size, eh? Pete and I are partners in crime. And say, the stuff we pull in this hut. Movies, theatricals, concerts, boxing bees, with the half-portion reverend in every scrimmage. He's a syncopated Baptist or an Episcopalian elk or something. Anyhow, he's 9 parts human and 1 part divine. That's the way the Y is wearing them over here. He's got the pep, and the boys swear by him. When the war is over, he hopes to get a little church somewhere, and I'm going to see that he does, if I have to buy it, for I want to hear him preach. I never have heard him, but I'll bet he's a bear. Take it from me, he'll need a modest cathedral with about 6 acres of parking space inside and a nail in the door for the SRO sign. I have a piano, and games and writing materials, and a stock of candy and tobacco and chocolate and stuff like that. I haven't tasted a single chocolate. Fact. But it has made an old man of me. Gee, I'd give that loft building on 16th Street to be alone with an order of cornstarch pudding. However, barring the fact that I haven't lost an ounce in weight, I'm having a grand time, for there's always something to do. Details are constantly passing through, to and from the front-line trenches, which, whisper, are so close that we can smell the Germans. That's the reason we wear nose bags full of chloride of lime or something. Pete and I spend our days making millions of gallons of tea and coffee and cocoa, and selling canned goods, and sewing on buttons, and cracking jokes, and playing the piano, and lugging stretchers, and making doughnuts, and getting the boys to write home to Mother, and various little odd jobs. Then, at night, we take supplies up to the lads in the front row of the orchestra. That's a pretty game, by the way, for a man of my size. Nobody ever undertakes to pass me in a trench. I lie down and let them climb over. It keeps the boys good-natured, and that's part of my job. Hill 285. That's what they call me. We had a caller today. One of the Krupp family dropped in on us and jazzed up the whole premises. There is Bull Durham and rice papers and chocolate and raspberry jam all over this village, and one corner of our hut has gone away from here entirely. We haven't found the stove either, although Pete retrieved the damper, and the rest of it is probably somewhere nearby. Of course, I had nothing hot for the boys when I went up tonight. It was raining, too, and cold. But they didn't mind. They didn't mind anything. They're wonderful that way. We all had a good laugh over it, and they pretended they were glad it was the stove, and not I, that got strafed. I really believe they like me. Anyhow, they made me think they do, and I was so pleased I couldn't resist sitting down and writing you. Altogether, it was a great day and a perfect evening. Yours till the last down, Dimples. Chapter 5. Dimples takes part in a ceremony. During the first few weeks after his arrival in France, Captain Shipp had no time whatever for affairs of his own, but a day came finally when he took a train for a certain base close up behind an American sector, intending there to more definitely locate Dimples's whereabouts and to walk in upon him unannounced. It would be a memorable reunion. He could hear now the big fellow's shout of welcome. That genial behemoth would have a tale to unfold, and they would talk steadily until Ship's leave was up. But bad news was waiting at the base. News that sent the captain hurrying from first one hospital to another. "Dalrymple? Oh, yes, he's here," an orderly informed the distracted visitor. "Is he, may I see him?" A small, hollow-eyed man with a red triangle upon his sleeve rose from a chair and approached to inquire, "Are you, by any chance, Captain Ship?" "I am. Dimples has often spoken of you. He has been expecting you for weeks. I'm just going in." "You are Dr. Peters? Pete?" The wise secretary nodded. "What ails him? I heard he was wounded." "Yes, his leg. It's very serious. I come every day." The speaker led the way, and Ship followed down a long hall redolent of sickly drug smells, past clean white operating rooms peopled with silent moving figures, past doors through which the captain glimpsed dwindling rows of beds and occasional sights that caused his face to set. In that hushed half whisper assumed by hospital visitors, he inquired, "How did it happen?" "There was a raid, a heavy barrage and considerable gas, and it caught him while he was up with supplies for the men. He began helping the wounded out, of course. It was a nasty affair. Our men were new, you see, and it was pretty trying for green troops. They said later that he helped to steady them quite as much as did their officers." "Oh, I can believe that. He is a man to tie to." "Yes, yes, we all felt that, the very first day he came. Why, he was an inspiration to the men. He was mother, brother, pal, servant to the best and to the worst of them. Always laughing, singing. There, listen." The Reverend Dr. Peters paused inside the entrance to a ward, and Ship heard a familiar voice raised in quavering song. "By the star shell's light, I see you, I see you. If you want to see your father in the fatherland, keep your head down, Fritzy boy." "Why," Ship uttered a choking cry, "he's out of his head." "Oh, yes, he has been that way ever since they amputated." Good God!" Ship groped blindly for support. Briefly he covered his eyes. Then, like a man in a trance, he followed down the aisle until he stood, white-lipped and trembling, at the foot of Dalrymple's bed. It was difficult to recognize Dimples in this pallid, shrunken person with the dark, roving eyes and babbling tongue. The voice alone was unchanged. It was husky, faint as if from long, long use, but it was brave and confident. It ran on ceaselessly. "Keep your nerve up, pal. You're standing it like a hero, and we'll have you out to the road in no time. Smokes! I tell you they must have smokes if you have to bring 'em in on your back. Gangway for the soup, man. Come and get it, boys. Hot soup, like Mother used to make. Put on the Harry Lauder record again. Now then, all together. I love a lassie, a bonny blue-eyed lassie." The little minister had laid a cool hand upon Dimples's burning brow. His head was bowed. His lips were moving. "When did you write to your mother last?" the sick man babbled on. "Sure, I'll post it for you, and I'll add a line of my own to comfort her. Water? Can't you understand? He wants water, and mine's gone. Too fat to fight, but I'll make good. I'll serve. Give me a chance. Steady, boys. They're coming. They're at the wire. Now give 'em hell. We'll say it together, old man. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name." There were scalding tears in Ship's eyes. His throat was aching terribly when Dr. Peters finally let him out of the ward. The last sound he heard was Dalrymple's voice quavering, "Over there, and we won't come back till it's over there." "I had my hands full at the hut, for the wounded were coming in," Dr. Peters was saying, "but everyone says Dimples did a man's work up there in the mud and the darkness. Some of the fellows confessed that they couldn't have hung on, cut off as they were, only for him. But they did. It was late the next day before we picked him up. He was right out in the open. He'd been on his way back with a man over his shoulders. He was very strong, you know, and most of the stretcher-bearers had been shot down. The wounded man was dying, so Dimples walked into the barrage. And he was afraid he wouldn't make good," Ship muttered with a crooked, mirthless smile. "Yes, imagine it. There was never a day that he didn't make me ashamed of myself, never a day that he didn't do two men's work. No task was too hard, too disagreeable, too lowly, and always a smile, a word of cheer, of hope. Our master washed people's feet and cooked a breakfast for hungry fishermen. Well, the Spirit of Christ lives again in that boy. Chip's leave had several days to run. Such time as he did not spend with Dr. Peters he put in at Dimples's bedside. He was there when the delirium broke. His face was the first that Dimples recognized. His hand was the first that Dimples's groping fingers weakly closed upon. They had little to say to each other. They merely murmured a few words and smiled. And while Dimples feasted his eyes upon the brown face over him, Ship held his limp, wasted hand tight and stroked it, and vowed profanely that the sick man was looking very fit. Later in the day the captain said, with something like gruffness in his voice, "Lucky thing you pulled yourself together, old man, for you're booked to take part in a ceremony to-morrow. A famous French general is going to kiss you on both cheeks and pin a doodad of some sort on your nightie." Dimples was amazed. "Me? Why, the idea!" "Sure," Ship nodded vigorously. "Ridiculous, isn't it? And think of me standing at attention while he does it. Pretty soft for you Y fellas. Here you are going home with a decoration before I've even smelled powder." "Oh, I'm not going home," the other declared. "Not yet, anyhow. A one-legged man can sell cigarettes and sew on buttons and make doughnuts just as well as a centipede." A smiling nurse paused at the bed to say, "You're awfully thin, Mr. Dalrymple, but we'll soon have you nice and fat again. The doctor says you're to have the most nourishing food. Anything you want, in fact." "Anything?" "Anything within reason." Dimples grinned wistfully, yet happily. "Gee," said he, "I'd like some cornstarch pudding." End of Chapter 5. End of Too Fat to Fight by Rex Beach.
The Dragon and Two Foxes by Francois Fenelon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Dragon and Two Foxes. Once upon a time a dragon sat brooding over an immense treasure, and to secure it never closed his eyes to rest. Two foxes, well versed in every sly mercurial art, insinuated themselves into his favor by fulsome flattery and adulating address. He entertained them as his friends and confidants. We ought always to be jealous of men's forward protestations. An artful complaisance too often flows from a perfidious heart. They pay their court to him as to a king, applaud all his schemes, though never so ridiculous, give in to his sentiments, though most apparently unjust, and knowing his foible, turn and wind him at their pleasure. In full confidence of these two bosom friends, he ventured to take an hour's repose. But as soon as the credulous fool fell fast asleep, they strangled him, and seized the glorious prize. Their next business was to divide the plunder fairly between them, an affair not easily accomplished, for villains seldom can agree in any point but the bare execution of their crimes. One of these hypocrites with a philosophic air addressed his companion. "Brother," says he, "of what service is all this hoard of gold to us? A hare or a rabbit had been a better booty. These same guineas will prove but a poor meal. We have not stomachs like the ostrich to digest them. What fools men are to make this gold their god! Brother, let us be wiser." The other, with equal hypocrisy, replied, "Your observations are strictly just, brother, and I'll assure you they have made a convert of me. I am now fully convinced that the philosopher is the happy man, and for the future, like Bias of old, I'll carry all I have about me." They affected to depart from the ill-gotten worthless treasure without reluctance. Both lay in ambuscade, and conscious of their mutual guilt, destroyed each other. One, as he lay expiring, thus addressed his dying partner: "What would you have done with all that gold had you succeeded?" "The same," replied the other, "as you proposed, had fortune favoured you." By accident, a passenger going by and inquiring into the fatal cause of their disaster, declared they were both fools. "Fools as we are," says one of them, "you men are just the same. Gold is no more food for you than us, and yet you'll cut your brother's throat for gain. Before this unhappy accident our prudent race despised the fatal charm. That which you introduced for the conveniency of life is now become its greatest torment. You fly from true felicity in search after an imaginary good." End of The Dragon and Two Foxes, by Francois Fenelon, 1651 1715. From Ethic Amusements, Ethic Tales and Fables, published 1770.
Gloriana by Rudyard Kipling. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A recording by Tony Addison. The Two Cousins. Valour and innocence have latterly gone hence, to certain death by certain shame attended. Envy are even to tears the fortune of their years, which, though so few, yet so divinely ended. Scarce had they lifted up life's full and fiery cup, than they had set it down untouched before them. Before their day arose, they beckoned it to close in destruction and confusion o'er them. They did not stay to ask what prize should crown their task, well sure that prize was such as no man strives for, but passed into eclipse, her kiss upon their lips, even Belphoebe's, whom they gave their lives for. Gloriana. Willow Shaw, the little fenced wood where the hop poles are stacked like Indian wigwams, had been given to Dan and Una for their very own kingdom when they were quite small. As they grew older, they contrived to keep it most particularly private. Even Phillips, the gardener, told them every time that he came in to take a hop pole for his beans, and old Hobden would no more have thought of setting his rabbit wires there without leave, given fresh each spring, than he would have torn down the calico and marking ink notice on the big willow, which said, "Grown-ups not allowed in the kingdom unless brought." Now you can understand their indignation when, one blowy July afternoon, as they were going up for a potato roast, they saw somebody moving among the trees. They hurled themselves over the gate, dropping half the potatoes, and while they were picking them up, Puck came out of a wigwam. "Oh, it's you, is it?" said Una. "We thought it was people." "I saw you were angry from your legs," he answered with a grin. "Well, it's our own kingdom, not counting you, of course." "That's rather why I came. A lady here wants to see you." "What about?" said Dan cautiously. "Oh, just kingdoms and things. She knows about kingdoms." There was a lady near the fence, dressed in a long dark cloak that hid everything except her high, red-heeled shoes. Her face was half covered by a black silk-fringed mask without goggles, and yet she did not look in the least as if she motored. Puck led them up to her and bowed solemnly. Una made the best dancing-lesson curtsy she could remember. The lady answered with a long, deep, slow, billowy one. "Since it seems that you are a queen of this kingdom," she said, "I can do no less than acknowledge your sovereignty." She turned sharply on staring Dan. "What's in your head, lad? Manners?" "I was thinking how wonderfully you did that curtsy," he answered. She laughed a rather shrill laugh. "You're a courtier already. Do you know anything of dances, wench, or queen, must I say?" "I've had some lessons, but I can't really dance a bit," said Una. "You should learn, then." The lady moved forward as though she would teach her at once. It gives a woman alone among men or her enemies time to think how she shall win or lose. A woman can only work in man's playtime. Hi ho! She sat down on the bank. Old Middenboro, the lawn‐mower pony, stumped across the paddock and hung his sorrowful head over the fence. "A pleasant kingdom," said the lady, looking round, "well enclosed. And how does your Majesty govern it? Who is your minister?" Una did not quite understand. "We don't play that," she said. "Play?" The lady threw up her hands and laughed. "We have it for our own together," Dan explained. "And do you never quarrel, young Burleigh?" "Sometimes, but then we don't tell." The lady nodded. "I've no brats of my own, but I understand keeping a secret between queens and their ministers. Ay de mi! But with no disrespect to present Majesty, methinks your realm's small, and therefore likely to be coveted by man and beast. For example," she pointed to Middenboro, "yonder old horse, with the face of a Spanish friar. Does he never break in?" "He can't. Old Hobden stops all our gaps for us," said Una, "and we let Hobden catch rabbits in the shaw." The lady laughed like a man. "I see. Hobden catches conies (rabbits) for himself, and guards your defences for you. Does he make a profit out of his coney catching?" "We never ask," said Una. "Hobden's a particular friend of ours." "Hoity‐toity!" the lady began angrily. Then she laughed. "But I forget it is your kingdom. I knew a maid once that had a larger one than this to defend, and so long as her men kept the fences stopped, she asked 'em no questions either." "Was she trying to grow flowers?" said Una. "No, trees, perdurable trees. Her flowers all withered." The lady leaned her head on her hand. "They do if you don't look after them. We've got a few. Would you like to see? I'll fetch you some." Una ran off to the rank grass in the shade behind the wigwam, and came back with a handful of red flowers. "Aren't they pretty?" she said. "They're Virginia stock." Virginia? said the lady, and lifted them to the fringe of her mask. Yes, they come from Virginia. Did your maid ever plant any? Not herself, but her men adventured all over the earth to pluck or to plant flowers for her crown. They judged her worthy of them. And was she? said Dan cheerfully. Quien sabe? Who knows? But at least, while her men toiled abroad, she toiled in England, that they might find a safe home to come back to. And what was she called? Gloriana, Balphoebe, Elizabeth of England. Her voice changed at each word. You mean Queen Bess? The lady bowed her head a little towards Dan. You name her lightly enough, young Burley. What might you know of her? said she. Well, I've seen the little green shoes she left at Brickwall House. Down the road, you know. They're in a glass case, awfully tiny things. Oh, Burley, Burley, she laughed. You are a courtier too soon. But they are, Dan insisted, as little as doll's shoes. Did you really know her well? Well, she was a woman. I've been at her court all my life. Yes, I remember when she danced after the banquet at Brickwall. They say she danced Philip of Spain out of a brand-new kingdom that day. Worth the price of a pair of old shoes, hey? She thrust out one foot and stooped forward to look at its broad, flashing buckle. You've heard of Philip of Spain? Long-suffering Philip, she said, her eyes still on the shining stones. Faith, what some men will endure at some women's hands passes belief. If I had been a man, and a woman had played with me as Elizabeth played with Philip, I would have. She nipped off one of the Virginia stocks and held it up between finger and thumb. But for all that, she began to strip the leaves one by one. They say, and I am persuaded, that Philip loved her. She tossed her head sideways. I don't quite understand, said Una. The high heavens forbid that you should, wench. She swept the flowers from her lap and stood up in the rush of shadows that the wind chased through the wood. I should like to know about the shoes, said Dan. So ye shall, Burley, so ye shall, if ye watch me. 'Twill be as good as a play. We've never been to a play, said Una. The lady looked at her and laughed. I'll make one for you. Watch. You are to imagine that she, Gloriana Belphoebe Elizabeth, has gone on a progress to Rye to comfort her sad heart. Maids are often melancholic. And while she halts at Brickwall House, the village, or what was its name, she pushed Puck with her foot. Norgem, he croaked, and squatted by the wigwam. Norgem village loyally entertains her with a masque or play, and a Latin oration spoken by the parson, for whose false quantities, if I'd made 'em in my girlhood, I should have been whipped. You whipped? said Dan. Soundly, sirrah, soundly. She stomachs the affront to her scholarship, makes her grateful, gracious thanks from the teeth outwards, thus. The lady yawned. Oh, a queen may love her subjects in her heart, and yet be dog-wearied of 'em in body and mind, and so sits down. Her skirts foamed about her as she sat, to a banquet beneath brick-wall oak. Here, for her sins, she is waited upon by what were the young cockerels' names that served Gloriana at table? Fruins, Courthopes, Fullers, Husses. Puck began. She held up her long jewelled hand. Spare the rest. They were the best blood of Sussex, and by so much the more clumsy in handling the dishes and plates, wherefore she looked funnily over her shoulder. You are to think of Gloriana in a green and gold‐laced habit, dreadfully expecting that the jostling youths behind her would, of pure jealousy or devotion, spatter it with sauces and wines. The gown was Philip's gift too. At this happy juncture a queen's messenger, mounted and mired, spurs up the Rye road and delivers her a letter. She giggled. A letter from a good, simple, frantic Spanish gentleman called Don Philip. That wasn't Philip, King of Spain? Dan asked. Truly it was, twixt you and me and the bedpost, young Burley. These kings and queens are very like men and women, and I've heard they write each other fond, foolish letters that none of their ministers should open. Did her ministers ever open Queen Elizabeth's letters? Said Una. Faith, yes, but she'd have done as much for theirs any day. You are to think of Gloriana, then. They say she had a pretty hand, excusing herself thus to the company, for the Queen's time is never her own, and while the music strikes up, reading Philip's letter, as I do. She drew a real letter from her pocket, and held it out almost at arm's length, like the old postmistress in the village when she reads telegrams. Philip writes as ever, most lovingly. He says his Gloriana is cold, for which reason he burns for her through a fair written page. She turned it with a snap. What's here? Philip complains that certain of her gentlemen have fought against his generals in the Low Countries. He prays her to hang 'em when they re‐enter her realms. That's as may be. Here's a list of burnt shipping, slipped between two vows of burning adoration. Oh, poor Philip! His admirals at sea, no less than 3 of 'em, have been boarded, sacked, and scuttled on their lawful voyages by certain English mariners, gentlemen he will not call them, who are now at large and working more piracies in his American Ocean, which the Pope gave him. He and the Pope should guard it then. Philip hears, but his devout ears will not credit it, that Gloriana in some fashion countenances these villains' misdeeds, shares in their booty, and, oh shame! has even lent them ships royal for their sinful thefts. Therefore he requires, which is a word Gloriana loves not, requires that she shall hang 'em when they return to England, and afterwards shall account to him for all the goods and gold they have plundered. A most loving request. If Gloriana will not be Philip's bride, she shall be his broker and his butcher. Should she still be stiff‐necked, he writes, see where the pen digged the innocent paper, that he hath both the means and the intention to be revenged on her. Aha! Now we come to the Spaniard in his shirt. She waved the letter merrily. Listen here. Philip will prepare for Gloriana a destruction from the west, far exceeding that which Pedro de Avila wrought upon the Huguenots. And he rests and remains, kissing her feet and her hands, her slave, her enemy, or her conqueror, as he shall find that she uses him. She thrust back the letter under her cloak, and went on acting, but in a softer voice. All this while, hark to it! The wind blows through Brickwall Oak, the music plays, and with the company's eyes upon her, the Queen of England must think what this means. She cannot remember the name of Pedro de Avila, nor what he did to the Huguenots, nor when, nor where. She can only see darkly some dark motion moving in Philip's dark mind, for he hath never written before in this fashion. She must smile above the letter, as though it were good news from her ministers, the smile that tires the mouth and the poor heart. What shall she do? Again her voice changed. You are to fancy that the music of a sudden wavers away. Chris Hatton, captain of her bodyguard, quits the table all red and ruffled, and Gloriana's virgin ear catches the clash of swords at work behind a wall. The mothers of Sussex look round to count their chicks, I mean those young gamecocks that waited on her. Two dainty youths have stepped aside into Brickwall garden with rapier and dagger, on a private point of honour. They are haled out through the gate, disarmed and glaring, the lively image of a brace of young Cupids, transformed into pale panting canes. Ahem! Gloriana beckons awfully. Thus they come up for judgment. Their lives and estates lie at her mercy, whom they have doubly offended, both as queen and woman. But, la! what will not foolish young men do for a beautiful maid? Why, what did she do? What had they done? said Una. Hush! You mar the play. Gloriana had guessed the cause of the trouble. They were handsome lads. So she frowns a while, and tells 'em not to be bigger fools than their mother had made 'em, and warns 'em, if they do not kiss and be friends on the instant, she'll have Chris Hatton horse and birch 'em in the style of the new school at Harrow. Chris looks sour at that. Lastly, because she needed time to think on Philip's letter burning in her pocket, she signifies her pleasure to dance with 'em, and teach 'em better manners, whereat the revived company called down heaven's blessing on her gracious head. Chris and the others prepare Brickwall House for a dance, and she walks in the clipped garden between those two lovely young sinners who are both ready to sink for shame. They confess their fault. It appears that midway in the banquet the elder, they were cousins, conceived that the Queen looked upon him with special favour. The younger, taking the look to himself, after some words, gives the elder the lie. Hence, as she guessed, the duel. And which had she really looked at? Dan asked. Neither, except to wish them farther off. She was afraid all the while they'd spill dishes on her gown. She tells 'em this, poor chicks, and it completes their abasement. When they had grilled long enough, she says, "And so you would have fleshed your maiden swords for me? For me? Faith, they would have been at it again if she'd egged 'em on, but their swords, oh, prettily they said it, had been drawn for her once or twice already." "And where," says she, "on your hobby horses before you were breeched?" "On my own ship," says the elder. "My cousin was vice admiral of our venture in his pinnace. We would not have you think of us as brawling children." "No, no," says the younger, and flames like a very Tudor rose. "At least the Spaniards know us better." "Admiral boy, vice admiral babe," says Gloriana, "I cry your pardon. The heat of these present times ripens childhood to age more quickly than I can follow. But we are at peace with Spain. Where did you break your Queen's peace?" "On the sea called the Spanish Main, though 'tis no more Spanish than my doublet," says the elder. Guess how that warmed Gloriana's already melting heart. She would never suffer any sea to be called Spanish in her private hearing. "And why was I not told? What booty got you, and where have you hid it? Disclose," says she. "You stand in some danger of the gallows for pirates." "The axe, most gracious lady," says the elder, "for we are gentle born." He spoke truth, but no woman can brook contradiction. "Hoity toity," says she, and but that she remembered that she was Queen, she'd have cupped the pair of 'em. "It shall be gallows, hurdle, and dung cart, if I choose." Had our Queen known of our going beforehand, Philip might have held her to blame for some small things we did on the seas, the younger lisps. "As for treasure," says the elder, "we brought back but our bare lives. We were wrecked on the Gascons' Graveyard, where our sole company for 3 months was the bleached bones of De Avilar's men." Gloriana's mind jumped back to Philip's last letter. "De Avilar that destroyed the Huguenots. What do you know of him?" she says. The music called from the house here, and they three turned back between the yews. Simply that De Avilar broke in upon a plantation of Frenchmen on that coast, and very Spaniardly hung them all for heretics, 800 or so. The next year Dominique de Gorges a Gascon, broke in upon De Avila's men, and very justly hung 'em all for murderers, 500 or so. No Christians inhabit there now, says the elder lad, though 'tis a goodly land north of Florida. How far is it from England? asks prudent Gloriana. With a fair wind 6 weeks. They say that Philip will plant it again soon. This was the younger, and he looked at her out of the corner of his innocent eye. Chris Hatton, fuming, meets and leads her into Brickwall Hall, where she dances thus. A woman can think while she dances, can think. I'll show you. Watch. She took off her cloak slowly, and stood forth in dove-coloured satin worked over with pearls that trembled like running water in the running shadows of the trees. Still talking, more to herself than to the children, she swam into a majestical dance of the stateliest balancings, the naughtiest wheelings and turnings aside, the most dignified sinkings, the gravest risings, all joined together by the elaboratest interlacing steps and circles. They leaned forward breathlessly to watch the splendid acting. Would a Spaniard, she began, looking on the ground, speak of his revenge till his revenge were ripe? No. Yet a man who loved a woman might threaten her in the hope that his threats would make her love him. Such things have been. She moved slowly across a bar of sunlight. A destruction from the west may signify that Philip means to descend on Ireland, but then my Irish spies would have had some warning. The Irish keep no secrets. No, it is not Ireland. Now why? The red shoes clicked and paused. Does Philip name Pedro Melendez de Avila, a general in his Americas, unless, she turned more quickly, unless he intends to work his destruction from the Americas? Did he say de Avila only to put her off her guard, or for this once has his black pen betrayed his black heart? She raised herself to her full height. England must forestall Master Philip, but not openly. She sank again. We cannot fight Spain openly, not yet, not yet. She stepped 3 paces, as though she were pegging down some snare with her twinkling shoe buckles. The Queen's mad gentlemen may fight Philip's poor admirals where they find 'em, but England, Gloriana, Harry's daughter, must keep the peace. Perhaps, after all, Philip loves her, as many men and boys do. That may help England. Oh, what shall help England? She raised her head, the masked head that seemed to have nothing to do with the busy feet, and stared straight at the children. I think this is rather creepy, said Una with a shiver. I wish she'd stop. The lady held out her jewelled hand as though she were taking some one else's hand in the grand chain. Can a ship go down into the Gascon's graveyard and wait there? She asked into the air, and passed on rustling. She's pretending to ask one of the cousins, isn't she? Said Dan, and Puck nodded. Back she came in the silent, swaying, ghostly dance. They saw she was smiling beneath the mask, and they could hear her breathing hard. I cannot lend you any of my ships for the venture. Philip would hear of it," she whispered over her shoulder. "But as much guns and powder as you ask, if you do not ask too." Her voice shot up, and she stamped her foot thrice. "Louder! Louder! The music in the gallery! Ah me! But I have burst out of my shoe." She gathered her skirts in each hand and began a curtsy. "You will go at your own charges," she whispered straight before her. "O enviable and adorable age of youth!" Her eyes shone through the mask holes. "But I warn you you'll repent it. Put not your trust in princes or queens. Philip's ships'll blow you out of water. You'll not be frightened? Well, we'll talk on it again when I return from Rye, dear lads." The wonderful curtsy ended. She stood up. Nothing stirred on her except the rush of the shadows. "And so it was finished," she said to the children. "Why do you not applaud?" "What was finished?" said Una. "The dance," the lady replied offendedly, "and a pair of green shoes." "I don't understand a bit," said Una. "Eh? What did you make of it, young Burleigh?" "I'm not quite sure," Dan began, "but you never can be with a woman. But I thought Gloriana meant the cousins to go back to the Gascons' Graveyard, wherever that was." "'Twas Virginia afterwards. Her plantation of Virginia. Virginia afterwards, and stop Philip from taking it." "Didn't she say she'd lend 'em guns?" "Right so, but not ships then." "And I thought you meant they must have told her they'd do it off their own bat, without getting her into a row with Philip. Was I right?" "Near enough for a minister of the Queen. But remember she gave the lads full time to change their minds. She was 3 long days at Rye Royal, knighting of fat mares. When she came back to Brickwall they met her a mile down the road, and she could feel their eyes burn through her riding mask. Chris Hatton, poor fool, was vexed at it. 'You would not birch them when I gave you the chance,' says she to Chris. 'Now you must get me half an hour's private speech with them in Brickwall garden. Eve tempted Adam in a garden. Quick, man, or I may repent.' 'She was a queen. Why did she not send for them herself?' said Una. The lady shook her head. 'That was never her way. I've seen her walk to her own mirror by by-ends, and the woman that cannot walk straight there is past praying for. Yet I would have you pray for her. What else in England's name could she have done?' She lifted her hand to her throat for a moment. 'Faith,' she cried, 'I'd forgotten the little green shoes. She left 'em at Brickwall, so she did. And I remember she gave the Norgem parson, John Withers was he, a text for his sermon. "Over Edom have I cast out my shoe." Neat, if he'd understood. 'I don't understand,' said Una. 'What about the 2 cousins?' 'You are as cruel as a woman,' the lady answered. 'I was not to blame. I told you I gave 'em time to change their minds. On my honour. Ah, dear me! She asked no more of 'em at first than to wait a while off that coast, the Gascons' Graveyard, to hover a little, if their ships chanced to pass that way. They had only 1 tall ship and a pinnace, only to watch and bring me word of Philip's doings. One must watch Philip always. What a murrain right had he to make any plantation there, 100 leagues north of his Spanish Main, and only 6 weeks from England? By my dread father's soul, I tell you he had none, none. She stamped her red foot again, and the two children shrunk back for a second. Nay, nay, you must not turn from me too. She laid it all fairly before the lads in Brickwall garden between the yews. I told 'em that if Philip sent a fleet, and to make a plantation, he could not well send less. Their poor little cock-boats could not sink it. They answered that, with submission, the fight would be their own concern. She showed 'em again that there could be only one end to it, quick death on the sea, or slow death in Philip's prisons. They asked no more than to embrace death for my sake. Many men have prayed to me for life. I've refused 'em, and slept none the worse after. But when my men, my tall fantastical young men, beseech me on their knees for leave to die for me, it shakes me, it shakes me to the marrow of my old bones. Her chest sounded like a board as she hit it. She showed 'em all. I told 'em that this was no time for open war with Spain. If by miracle inconceivable they prevailed against Philip's fleet, Philip would hold me accountable. For England's sake, to save war, I should e'en be forced, I told 'em so, to give him up their young lives. If they failed, and again by some miracle escaped Philip's hand, and crept back to England with their bare lives, they must lie, oh, I told 'em all, under my sovereign displeasure. She could not know them, see them, nor hear their names, nor stretch out a finger to save them from the gallows, if Philip chose to ask it. "Be it the gallows, then," says the elder. I could have wept, but that my face was made for the day. "Either way, any way, this venture is death, which I know you fear not. But it is death with assured dishonour," I cried. "Yet our Queen will know in her heart what we have done," says the younger. "Sweetheart," I said, "a queen has no heart." "But she is a woman, and a woman would not forget," says the elder. "We will go." They knelt at my feet. "Nay, dear lads, but hear," I said, and I opened my arms to them, and I kissed them. "Be ruled by me," I said. "We'll hire some ill‐featured old tarry breeks of an admiral to watch the graveyard, and you shall come to court." "Hire whom you please," says the elder. "We are ruled by you, body and soul." And the younger, who shook most when I kissed him, says between his white lips, "I think you have power to make a god of a man." "Come to court and be sure of it," I said. They shook their heads, and I knew that go they would. If I had not kissed them, perhaps I might have prevailed. "Then why did you do it?" said Una. "I don't think you knew really what you wanted done." "May it please your Majesty," the lady bowed her head low, "this Gloriana, whom I have represented for your pleasure, was a woman and a queen. Remember her when you come to your kingdom." "But did the cousins go to the Gascon's graveyard?" said Dan, as Una frowned. "They went," said the lady. "Did they ever come back?" Una began. "But did they stop King Philip's fleet?" Dan interrupted. The lady turned to him eagerly. "Do you think they did right to go?" she asked. "I don't see what else they could have done," Dan replied, after thinking it over. "Do you think she did right to send 'em?" The lady's voice rose a little. "Well," said Dan, "I don't see what else she could have done either. Do you? How did they stop King Philip from getting Virginia?" "There's the sad part of it. They sailed out that autumn from Rye Royal, and there never came back so much as a single rope yarn to show what had befallen them. The winds blew, and they were not. Does that make you alter your mind, young Burley? I expect they were drowned then. Anyhow, Philip didn't score, did he? Gloriana wiped out her score with Philip later. But if Philip had won, would you have blamed Gloriana for wasting those lads' lives? Of course not. She was bound to try to stop him. The lady coughed. You have the root of the matter in you. Were I queen, I'd make you minister. We don't play that game, said Una, who felt that she disliked the lady as much as she disliked the noise the high wind made tearing through Willow Shaw. Play, said the lady with a laugh, and threw up her hands affectedly. The sunshine caught the jewels on her many rings, and made them flash till Una's eyes dazzled, and she had to rub them. Then she saw Dan on his knees picking up the potatoes they had spilled at the gate. There wasn't anybody in the Shaw after all, he said. Didn't you think you saw some one? I'm most awfully glad there isn't, said Una. Then they went on with the potato roast. The Looking Glass. Queen Bess was Harry's daughter. The Queen was in her chamber, and she was middling old. Her petticoat was satin, and her stomacher was gold. Backwards and forwards and sideways did she pass, making up her mind to face the cruel looking glass. The cruel looking glass that will never show a lass as comely or as kindly or as young as once she was. The Queen was in her chamber, a combing of her hair. There came Queen Mary's spirit, and it stood behind her chair, singing backwards and forwards and sideways you may pass, but I will stand behind you till you face the looking glass, the cruel looking glass that will never show a lass as lovely or unlucky or as lonely as I was. The Queen was in her chamber, weeping very sore. There came Lord Leicester's spirit, and it scratched upon the door, singing backwards and forwards and sideways may you pass, but I will walk beside you till you face the looking glass, the cruel looking glass that will never show a lass as hard and unforgiving or as wicked as you was. The Queen was in her chamber, her sins were on her head. She looked the spirits up and down, and statelily she said, backwards and forwards and sideways though I've been, yet I am Harry's daughter, and I am England's Queen. And she faced the looking glass and whatever else there was, and she saw her day was over, and she saw her beauty pass in the cruel looking glass that can always hurt a lass more hard than any ghost there is or any man there was. End of Gloriana by Rudyard Kipling.
The Cast Iron Canvasser by A. B. Banjo Paterson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Son of the Exiles. The Cast Iron Canvasser. The firm of Sloper and Dodge, publishers and printers, was in great distress. These two enterprising individuals had worked up an enormous business in time payment books, which they sold all over Australia by means of canvases. They had put all the money they had into the business, and now, just when everything was in thorough working order, the public had revolted against them. Their canvases were molested by the country folk in divers strange bush ways. One was made drunk, and then a 2-horse harrow was run over him. Another was decoyed into the ranges on pretence of being shown a gold mine, and his guide galloped away and left him to freeze all night in the bush. In mining localities, the inhabitants were called together by beating a camp oven lid with a pick, and the canvasser was given 10 minutes in which to get out of the town alive. If he disregarded the hint, he would, as likely as not, fall accidentally down a disused shaft. The people of one district applied to their MP to have canvassers brought under the Noxious Animals Act, and demanded that a reward should be offered for their scalps. Reports appeared in the country press about strange, gigantic birds that appeared at remote selections and frightened the inhabitants to death. These were Sloper and Dodge's sober and reliable agents, wearing neat, close-fitting suits of tar and feathers. In fact, it was altogether too hot for the canvassers, and they came in from north and west and south, crippled and disheartened, to tender their resignations. To make matters worse, Sloper and Dodge had just got out a large atlas of Australasia, and if they couldn't sell it, ruin stared them in the face. And how could they sell it without canvassers? The members of the firm sat in their private office. Sloper was a long, sanctimonious individual, very religious and very bald. Dodge was a little fat American, with bristly black hair and beard and quick beady eyes. He was eternally smoking a reeking black pipe and puffing the smoke through his nose in great whiffs, like a locomotive on a steep grade. Anybody walking into one of those whiffs was liable to get paralysis. Just as things were at their very blackest, something had turned up that promised to relieve all their difficulties. An inventor had offered to supply them with a patent cast-iron canvasser, a figure which, he said, when wound up, would walk, talk, collect orders, and stand any amount of ill usage and wear and tear. If this could indeed be done, they were saved. They had made an appointment with the genius, but he was half an hour late, and the partners were steeped in gloom. They had begun to despair of his appearing at all, when a cab rattled up to the door. Sloper and Dodge rushed unanimously to the window. A young man, very badly dressed, stepped out of the cab, holding over his shoulder what looked like the upper half of a man's body. In his disengaged hand he held a pair of human legs with boots and trousers on. Thus burdened, he turned to ask his fare, but the cabman gave a yell of terror, whipped up his horse, and disappeared at a hand gallop. And a woman who happened to be going by ran down the street, howling that Jack the Ripper had come to town. The man bolted in at the door and toiled up the dark stairs, tramping heavily, the legs and feet, which he dragged after him, making an unearthly clatter. He came in and put his burden down on the sofa.
"There you are, gents,"
he said.
"There's your canvasser."
Sloper and Dodge recoiled in horror. The upper part of the man had a waxy face, dull, fishy eyes, and dark hair. He lounged on the sofa like a corpse at ease, while his legs and feet stood by, leaning stiffly against the wall. The partners gazed at him for a while in silence.
"Fix him together, for God's sake," said
Dodge.
"He looks awful."
The genius grinned and fixed the legs on.
"Now he looks better,"
said Dodge, poking about the figure.
"Looks as much like life as most. Ah, would you, you brute!"
he exclaimed, springing back in alarm, for the figure had made a violent Leblanche swing at him.
"That's all right,"
said the inventor.
"It's no good having his face knocked about, you know. Lots of trouble to make that face. His head and body are full of springs, and if anyone hits him in the face, or in the pit of the stomach — favourite places to hit canvassers, the pit of the stomach — it sets a strong spring in motion, and he fetches his right hand round with a swipe that'll knock him into the middle of next week. It's an awful hit. Griffo couldn't dodge it, and Slavin couldn't stand up against it. No fear of any man hitting him twice. And he's dog-proof too. His legs are padded with tar and oakum, and if a dog bites a bit out of him, it'll take that dog weeks to pick his teeth clean. Never bite anyone again, that dog won't. And he'll talk like a suffragist gone mad. His phonograph can be charged for 100,000 words, and all you've got to do is speak into it what you want him to say, and he'll say it. He'll go on saying it till he talks his man silly, or gets his order. He has an order form in his hand, and as soon as anyone signs it and gives it back to him, that sets another spring in motion, and he puts the order in his pocket, turns round and walks away. Grand idea, isn't he? Lord bless him, I fairly love him."
He beamed affectionately at the monster.
What about stairs?
Said Dodge.
"No stairs in the bush,"
Said the inventor, blowing a speck of dust off his apparition.
"all ground floor houses. Anyway, if there were stairs, we could carry him up and let him fall down afterwards, or get flung down like any other canvasser."
Ha! Let's see him walk,
said Dodge. The figure walked all right, stiff and erect.
Now let's hear him yabber.
The genius touched a spring, and instantly, in a queer tin whistly voice, he began to sing Little Annie Rooney.
Good,
said Dodge.
he'll do. We'll give you your price. Leave him here tonight and come in tomorrow. We'll send you off to the back country with him. 9 Mile would be a good place to start in. Have a cigar?
Mr. Dodge, much elated, sucked at his pipe and blew through his nose a cloud of nearly solid smoke, through which the genius sidled out. They could hear him sneezing and choking all the way down the stairs. 9 Mile is a quiet little place, sleepy beyond description. When the mosquitoes in that town settle on anyone, they usually go to sleep and forget to bite him. The climate is so hot that the very grasshoppers crawl into the hotel parlours out of the sun, climb up the window curtains, and then go to sleep. The Riot Act never had to be read in 9 Mile. The only thing that can arouse the inhabitants out of their lethargy is the prospect of a drink at somebody else's expense. For these reasons, it had been decided to start the cast-iron canvasser there, and then move him on to more populous and active localities if he proved a success. They sent up the genius and one of their men who knew the district well. The genius was to manage the automaton, and the other was to lay out the campaign, choose the victims, and collect the money, geniuses being notoriously unreliable and loose in their cash. They got through a great deal of whisky on the way up, and when they arrived at 9 Mile were in a cheerful mood and disposed to take risks.
"Who'll we begin on?"
said the genius.
"Oh, hang it all," said the other. "Let's make a start with Macpherson."
Macpherson was a land agent and the big bug of the place. He was a gigantic Scotsman, 6 foot 4 in his socks, and freckled all over with freckles as big as half-crowns. His eyebrows would have made decent moustaches for a cavalryman, and his moustaches looked like horns. He was a fighter from the ground up, and had a desperate down on canvassers generally, and on Sloper and Dodge's canvassers in particular. Sloper and Dodge had published a book called Remarkable Colonials, and Macpherson had written out his own biography for it. He was intensely proud of his pedigree and his relations, and in his narrative made out that he was descended from the original Tahitian who swam round Noah's Ark with his title deeds in his mouth. He showed how his people had fought under Alexander the Great and Timor, and had come over to Scotland some centuries before William the Conqueror landed in England. He proved that he was related in a general way to 1 emperor, 15 kings, 25 dukes, and earls and lords and viscounts innumerable. And then, after all, the editor of Remarkable Colonials managed to mix him up with some other fellow, some low-bred Irish Macpherson, born in Dublin of poor but honest parents. It was a terrible outrage. Macpherson became president of the Western District branch of the Remarkable Colonials Defence League, a fierce and homicidal association got up to resist, legally and otherwise, paying for the book. He had further sworn by all that he held sacred that every canvasser who came to harry him in future should die, and had put up a notice on his office door, "Canvassers come in at their own risk." He had a dog of what he called the Hold'em breed, who could tell a canvasser by his walk, and would go for him on sight. The reader will understand, therefore, that,
When the Genius and his mate proposed to start on Macpherson, they were laying out a capacious contract for the cast iron canvasser, and could only have been inspired by a morbid craving for excitement, aided by the influence of back block whisky. The inventor wound the figure up in the back parlour of the pub. There were a frightful lot of screws to tighten before the thing would work, but at last he said it was ready, and they shambled off down the street, the figure marching stiffly between them. It had a book tucked under its arm and an order form in its hand. When they arrived opposite Macpherson's office, the Genius started the phonograph working, pointed the figure straight at Macpherson's door, and set it going. Then the two conspirators waited, like Guy Fawkes in his cellar.
The automaton marched across the road,
and in at the open door, talking to itself loudly in a hoarse, unnatural voice. Macpherson was writing at his table and looked up. The figure walked bang through a small collection of flower pots, sent a chair flying, tramped heavily in the spittoon, and then brought up against the table with a loud crash and stood still. It was talking all the time.
"I have here," it said, "a most valuable work, an atlas of Australia, which I desire to submit to your notice. The large and increasing demand of bush residents for time payment works has induced the publishers of this."
"My God!" said Macpherson. "It's a canvasser! Here, Tom Sayers, Tom Sayers!" And he whistled and called for his dog. "No," he said. "Will you go out of this office quietly, or will you be thrown out? It's for yourself to decide, but you've only got while a duck wags his tail to decide in. What shall it be?"
"Works of modern ages,"
said the canvasser.
"Every person subscribing to this invaluable work will receive, in addition, a flat iron, a railway pass for a year, and a pocket compass. If you will please sign this order."
Just here Tom Sayers came tearing through the office, and, without waiting for orders, hitched straight onto the canvasser's calf. To Macpherson's amazement, the piece came clear away, and Tom Sayers rolled about on the floor with his mouth full of a sticky substance which seemed to surprise him badly. The long Scotsman paused a while before this mystery, but at last he fancied he got the solution. "Got a corked leg, have you?" said he. "Well, let's see if your ribs are corked too." And he struck the canvasser an awful blow on the 5th button of the waistcoat. Quicker than lightning came that terrific right-hand cross-counter. Macpherson never even knew what happened to him. The canvasser's right hand, which had been adjusted by his inventor for a high blow, had landed on the butt of Macpherson's ear and dropped him like a fowl. The gasping, terrified bulldog fled the scene, and the canvasser stood over his fallen foe, still intoning the virtues of his publication. He had come there merely as a friend, he said, to give the inhabitants of 9 Mile a chance to buy a book which had recently earned the approval of King O'Malley and His Excellency the Governor-General. The Genius and his mate watched this extraordinary drama through the window. The stimulant habitually consumed by the 9 Milers had induced in them a state of superlative Dutch courage, and they looked upon the whole affair as a wildly hilarious joke.
"By gad, he's done him,"
said the Genius, as Macpherson went down.
"Done him in one hit. If he don't pay as a canvasser, I'll take him to town and back him to fight Les Darcy. Look out for yourself, don't you handle him,"
he continued as the other approached the figure.
"Leave him to me. As like as not, if you go fooling about him, he'll give you a clout that'll paralyse you."
So saying, he guided the automaton out of the office and into the street and walked straight into a policeman. By a common impulse, the Genius and his mate ran rapidly away in different directions, leaving the figure alone with the officer. He was a fully ordained sergeant, by name Aloysius O'Grady, a squat, rosy little Irishman. He hated violent arrests and all that sort of thing, and had a faculty of persuading drunks and disorderlies and other fractious persons to go quietly along with him that was little short of marvellous. Excited revellers who were being carried by their mates, struggling violently, would break away to prance gaily along to the lock-up with the sergeant. Obstinate drunks who had done nothing but lie on the ground and kick their feet in the air would get up like birds, serpent-charmed, to go with him to durance vile. As soon as he saw the canvasser and noted his fixed unearthly stare and listened to his hoarse unnatural voice, the sergeant knew what was the matter. It was a man in the horrors, a common enough spectacle at 9 Mile. He resolved to decoy him into the lock-up and accosted him in a friendly, free and easy way.
"Good day to you,"
he said.
Most magnificent volume ever produced, jewelled in 14 holes, working on a ruby roller and in a glass case,
said the book canvasser.
The likenesses of the historical personages are so natural that the book must not be left open on the table, or the mosquitoes will ruin it by stinging the portraits.
It then dawned on the sergeant that this was no mere case of the horrors. He was dealing with a book canvasser.
"Ah, sure,"
he said.
"What's the use of trying to sell books at all? Folks does be pelting them out into the street, and the nanny goats lives on them these times. I send the childer out to pick 'em up, and we have 'em at me place in barrow loads. Come along with me now, and I'll make you nice and comfortable for the night."
And he laid his hand on the outstretched palm of the figure. It was a fatal mistake. He had set in motion the machinery which operated the figure's left arm, and it moved that limb in towards its body, and hugged the sergeant to its breast with a vice-like grip. Then it started in a faltering and uneven but dogged way to walk towards the river.
"Immortal saints!"
gasped the sergeant.
"He's squeezing the living breath out of me. Lave go like a decent soul now, lave go. And oh, for the love of God, don't be spaking into me ear that way."
For the figure's mouth was pressed tight against the sergeant's ear, and its awful voice went through and through the little man's head as it held forth about the volume. The sergeant struggled violently, and by doing so set some more springs in motion, and the figure's right arm made terrific swipes in the air. A following of boys and loafers had collected by this time.
"Blimey, how he does lash out,"
was the remark they made. But they didn't interfere, notwithstanding the sergeant's frantic appeals, and things were going hard for him when his subordinate, Constable Dooley, appeared on the scene. Dooley, better known as the Wombat because of his sleepy disposition, was a man of great strength. He had originally been quartered at Sydney, and had fought many bitter battles with the notorious pushers of Bondi, Surrey Hills, and the Rocks. After that, duty at 9 Mile was child's play, and he never ran in fewer than 2 drunks at a time. It was beneath his dignity to be seen capturing a solitary inebriate. If they wouldn't come with him any other way, he would take them by the ankles and drag them after him. When the Wombat saw the sergeant in the grip of an inebriate, he bore down on the fray full of fight.
"I'll soon make him leave go, sergeant,"
he said, and caught hold of the figure's right arm to put on the police twist. Unfortunately, at that exact moment, the sergeant touched one of the springs in the creature's breast. With the suddenness and severity of a horse kick, it lashed out with its right hand, catching the redoubtable Dooley a thud on the jaw, and sending him to grass as if he'd been shot. For a few minutes he lay as only the dead men lie. Then he got up, bit by bit, wandered off home to the police barracks, and mentioned casually to his wife that John L. Sullivan had come to town and had taken the sergeant away to drown him. After which, having given orders that anybody who called was to be told that he'd gone 15 miles out of town to serve a summons on a man for not registering a dog, he locked himself up in a cell for the rest of the day. Meanwhile, the cast-iron canvasser, still holding the sergeant tightly clutched to its breast, was marching straight towards the river. Something had disorganised its vocal arrangements, and it was now positively shrieking in the sergeant's ear, and as it yelled, the little man yelled still louder.
"I don't want your accursed book. Lave go of me, I say."
He beat with his fists on its face and kicked its shins without avail. A short staggering rush, a wild shriek from the officer, and they both toppled over the steep bank and went souse into the depths of 9 Mile Creek. That was the end of the matter. The genius and his mate returned to town hurriedly and lay low, expecting to be indicted for murder. Constable Dooley drew up a report for the Chief of Police, which contained so many strange statements that the police department concluded the sergeant must have got drunk and drowned himself, and that Dooley saw him do it, but he was too drunk to pull him out. Anyone unacquainted with 9 Mile might expect that a report of the occurrence might have reached the Sydney papers. As a matter of fact, the storekeeper did think of writing one, but decided that it was too much trouble. There was some idea of asking the government to fish the 2 bodies out of the river, but about that time an agitation was started in 9 Mile to have the federal capital located there, and nothing else mattered. The genius discovered a pub in Sydney that kept the 9 Mile brand of whisky and drank himself to death. The Wombat became a sub-inspector of police. Sloper entered the Christian ministry. Dodge was elected to the federal parliament, and a vague tradition about "the bloke who came up here in the horrors and drowned poor old O'Grady" is the only memory that remains of that wonderful creation, the cast iron canvasser.
End of The Cast Iron Canvasser by A. B. Banjo Paterson.
Obeal, keeper of camels, being the parable of the man whom the disciples saw casting out devils, by Lucia Chase Bell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Wales. An epistle by Robert Browning. The very God! Think, Abib, dost thou think? So the All-Great were the All-Loving too. So through the thunder comes a human voice saying, "O heart I made, a heart beats here. Face my hands have fashioned, see it in myself. Thou hast no power, nor mayest conceive of mine. But love I gave thee, with myself to love, and thou must love me, who have died for thee." How did it happen that this unknown man could work that tremendous miracle? How, when, where did he get this amazing power? Was he some mere street necromancer, amiably conjuring with the holy name? Was this story which the disciples brought to Jesus only a bit of incidental roadside news to him? Was his reply simply a gentle beam of that tender love which shines upon all those who may be, ever so dimly, ever so stumblingly, following his far flag? Often I have asked of this or that one what he thought of this wonder-worker. Everyone has seemed to think of him vaguely, indifferently, as a figure carelessly thrown upon the canvas for what he's worth, or, in most minds, only to reveal the sweet, meek tolerance of Jesus. No wonder the disciples, who were themselves but just stumbling through the first lessons of infinite love, could not understand. It came to me at last that the reply of Jesus was really glowing with mighty inward joy, with the rapture of possession, of victory. The man casting out devils belonged to him absolutely. No stranger he to the Christ. On the contrary, he had an intimate, secret, personal, and blessed understanding with the Master. Somewhere, somehow, the world brother had looked into his soul, seized him, owned him, filled him with his own power, pity, and love. He had entered into the divine joy, the divine comradeship. He was working miracles of love because he must, not because he could. Mark 9, verses 38 through 40. And John answered him, saying, Master, we saw one casting out devils in thy name, and he followeth not us. And we forbade him, because he followeth not us. But Jesus said, Forbid him not, for there is no man which shall do a miracle in my name that can lightly speak evil of me. For he that is not against us is on our part. Women called their children to hide under mantles or scurried with them to the shelter of dark huts, as Obeal came riding up into Carmel on that day of the Lord's great year in Galilee. Obeal and 3 others, horses and accoutrements, and their own bodies steaming yet from the long rush through salt surf down from Akka to Haifa, and through the clean-smelling waters of the yellow Kishon, where it puts into the sea. What would he care to ride a child down, that Obeal? He would laugh to see it wildly flying from before his horse's hoofs. Everyone knew this, from Ptolemais to Jerusalem, and even beyond, down into the wilderness, and over across Jordan. Some people said that Obil served the evil priests, which was far from the truth. Others that he was a tool of Herod's, more silent than lightnings out of summer heat, and as sure to kill. It was, besides, insisted with whisperings and shudderings that he served only himself, and that somewhere, deep among the awful crags by the salt sea, a wondrous treasure sparkled, hidden by the red hand of the robber, Obil. Yet there were some, away out in the hill country beyond Hebron, as you go toward Beersheba, who could tell you of years when Obil had tilled a few fields there, under the kindly sun, and had kept cattle of his own on the gentle hills. With his young wife Miriam he had paid tithes and kept the pleasant feasts. In not one humble home did the Sabbath candles ever burn brighter. No one's son had been brought up with more loving regard for the plain things of the law than the child of Obil and Miriam from the very first. These things they knew in Hebron, but there was in Obil— here the heads came closer together under the mantles— in Obil there was a strain of wild desert blood, strong in his race from the time of the first Obil, the Ishmaelite, keeper of King David's camels, and master of the great caravans that went from Great Hebron down to far Havilah. Since he was a child, when his father took him on a chance journey far to the south, the desert lust had come upon him year by year, driving him from his home till the lust was satisfied and he could return. When he was gone, Miriam, his wife, the soft-eyed, the meek one, tended the doves, the lambs, the goats, and cattle. Faithfully she taught their little son of the prophets, and of all the heroes of his race, of the great priest Simon, of Judas the hammer, and his army. When Obil came home, as the boy grew on, it came to be that he always took the boy on his knee, first breath, and asked for his tales of the heroes, and the boy loved to tell them as he stumbled after his father in the furrow, or lay with him in the cool evening under the vine at the door. Everyone marveled at this child as he recited long strings of the sayings of the sages, and prayers and psalms, and at the star-eyed reverence with which he would touch the name of the Most High on the little folded parchment that Miriam had placed on the lowly doorpost of their home. Not only to his father, but to everyone, the boy loved to tell his burning tales of the heroes and the prophets, until often it was whispered, "Perhaps God will raise up even this child, the son of Obil, to be liberator of Israel. Who can tell?" Perhaps, all unguessed by themselves, this hope was the reason that to those who knew the little family of three it seemed a strange and evil thing, certainly unblessed of God, that so suddenly and silently each year Obil would go away out of sight. As for Obil, he had cared nothing for these secret whisperings. He never had struggled against the call of the desert in those old days, but had yielded in absolute joy. Each year he knew that far to the south he would find old Abdul in the same spot in the wilderness bordering the desert, waiting at his tent door, the same horizon before him, silhouetted with the same three palms, one lop-eared, the same remote, tawny line of low hills against the beryl sky, like some vast lion's long, lithe contour slipping through grass. His horse's harness would click dustily as it slipped down. Abdul would utter no word, Obil no word. There would be a fire of good coals and broiled meat ready, clean, such as was fit for a son of the law. The big herd of camels would be there, and when Obil had eaten his meal, the two would rise and walk with one accord out where the creatures lay, their drivers among them sound asleep, the beasts stirring with moans and complainings at sound of this half-familiar footfall. Then Abdul would open his mouth and speak, while Obil listened thirstily, of this camel and that, one here that was new, another old one there, this ugly one that was seized with the desert lust every year, so evilly you could do nothing with her till the caravan started, and Obeil affectionately patted her rough hide. Of the various drivers, and the promise of trade and bad shiftings in the route. Obeil was head of the drivers in those days, and loved to sleep with them in the open air among the camels. It gave him deep content, and oblivion for that time to all that lay beyond the horizon. He satisfied his hunger for the limitless skies at night, and soaked himself with unspeakable enjoyment in the passionate sun by day. No huge elemental turmoil of that wide life ever disturbed Obeil. Sweeping fires of the wilderness, thunderings, earthquakes, winds, all gave him joy. Often he had wheeled his horse to chase the dry, wild artichoke, the cursed wheel. When caught in the wilderness flames, it was turned into a ball of fire, and lifted and tossed in the fierce wind, eagerly kindled new fires in its wild flight. Other men feared this fiery thing, which maddened horses and camels, and set vast tracts of wilderness on fire. But not Obeil. It was true that he had listened with awe to the Chazan reading from the psalmist in the little synagogue at home. "O my God, make them like a wheel, as the stubble before the wind. So persecute them with thy tempest, and make them afraid with thy storm. Fill their faces with shame, that they may seek thy face, O Lord." For he remembered how he had seen that fierce wheel suddenly snuffed out before the rushing winds, and he knew by this what must be the angry breath of Jehovah upon the wicked. Still Obeil feared nothing in those old days, neither the tempests of the desert, nor the fires of the wilderness, nor the avenging hand of God, for his heart was good then, his hands pure. In the year when Barzillai, his son, was 10, Obeil said to his wife Miriam, "Next year the boy will go with me to the desert, that his shoulders may go broad and his heart strong." And Miriam bowed her head and answered, "As you will, Obeil, next year." But the child never went with him to the desert. For that year, while Obeil was gone deep into the South Silence, the long drought swept out of the wilderness with such terrible heat as no one living had ever known. The fierce beasts came down from the mountains into the tilled fields and upon the herds, and the fiery wheel came one day and lit Obeil's field of grain, and killed the cattle and the sheep that were left, and devoured his little vine-covered home. Miriam and the child escaped the fire, but she died soon of a fever, or of the fright and shock, he never quite knew, and the Rabbi Elkanah, granduncle of Miriam, member of the Sanhedrin and a very great man, took the boy into his stately palace of palms, standing in glowing gardens down near to Jericho. "Come, Obeil, be a man," the Rabbi said, standing like some great radiant iris in his full bordered robes of pearl and blue, and laid a jeweled hand upon Obeil's bowed shoulder. "I will keep the boy. The blood of his mother's race is plain in him. It will be worth while. As for you, doubtless this is a curse, yea, and a curse also upon Miriam your wife. As the bird by wandering, the swallow by flying, causeless the curse cannot come. You have not put difference between the clean and the unclean. You have not washed the wrist nor cleansed the cup before and after. On the Sabbath day you have lifted many times the weight of the fig. You have eaten things not cooked with intention for the Sabbath, and you have on the Sabbath dried your coat beside the fire. For these things the wrath of Jehovah is kindled against you." "Doubtless it is a curse," said Obeil humbly then. "But who of us common people can know the law? It may be that my son shall learn, if he attends with his whole heart." "I will see that he attends," answered the Rabbi with bitter haste. Obeil went to Tyre, for it seemed good to him to be in a new land among new men, beside the tumult of the busy sea, far from that lone blackened field in old Hebron, far from the paths of the desert. Years went by, and then he came riding home, just as he was coming up from the sea on this day of the Lord's great year in Galilee. Only then his heart was good and his hands pure. And his heart sang to itself that first day as he rode alone through the surf, as he climbed the uplands and clattered along stony ways. How tall my son must be grown, and how wise! No doubt he is marked even now in the streets, the splendid young nephew of the great rabbi. He will hardly be noted as Barzillai, the son of Obil. But no matter. Some day, doubtless, he will be a rabbi. It may be that he has even learned by this time what is the greatest commandment. This is something the common people seldom can know. He was sure that his son would welcome him with great joy. They would go out to the hill country together. He would have great things to tell his son, while his son would instruct him in the things of the law, the things one must know to be saved. The world shone wondrously that day. Secretly, in the stormy rains, the leaves had been glossing themselves. The long boughs of the plane trees had clothed themselves with mottled velvet in the blue darkness. The hillsides had gathered acres upon acres of rich purple iris bloom and glowing woof of tulips and anemones. All forms and colors stood out sharply in this clear sunlight. The backs of the red cattle in the sun, an old spear point glittering in the grass by the winding brook, and Hermon gleaming in his snows. Myriads of butterflies flecked the blossoming fields amid the wide humming of bees, and everywhere, the lark sang in silver unison with the joy of Obil. That day faded into dusk before Obil came to the home of the Rabbi Elkanah in its wilderness of grove and garden. In darkness came Obil to that well-remembered gateway. But what meant this? No lantern gleamed here from rose-wreathed pillar. No sound of any lute floated out from perfumed bowers. Only a lone beggar started up from dank shadows. Obil's hand shivered as he dropped a gift into the beseeching palm and inquired of the rabbi and his house. "Dost thou know?" came the quick answering question, whispered with hot breath close in the ear of Obil. "Gone. Some say dwelling in Jerusalem, some that he is gone to Capernaum, for he hates this house. Here died the lady Sarah his wife. Here lived and died his son, the leper, hidden from the world. And," here the beggar's face again touched hotly the face of Obil, "didst thou know Obil, the desert lover and keeper of camels for Abdul's caravan? His wife Miriam was niece to the great rabbi. It was the son of Obil and Miriam they took with deceit and hid away deep in the inner courts of the palace here to be companion of their son, the leper." "Art thou Obil? Go! Let them tell thee these things in Hebron. Let them tell thee how thy son, the slave, caught the poison at last, how they thrust him forth into the highways, blind, to beg with the leper herd. There they will tell thee how one black night he wandered over yonder broken aqueduct wall and fell to the stones below, to lie dead and forgotten, a thing not to be touched or known. Go!" In Hebron they told him all, in much trembling and fear. This it was that changed the heart of Obil. Serve a God who only lived to curse, and whose honored servants were like this? Never Obil. He would curse Jehovah, kill and die. But a strange spirit arose and grappled his soul within him. It said, "Wait, kill now. Keep that for a joy to come. Nurse it, prize it, plan for it. Wait till he has reached the pinnacle of power and life is glorious and very precious to him. Strike now and lose the long joy of anticipation? Strike now and die? Do not be such a fool. Take your fill of life first. Have your will. Defy this Jehovah. Then kill and die." And again Obil went his way. On stormy galleys of the great sea, into mines of Spain, far north to strange icy coasts, into the whirling wickedness of Antioch, carousing from city to city in Egypt, but never more to the desert. His hand came to have no mercy. A heap of dead faces might stare at him beside their own charred threshold, and Obeil could stand, jocund, eating grapes from the piteous vine. Often he had come back to look in secret upon the face he hated with supreme hate, wondering if he should strike now, and yet the strange hand of that mocking inner spirit held him back as at first. Those who in those swift visits had glimpses of the face of Obeil did not forget. And now it was April once more. The same sky, the same scents in the air, Hermann gleaming in his snows, just as he did that first day when Obeil came riding up from the sea alone with the song in his heart. Away in Damascus he had felt in his soul that the time was come. He had bought 2 wonderful blades of steel. One had power that would crush bones, the other was swift and sure and silent. By crooked ways, that day of the Lord's great year in Galilee, the 4 riders, after they left the sea, began trailing after one another among the sweet wild thickets of Carmel, brushing the dew from great flushing bowers of honeysuckle among the oaks, or skirting some little mossy dell where doves filled all the air with the mellow thunder of their blended calls. The others laughed and sang, but not Obeil. At other times in that strong swim through the wild waste of waters he had thought, "Thus will I come when I have had my fill, and am to take the last and best of the feast. More glad will I come than the waters of this full stream rushing to the sea, with deeper content than yonder doves in the sun." But to-day, how strange it was! The waters seemed dumb. They had no message for him. Yet he was to take the last and best. He was to strike and say, "This for my son, whose life you took." But the old huge joy did not rush upon him now. There was only a weight of dull will instead. One of the 3 riding with Obeil that day had secret letters from Spain to a nobleman in Upper Caesarea. Obeil carried under his cuirass gold and gems sent from Rome by a slave to his master in Capernaum. Another had a debt of his own to pay, which he was coming home to settle hideously. He talked of it constantly with boastings and glee. It was a woman. Thus and thus would he do, and then would he never make an end of his story? Obeil rode in silence. Had he turned rabbi? One asked. "Here, Fulvius," laughed another, twisting himself on his horse to turn the youngest rider's face toward Obeil. "Obeil has taken up the doctrine of the new rabbi in Galilee. If I smite you on one cheek, you shall turn me the other. Try him." Fulvius tried and was promptly knocked to the ground, his head cut on the stones, his wrist sprained. Laughing and swearing by their gods, and Fulvius raging, they set him on his horse and clattered on. Obeil stopped to pick up a little hurt jerboa. The strange creature, half bird, half mouse, had been nearly crushed, but it was alive. It seemed to look at him appealingly. Strangely, it made him think of a child he had picked up once and thrown into some dark pool to end its misery. They had wiped out a whole clan that day over in cruel Thracian forests. "Thou must die," said Obeil, and gently laid the thing down, its eyes turned away from the blaring light. Then he drew his hand across his own eyes, mounted, and rode on, thinking, "Those steaming scents all around go to a man's head on a day like this." And over Obeil said grimly in his own thoughts, "The hour has come." All of the 4 had business in Capernaum, after which they were to go separate ways. Obeil went out to Cana and left his horse at a little vineyard that he knew for reasons of his own, and walking on his way to Jerusalem, he came to Magdala. That day the Lord was in Magdala. All the wretchedness of the world seemed gathered there, a vast, groaning, pleading, hideous, tumultuous sea of waiting, with one face shining out of this darkness like a star. A voice infinitely sweet told of the kingdom of God, while the wondrous hands lifted and blessed and healed. Obeil stood on the farther edge of this sea at first, but the voice reached him as it poured forth glad news of peace and freedom and love, and swept away the rags and tatters, the old garments of cruel doctrines of scribe and Pharisee. "Why, these things are not hard. Can a man please God with these things?" said the man Obeil, and a great trembling fell upon him. Was it not a curse, then, he asked himself, going back to that day of dumb agony when he stood, bereaved, before the uncle of his dead Miriam? Something in the pure blue peace of the sky above that face made him think of her and see her once more, as, with holy joy, she lit her Sabbath candles and chanted from the sacred song that she loved. "The law of the Lord is perfect, converting the soul. The testimony of the Lord is sure, making wise the simple. The statutes of the Lord are right, rejoicing the heart. The commandment of the Lord is pure, enlightening the eyes." He had despised the words and the spirit of that sacred song in those wild years that lay so close behind him, hated them, trampled on them, called them a lie. But now, Miriam cursed for lifting the weight of the fig on the day that she loved, for moving a bench in her home, or drying his coat beside the fire. He pressed nearer with a mighty hunger to hear of the real God who loved and did not hate his world. The maimed and the halt and the devil-possessed weltering there snarled at Obeil, "Here, you lusty one, get back! Nothing is the matter with you." For indeed his clear eyes were velvet and full of fire. His strong neck was like a column. His shoulders were massive as a good piece of gunwale timber out of Lebanon. But Obeil did not heed. A stern voice rose insistent in his soul, "Go, and delay not. The hour has come. Wilt thou avenge not the life of thy son?" But with that horrible trembling upon him, the man Obeil stood. And the Lord bent his gaze upon Obeil, a gaze that was shorter than breath. Yet it lifted his minutest past out from its veiling haze and pushed it before Obeil's agonized consciousness. All his failures, mistakes, misunderstandings, selfishness, blasphemies, all his cruelties and crimes, and the one long savage purpose to kill, all arose, black, intolerable, before the flaming purity of the gaze of the Lord. If the earth could only open to receive him in safe darkness and oblivion! But the earth did not answer his agony. Then the eyes of the world brother looked into his, deep, tender, glowing. "Come, follow me. Hate no more, but love, and share my joy," said that burning look. Back the soul of Obeil answered in unspeakable longing out of that horrible trembling, "Thou who forgivest sins, canst thou forgive the black sins of Obeil, even of Obeil? So will I follow thee forever, blessed Son of God." Then, quicker than comes the breath, the eyes of the Lord beamed upon him in immeasurable welcome, infinite forgiveness. And the man Obeil knew that the compact was made, and the covenant was sure. Strange pity and love for these hideous beings around him suddenly streamed into his soul. Were they not God's children? The Blessed One had said it, and it must be true. A little shriveled child lay half crushed among the groaning heaps at his feet, waiting its turn. He looked down in that wondrous moment and knew that he loved this little wretched thing with naked, knotted, palsied limbs. He, Obeil! Tenderly he lifted it into his arms, and he laid it in the welcoming arms of the Lord. And again the eyes of Obeil met the deep eyes of the world brother, looking into his, as one should say in full gladness, "Yea, now we are comrades." Then turned away Obeil in pity to make room, and the cripples muttered, "It is good that he goes. What has the Master to do with him?" He went forth, not knowing whither, but only that go where he would, he was always to be, every moment, within the circumference of that mighty love. As Obeil walked, he came to a village where the Lord had not yet come to heal, nor his disciples. It waited in tears and pain, and seemed to be forgotten. The people were crowded in the narrow streets. Would he never come, the miracle worker? The synagogue was deserted, the market, the fields. Here, in an open space in the street, an awed multitude in safe perspective, heads clustered in upper windows or bending over balconies, Obeil beheld one possessed of a devil. Wild white hair, all torn and bleeding, sinewy old arms with muscles and tendons torn and bared, body naked and gashed, tongue thick with hateful cursing, throat hoarse with horrible echoing shrieks. "How they hate, those devils!" said a man under Obeil's chin to his neighbor in the crowd. "It is hard to know what kind is most evil, the one that shrieks or the dumb. But all hate, mark you. When a man begins to hate with all his soul, then comes in the devil." "I have not a devil," said this man's neighbor, "yet I know for myself that what you say is true. When I am only mad against my wife Josepha, I get dumb. I do not speak. So I know if I went far enough I would have a dumb devil, which God forbid. But know you this one?" "Why, this," came the answer, "this is the great Rabbi Elkanah, he of the Palace of Palms by Jericho. By Simon the Just, how he must have hated." Obeil heard. Heard, too, the larks on the wide hills of Hebron, away back in the dim years. Heard the voice of his star-eyed son, fresh as theirs, talking of heroes. A dread voice told in his soul and shut out all the world, the universe, with its vast resounding, "Kill! Now! Now is the time! The time!" And out there in the hot, white space where the devil threw a black, writhing, horrible shadow on the ground, an answering shriek and wild, taunting laughter responded to that tolling bell in the soul of Obeil. "Obeil, thou hast come at last. Wouldst thou have thy son learn the law, thou dog of Ishmael? Shall my son die and thine live, thou accursed? Hear thou, hear, Obeil, son of the desert. Why hast thou waited so long? Kill, kill, and die." Then the stormy blood rushed hotly in Obeil from head to heel, but he remembered the look, the covenant. His soul melted in an ocean of love. He ran into that naked space. His shadow braided itself with that horrible, writhing one on the ground. On the torn white hair he laid his hand. Around that old bleeding shoulder he threw his encircling arm. "Thou devil!" called Obeil then. "In the name of the Christ, the Son of God, I command thee, come forth." Then the man Elkanah sank to the ground, and he clasped the knees of Obeil, murmuring low a prayer of thanksgiving and praise, till those strong arms lifted him to Obeil's heart once more. "What is this?" broke in with sharp authority through the babbling murmur that arose. "Who is this that dares heal in that name?" Muttering together, a group of the Lord's disciples stood surprised, displeased, bewildered. But joy ineffable made glorious the face of Obeil. He looked far beyond them, and he stretched out his arms toward Magdala, and loud he cried, "Jesus, thou blessed Son of God, the victory is thine, thine." Here ends Obeil, Keeper of Camels, by Lucia Chase Bell.
Mary Jones by Alice Perrin. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The doctor stopped his dog-cart in front of a little wooden gate in the roadside hedge. "Here's the last of them," he said, relief in his voice. His companion, a short, spare man, browned by eastern sun, descended from the trap and waited while the doctor tied the reins to the gate-post. All this afternoon the two had driven about the scattered parishes to clumps of cottages, to lonely farms, now and then to superior dwellings, and once through many acres of park to where, in a great old stone house, a servant lay ill. Tomorrow the doctor would start on his long-delayed holiday. The thin, brown man was his locum tenens, and today had been spent in explaining and introducing the cases that were to be left in the stranger's care. The surrounding country was bleak and high, with distant railway communication, wide, sloping fields, dense hedges, thick stone walls, and steep hills. The habitations seemed to have been placed, purposely, as far apart as possible. But it was springtime. Primroses clustered close about the roots of giant trees. Bluebells wove a coloured carpet for the copses. The plaintive, exacting bleat of lambs quavered on the clean, fresh atmosphere, and across the azure brightness of the sky marched a great army of white clouds in triumphant procession. The Anglo-Indian looked about him, and breathed the pure air with keen enjoyment. In his thoughts, he contrasted his present surroundings with the sun-baked land he had left but a few weeks back, where human beings, both dark and white, might be perfectly well in the morning and dead before the day was out, where he had seen natives die by hundreds in the 24 hours, where he had treated, continuously, such terrible maladies as plague, smallpox, leprosy, cholera. Today he had seen teething ailments, whooping cough, rheumatism, bad legs, and worn-out, bedridden peasants dying peacefully, readily, of old age, their approaching ends discussed in their presence with cheerful interest by their friends. How different it was! The homely complaints, the old-world cottage interiors, the remote and monotonous lives, the English landscapes, the fresh, uncertain weather. And yet, in the midst of his appreciation and relief, the doctor from India was conscious, reluctantly, of a curious little throb of nostalgia for the vast, sun-soaked plains he had left, the seething bazaars, redolent of musk and spice, and oriental humanity, the little villages flanked by clumsy mango groves, and the great, silent spaces of the jungle. Yet how thankful he had been to get away. Tired, in indifferent health, weary of exile, but still having within him the incurable unrest of the seasoned Anglo-Indian, the unrest that had driven him to answer the advertisement of a country doctor, and take this temporary work, that he might have occupation for mind and time, the while he gained benefit from bracing air and comparative quiet. Old Jones had a stroke a couple of years ago, said Dr. Rowe, pausing at the gate. He's a very old man, nearer 90 than 80. He may go out at any moment now, so I just keep an eye on him. He pushed open the gate and led the way up a narrow, flagged path, with cabbages on either side and clumps of daffodils and wallflowers at irregular intervals. A jackdaw swung in a wicker cage by the cottage door. It made Sain, the man from India, remember captive miners, quail, partridges, parrots, hanging outside the bungalows of departmental clerks and subordinates. He felt vaguely annoyed that he could not shake his memory free of India, even over the veriest trifle. Bending his head, he followed his leader through a dangerously low entrance into the dimness of a cramped little dwelling-room. The usual stuffy cottage odour met his nostrils. He saw, against the opposite wall, an oak dresser covered with a miscellaneous collection of objects: japanned trays, wooden boxes, shells, china, and glass ornaments, much modern rubbish mingled, ignorantly, with some genuinely old bits. A deal table stood in the middle of the floor, and a shabby chair-bed was stretched beneath the window. A fire smouldered in the tiny range, and a kettle hissed drowsily. Over the high mantel-shelf that bore china dogs and gaudy biscuit boxes hung a crude, coloured picture. Sain, glancing at it, recognised the Taj at Agra. Good heavens! India again. Then, seeing a white-bearded patriarch dozing in a cart-wheel chair, He wondered if Jones had been a soldier in his day, and had seen service in the East. Behind the chair, in the shadow, stood an old woman who curtsied in respectful welcome. Her straight white hair was crowned with a man's cloth cap. She wore a faded print gown, and a coarse apron. Her shriveled skin was the colour of tanned leather, and sunken dark eyes glinted deep in her head. Sain observed the old lady with interest while Dr. Rowe explained to her the situation, and made inquiries concerning the health of her husband. There was something about the woman's wrinkled face that puzzled Sain, something in the dull fire of the deep-set eyes, and the outline of the head and shoulders, that seemed to him different from the ordinary type of countrywoman. For all her evident years, she retained traces of beauty in the modelling of her features, and of grace in her carriage. The snow-white hair beneath the discoloured cloth cap was abundant and of fine quality. The ears were small and well-shaped, the wrists and hands slender. Old Jones sat vacant, helpless. Mary, his wife, made respectful replies with a strong rustic accent to Dr. Rowe's questions and remarks. The kettle sang, the spring sunshine penetrated between the flower-pots that blocked the window-sill, and shot in a golden shaft across the red-tiled floor. Close to suffocation was the atmosphere, and the two doctors were glad to escape from it as soon as possible. "Is Mrs. Jones of gipsy origin?" asked Sain, as presently they drove down the narrow lane. Rowe glanced at his companion in some surprise. "Not that I know of. Why?" "She's much the same as all the other old bodies about the countryside. White hair, a wrinkled skin, and a general air of stupidity. She struck me as rather out of the common, but, of course, I haven't much experience of English village folk," Sain deprecated. "Oh, they're a very ordinary old couple. Jones was a soldier in his youth, a very long time ago now. They sell poultry and eggs and such like at the nearest market. The old lady walks there every week, pushing a sort of go-cart full of her wares 4 miles each way. So far as I can gather, her power of endurance is the only uncommon thing about her. Look," pointing over the edge with his whip, "there goes a fine old cock-pheasant. The shooting hereabouts ought to be first-rate, but nobody can afford to preserve, so it's horribly neglected." The talk turned on sport. Mary Jones and her husband were forgotten. It was not until Dr. Rowe had been more than a week in enjoyment of his holiday that Sain had occasion to remember the old couple again. The day had been boisterous and showery. He had driven far that afternoon, and was glad as the evening drew in, sharp and chilly, to rest in a comfortable armchair in front of a welcome fire. But presently he was disturbed by the rush and throb of a motor-car and a violent peal at the door-bell. He went into the hall and interrupted a parley between his servant and the leather-clad, begoggled figure on the doorstep. "What is it?" he asked. "Won't you come in?" "Very sorry. Can't," was the answer. "In a desperate hurry, must get on without delay. I inquired for the doctor's house when we reached the village, because I'm sorry to say we knocked down an old woman about 3 miles back, just outside her cottage gate. She was a bit dazed at first, but she said she wasn't hurt, and I don't think she was, for she walked up to her door all right. I gave her a sovereign. Her name's Jones. I thought it was best to let the doctor know, and here's my card in case anything happens. Sorry about it, but we weren't going fast, and she came out of her gate without the least warning. Good night." The traveller stepped into his palpitating conveyance, and was out of sight and hearing before Sain had returned to his fireside. So poor old Mary Jones had been bowled over by a motor-car. But according to the motorist, she was unhurt. Sain thought rather wistfully of the well-cooked dinner that was just ready, and looked at the comfortable chair with a low table beside it, on which lay a particularly interesting book together with his tobacco pouch and pipe. Mary Jones had declared herself unhurt, had walked unaided into her cottage, and had the sovereign to console her. All the same, she was an old woman. The shock might easily produce the most disastrous consequences, even without actual injury. She was alone but for the presence of her helpless old husband. Yes, he must go. After a few mouthfuls of food and a gulp of whisky and soda, he packed a bag with possible medical necessaries and set off on his bicycle. A light twinkled feebly from the Jones cottage. The door was not quite shut, and Sain pushed it open without knocking. There sat old Jones in the cartwheel chair before the range, the kettle shooting at him a thin arrow of steam. The doctor looked around the close little room. On the bed under the window lay Mary Jones in her print gown and coarse apron, the cloth cap still on her white head. Her eyes were wide open, and she was muttering rapidly to herself. Sain saw that she was delirious, but, as he laid his hand upon her wrist, he felt as though a sudden blow had been dealt to his understanding, for the words that were coming fast from her lips were Hindustani words. Hindustani, not English. He listened to the familiar tongue, and heard the old woman babble incoherently of scented garlands, and attar of roses, of marriage feasts, of spangled gossamer, of jewels and rupees, and of the beat of the tom-tom. With an effort he gave his medical attention to the case, and soon the painful, unnatural murmur ceased, and the strained, glittering eyes closed gently. Sain sat beside the motionless figure, conjecturing as to what strange secret could be hidden beneath the disguise of plain old Mary Jones, described by Dr. Rowe as being much the same as all the other old bodies about the countryside. He examined one of the wrinkled hands. It was brown and toil-worn, the nails were dirty and broken, the thin wedding ring hung loose. Certainly the skin was dark, but not darker than that of many an old Englishwoman of sallow complexion who had suffered constant exposure to all weathers. He glanced at Jones, unheeding and tranquil in his chair, and then his gaze wandered upward to the crude picture of the Taj, all white and blue and green. What was the connection between this outwardly prosaic old country couple and that land of eternal mysteries? India. The patient lay quiet, the old man snored gently. Presently Sain rose and went out into the cool twilight for a breath of air. India seemed very remote and unreal to him as he stood there in the wild spring night. The cherry tree at the corner creaked and rustled, the smell of wet earth, and the scent of daffodils and wallflowers was blown about him. How different from the musky perfumes and scented garlands babbled of by Mary Jones in her delirium! He almost laughed at the fantastic comparison, and began to question whether the old woman had really spoken in Hindustani, or if he could by any possibility have imagined it. A sound from within the cottage made him turn to re-enter the little room, but on the threshold he paused, aghast, for Mary Jones was standing upright in the narrow space between the couch and the table. The cloth cap had fallen from her head, her white locks straggled to her shoulders, the sunken black eyes gleamed and glittered, and she began, in a cracked nasal voice, to sing a curious minor melody that Sain recognized instantly. He had heard it chanted so often in native processions, had caught its echo from bazaar housetops on hot weather nights. It had floated towards him from dusky entrances, and he had listened to it in Rajah's palaces. The song of the Nautch girl. Then he saw that Jones was awake, that the old man had moved in his chair, and, with palsied head, quivering helplessly, he was pointing a gnarled forefinger at his wife. Now she twisted and turned her old body, her feet, in their clumsy boots, shuffled on the brick floor, the wrinkled, withered hands waved and gesticulated. Mind and memory had swept back over the wide space of many years, to the time of her youth when, surely, she had been no Englishwoman, no Mary Jones in print gown and coarse apron, with rustic speech and yokel apathy, but what? All in a moment she swayed and tottered. The song ceased abruptly in a shuddering gasp, and Sain, stepping forward, caught a lifeless body in his arms. Gently he laid it on the narrow chair-bed, and, as he listened for the heart-beats that he knew instinctively were stilled forever, he became aware that the old man was trying to speak. Patiently the doctor waited as thin, quavering sounds issued from that toothless mouth, till a few indistinct words were shaped with painful effort. They sounded to Sain like, 60-year, little wench. And, was it, Kashmir? Then the head sank forward, the worn-out consciousness relapsed into senility. For a few moments the doctor stood, seeing the little room with its eminently English contents, the ornaments, the hissing kettle, the rag mat in front of the range, the rough, solid furniture. He looked at the huddled figure in the armchair, dozing away the feeble remnant of life, and at the still form on the bed. What curious little history had he so nearly surprised? Was Mary Jones a native woman? Was it possible that in her far-off youth she had been a Nautch girl? He considered the comparative fairness of her skin. Perhaps she had been brought down from Kashmir and bartered in one of the great cities of the plains? Had Jones taken her from a bazaar, married her, and brought her home as little more than a child, according to English standards? Stranger things had happened, Sain knew, in those bygone Indian days. And had she been severed for 60 years from the old life and language, to return to it in spirit at the hour of her death? The doctor roused himself. It was necessary to summon the parish nurse, and he went out from the fusty little dwelling into the boisterous night, his imagination aflame with questions that could never now be answered. End of Mary Jones by Alice Perrin.
How Howley Glass caused the inhabitants of Mayberg to believe that he was going to fly, by Unknown. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. After having visited several places, Howley Glass came to Mayberg, where he gave out that he was prepared to exhibit a very novel performance, to which he was invited by the magistrates. On being asked what it was, he answered that it was his intention to mount the top of the council hall, one of the tallest houses in the place, whence he intended to fly down without being hurt. At these tidings the market-place was filled with people eagerly watching our hero, who with outspread arms was seen on the roof of the house. When he saw the crowd, he laughed and said aloud, "Had you all sworn that you could have flown, I would not have believed you, while you believe a single fool, but I see the place is full of them. If you had yourselves told me, I say, that you were such great fools, I would not have believed you. Yet I see all of you can put faith in one who persuaded you that he could fly. So I will, if you will give me wings." He then disappeared, leaving all the people to chew their disappointment, who went home, some laughing, some swearing, and others observing that he was a malicious rogue, who nevertheless had told the truth, for that he was willing to fly down, if they would lend him wings. End of How Howley Glass caused the inhabitants of Mayberg to believe that he was going to fly, by Unknown.
Ye Merry Doings of Robin Hood. The author is unknown. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. In summer, when the shaws be shane, and leaves be large and long, it is full merry in fair forest to hear the fowlie's song. To see the deer draw to the dale, and leave the hillies he, and shadow them in the leavies green, under the greenwood tree. It befell in merry England in the days of Henry II that there dwelt within the green and shining glades, hid deep in the heart of Sherwood Forest, a bold and sturdy outlaw of the name of Robin Hood, and with him 70 merry men. Strong of limb and stout of heart was Robin, and man more just and true, where it deemed him truth and justice had been earned, ne'er dwelt by dale or down. Now it was full pity in those days that justice abode not in courts of law, neither in officers of the crown, for barons oppressed the poor, the clergy did likewise, and judges and sheriffs of the land used their high office but as a cloak for their corruptions. He who had not was everywhere ground down beneath the heel of him who had. Justice went limping, blind and halt, throughout the land, and the king himself in far-off London town, though he had many a merry tilt with barons and clergy too on this very matter, never came off from the wordy phrase with the prize of even so much as a single statuette to protect the sturdy yeomen of good old England in their sovereign rights. Thus justice, beaten out as with cudgels from courts and churches and castle, must e'en go and dwell in the stout hearts of Robin Hood and his bold men of Sherwood Forest. Brave yeomen all, each driven from the haunts of men by some villainy that befell them in the name of the law of the land. There in the greenwood they lived a merry life and a free, and righted many a shortcoming in the workings of the lopsided tribunals of Nottinghamshire by maintaining in due and orderly fashion the superior law of the forest, which, being put into words, was this: rich or poor, fair play for all, and honour to no velvet coat, but honour to him to whom honour is due, who hath a stout heart, a true and a merry, a keen eye, and a strong right arm. Full many a fat and lazy bishop or high-born lord, puffed up with riches wrung from the poor, was forced to stop and pay unwilling toll to that merry band, and his ill-gotten gains were doled out again to all who had need in the countryside. Thus the name of Robin Hood was to those who waxed fat on the fruits of other men's labours a name of terror, but in every humble and honest home throughout the whole north country a word of household blessing. Now it chanced at this time that there dwelt in Nottingham the most inveterate, most obdurate, most stubborn enemy of Robin and his men, the right worshipful, right powerful, right proud and haughty Lord High Sheriff of Nottingham. Many a time had good Robin put a spoke in the sheriff's wheel, when he or his friends sought to fleece some innocent squire or yeoman of his goods, under fair pretence of right and proper process of law, and many a merry prank had Robin and his men played on that same most worshipful Lord High Sheriff. So had the sheriff vowed a vow by this and that and all he held most holy to catch bold Robin, have him in chains, and punished with such dire punishment as was meet for a thief and a robber. Yet in all Nottinghamshire could he find not a single man to serve his warrant of arrest on Robin. Too dearly the yeoman and husbandman loved him, and a certain good tinker who but lately set forth to Sherwood Forest to obey the sheriff's commandment, had fallen instead for love of the greenwood and its chief, and joined the band, alack, in place of serving his warrant, whereof that most worshipful Lord High Sheriff had suffered much scorn and laughter of men, and vowed a still more awful vow to have bold Robin Hood yet in irons. On a bright morn in early spring, up rose Robin Hood from his couch of grass and moss beneath the broad-spreading branches of an age-old oak, and plunged his hands and face in the swift-running brook that chattered in saucy ripples over the pebbles. The sun was up and came glancing down through the tangle of leaves overhead, flooding all the velvety greensward with sheen, and waking the cowslips and pink-tipped daisies to laugh back a morning greeting. All the air was fragrant with perfume, and merry with little birds singing, the lark and the mavis, the cuckoo and throstle. Here a pheasant, his tail feathers tipped with gold, strutted warily down the woodland path. There a graceful doe and a spotted fawn sprang lightly bounding into the thicket, and everywhere in that deep hidden glade, fringed round about with majestic old oaks, was a stirring joy of the new-risen day. Bold Robin, as he scoured face and neck to a dusky red, carolled lustily a gladsome matin song. Soon, stretching and yawning, up rose Robin Hood's men, and came likewise to make themselves clean at the brook. Ere you could say Jack Robinson, fires were burning away in the wood, flames leaping and crackling in jolly sort, and black kettles boiling and bubbling with savoury odour of breakfast a-cooking. In short order the board was spread, and 70 men, all in Lincoln green, with jaunty cock's feathers in their caps, sat merrily down to eat of venison pasty and good white bread in the free and open out of doors, with never a wall to shut them in, and never a roof save the bright blue sky. There was that huge yokel, Little John, and George Green, and Will Studley, and Gilla the White Hand, and jolly Friar Tuck, and Much the miller's son, and Arthur a Bland, and that sweet singer of ballads, Allan a Dale, and the dainty dandy Will Scarlet, who came first to Sherwood Forest clad in scarlet and dallying with a rose, yet had such strength he could tear up a sapling by the roots, and many another right merry fellow, whose courage and mettle Robin had made occasion to prove ere ever he was invited to join that doughty band. One and all, those sturdy followers rendered unto Robin Hood and the just and equable law of the greenwood full and implicit obedience. Breakfast over and done, up rose Robin Hood, and quoth, "Lith and listen, my merry men all. To-day is the fair in Nottingham town, and the proud sheriff holdeth there a splendid shooting match. Far and wide through the countryside his messengers have gone to proclaim the contest, and thither will go all the best archers of the north country. He that shooteth the best of all shall win as prize a silver arrow with head and feathers of gold. Now where be archers of greater skill than we of Sherwood Forest? To the shooting match we must go to compete for the prize." Scarce had Robin Hood finished speaking when up rose that lumbering fellow, Little John, of all the band best loved of Robin, and second to him in command. Though he was called little, his limbs they were large, and his stature was 7 foot high. Wherever he came, men quaked at his name, for soon he would make them to fly. With a hey down, derry, derry, down, and a hey down, down, and a down. "Good master," quoth Little John, "I was yestere'en at the Blue Boar Inn of Nottingham Road, and thither came a stupid oaf, an archer of the sheriff's, who being over full of the landlord's best home-brewed ale, made bold to whisper in mine ear that the sheriff laughs in his beard, and saith to himself, 'Though I get no man to go to Sherwood Forest and serve my warrant on Robin Hood, yet by means of my shooting match will I entice him and his men, and corner them all as easily as foxes in a hen coop.'" "Ho, ho!" laughed Robin Hood. "Now busk ye, bone ye, my merry men all. If such be our friend the sheriff's intent, we must then more surely than ever hie us to Nottingham town." When the sun was well up in the sky, lo, 70 men their Lincoln green hid beneath sundry disguises, some clad as poor peasants, some as curtail friars, some as tinkerers, some as beggars, made off for Nottingham town. By deep hidden, tangled wildwood paths, 'neath lofty green arches of the dusky forest, and over the stile to the highway they went. Then down the long, dusty white road, edged with trim green hedgerows and flowery meadows, whence the lark soared singing into the sky, through villages with little thatched cottages, where merry lassies peeped out from the casements, up hill and down dale, till they saw looming up before them and glistening in the sun the battlements and spires of old Nottingham town. Here they fell in with a goodly crowd, all going in the same direction. Common people afoot, Knights and squires on horseback, their ladies in little carts, or on gaily curveting palfreys, adorned with rich trappings and merry tinkling bells. In the midst of this jolly company, Robin Hood and his men passed on into the town. Here all was hubbub and merriment. On every side were gay booths of colored canvas, with floating flags and streamers, wherein cakes and barley sugar and many another good thing were for sale. Tumblers were tumbling on the green, bagpipes screeching, lads and lassies dancing, and within a ring in the town square a wrestling match was toward. But Robin and his good fellows lingered nowhere. They pressed on out the further gate of the town to the place reserved for the archery contest. On a green meadow before the old grey wall the range had been set, 70 yards and 10 in length, and the rows of benches, one above another, that ran along the wall, were filled with all the gaily dressed folk of rank and wealth from the country round about, while opposite them a railing kept back the poor rabble, who might only stand to look on. At one end of the range, near the great target with its bull's eye and vari-colored circles, rose a lofty seat beneath a splendid canopy, where the sheriff and his lady were to sit. Robin and his men repaired to a great tent with fluttering banners, and there joined the other archers who were gathering to make ready for the contest. At last, to a mighty fanfare of trumpets that drew all eyes to the town gate, came issuing forth the proud sheriff and his lady, all splendidly mounted on horseback and surrounded by a bodyguard of soldiers. They bore themselves right haughtily, and both were clad in marvellous silks and velvets, ermines and swan's down, with chains of gold a-glitter with jewels. No sooner had they taken their seats than a herald sounded 3 blasts on his silver horn, in answer to which the archers sprang lightly forth to the range mid loud shouts of acclaim from the people. Such shooting as was done that day had never been seen in the whole north country before. Now the while William O. Leslie, the sheriff's head archer, was sending his arrows into the very blue circle that surrounded the bull's eye, and leading all the rest, the sheriff himself peered squinting about for sight of the single gleam of Lincoln green amongst the archers. "Ho," says he, swaggering to his lady, "methinks that thief Robin Hood hath not dared to put his head in my noose. My good William O. Leslie, belike, will win the prize, and throughout the countryside men shall proclaim the head archer of the Sheriff of Nottingham to be the best marksman in all the land." Just then stepped up to the mark where the archers stood when shooting a ragged beggar with dirty brown hair and a patch over one eye. "Ho," says the sheriff's lady, "yon rogue is as broad and sturdy as Robin Hood. Look to him well, my love." Now, says the sheriff in scorn, "a lady's fancy doth run away with her like a skittish mare astart at a shadow. Canst thou not see yon fellow's beard is brown, where Robin's is yellow, and he hath but one eye? Know well that no man could befool the Sheriff of Nottingham. Were Robin here in this crowd, my sharp eye would surely find him." The stranger took his place, fixed his grey goose shaft in his stout yew bow, took careful aim, and twanged the string. Straight flew the arrow to its mark, striking the bull's eye in the very centre. A shout went up from the people, but the sheriff himself called out in some heat, "Now to it, William O. Leslie! Split the beggar's shaft with as good a shot. No better archers live than serve the Sheriff of Nottingham." But the grey-haired old archer shook his head and flung his quiver back on his shoulder with a mighty rattling of arrows. "Nay," quoth he, "against such a marksman I will not shoot. I did not ween in all England there dwelt such an one save only Robin Hood of Sherwood Forest." "Now, Robin Hood, Robin Hood, Robin Hood," quoth the sheriff in hot anger. "Who says to me always Robin Hood? There be plenty of better marksmen than he, and the cowardly knave hath not even dared show his face here in my presence this day. Come hither, fellow." The ragged beggar approached to the foot of the sheriff's splendid seat. "Here, take the prize. Thou hast won it fairly enough." And he handed to him the gold and silver arrow. Now hark, I bid thee join my service. With me thou shalt be well paid, and thou shalt eat and drink of the best. There is no good man in any line but I call to my standard, and since thou hast defeated William o' Leslie, thou must be my man. Marry, I rejoice that thou art a better marksman than that coward Robin Hood, and one day we will show him full fair the worth of the Sheriff of Nottingham's men. The beggar looked up with a twinkle in his one sorry eye. I will serve thee, O Sheriff, as thou deservest, said he. Here, fellow, the sheriff turned to a huge lumbering rogue dressed in the uniform of his guards, who had appeared suddenly beside the beggar. Take this man off to the barracks for my archers. Henceforth he shall dwell midst the very best marksmen in all Nottinghamshire. The great lumbering fellow looked up not only with a twinkle, but with a prodigious wink of one jolly eye. Aye, aye, says he, I will take him off to the spot where we dwell the very best marksmen in all Nottinghamshire. And he put his big huge hand on the beggar's shoulder, and the two disappeared in the crowd. At sunset, in the depths of Sherwood Forest, Robin Hood emerged amidst much laughter from the tatters of the beggar, while Little John cast off the garments of the soldier. Now, now, says Little John, I have kept my promise, and brought thee where dwell the best marksmen in Nottinghamshire. Ay, quoth Robin, but I have still to keep my promise of serving that rascally sheriff as he hath deserved. I like not that he called Robin a coward for fearing to come to the match. That night the sheriff sat dining in the great hall of his house in Nottingham town, with gay candles a-flicker on the long table before him, sending dancing shadows to play hide-and-seek over the splendid dishes, and adorn the long rows of men-at-arms and household servants that sat below the sheriff and his lady at meat. All men talked of the shooting. By my troth, cried the sheriff, I did not reckon that knave Robin so great a coward as to fear to come to the contest. Let that good fellow who won the prize come hither to me. But lo, as men looked among the archers at the foot of the table, the prize winner was nowhere to be seen, nor neither that huge lumbering fellow in the uniform of the guard who had led him from the field. And even as the sheriff's attendants sought for the two, hiss! A grey goose shaft shot in at the window, just missing the sheriff's nose, and so startling him that he came near tumbling out of his chair. Recovering himself with much dignity, the sheriff picked up the arrow from among the dishes before him. Tied to it was a little scroll. Unrolling the same, he read, May heaven bless thy grace this day, say all in sweet Sherwood, for thou didst give the prize away to merry Robin Hood. With an angry snarl, the sheriff crushed the scroll in his hand. Section 2. Now of a moonlight night, soon after this, Robin Hood and his men sat about in a circle in their greenwood glade, and out from a lodge built of rustic boughs in a fragrant bower on the edge of the wood came the minstrel Allan a Dale with his fair bride Ellen, whom Robin and his men had saved of late from being by her father wedded perforce to a rich and rascally baron. And Allan and Ellen took their seats on the soft grass in the circle, and Allan sang to his silver-toned harp plaintive, mournful, sweet old ballads of England. There lived a lass in yonder dale, and down in yonder glen, oh, and many another such. Then rose Robin Hood from the circle and wandered away alone down a moonlit trail through the wildwood. It was a fairy night of witching elfin splendor. The glistening silver moonbeams went coquetting with the shadows, peeping from a thicket saucily, but to flit away upon the instant as if in dainty mischief, calling delicately to mind sweet fancies of the Fairy Queen, Titania and Oberon, the Elfin King and jolly Robin Goodfellow, and all those other sprightly elfin folk who once danced their merry round within the moonlit greenwood. All the beauty of the night went warm to Robin's heart, but good Robin was lonely. He too loved a lassie, a bonny, bonny lassie, yet would he never coax her from her safe and sheltered home to share his wild life in the forest. Thinking on his dear maid Marian, he strode slowly down the path. So he came at last to a narrow little bridge over a babbling brook, where he had first met Little John and made occasion to challenge him months agone to a contest. There Little John had proved himself so skilful at play of quarterstaves as to pitch bold Robin into the brook, wherefore bold Robin had invited him to join his band, and ever after dearly loved him. As he stood by this memorable spot, he saw come tripping down the very same road over which Little John had come, a jaunty page with a feather in his cap. "Now, by my faith," said Robin to himself, "though I see yon fellow none too clearly, his look speaks overmuch of courts and barons' halls to be to my liking. Still he hath broad shoulders and a confident gait. I will even try his mettle. He cannot seem more lackadaisical than did Will Scarlet when first I attested him, yet no better man is in all my band. The youth looks worth a trial of his courage." So saying, he tied a kerchief over his face below his eyes, and stepped out roughly on the bridge. "Ho, fellow!" he cried in a hoarse, threatening voice. "Stop! Thou hast gone far enough over this road. None passes here save as I will. Face thee round about, and march whence thou didst come, or marry, I have here by my side a jolly good blade that plays a right merry tune." "Nay now, good sir," quoth the page full courteously, "I mean mischief to no man, but I have business beyond. Pray let me pass." "Pass thou shalt not, saving it be that I pass thee over my head on the point of my sword." "Pass then I will," cried the page. "My humour is to do no man harm, yet in sooth my business lieth across this bridge." And he drew his sword and came forward right sturdily. Now it was a merry sight to see how that sweet youth fell to with his blade, how bold were the strokes he struck, and how stoutly he stood to his own defence. It was click and clack and thwack and whack, and a scratch here for Robin and a scratch there for the page, nor had either one whit the better of the other, till at last good Robin dropped his rough and threatening voice, and cried once more in his own fair tone, "Enough, courteous stranger, put up thy sword. I have tried thee and found thee, in spite of thy clothes, a right sturdy fellow. Come, join my band and range the greenwood with me. 'Tis Robin Hood bids thee." And he pulled the kerchief from off his face. Then lauk a mercy on us, the youth dropped his sword and crumpled up in a heap on the ground at Robin Hood's feet, and all his bold strength was vanished, and he began to cry in a weak little voice, "Oh, Robin, my Robin, so near had I wounded thee! Thou dost not know me, thine own maid Marian? I ran away from the town where the scoundrel sheriff sought to force me to wed his cross-eyed son, and am come all the way to the greenwood just to seek thee, my Robin. Oh!" "Marian, my lassie!" Good Robin could scarce believe his ears, and he raised up the maiden and held her face to the moonlight, and there, sure enough, but with hair cut short like a boy's, was his own dear lassie. "Marian, my only dear!" "Come to dwell with thee, Robin, in the greenwood for ever." Then Robin's heart leaped like a doe for joy, and he took his true love by the hand, and led her back to fair Ellen's bower in the greenwood glade, and fair Ellen received maid Marian with gladness, and gave her shelter for the night. When the morrow was come, maid Marian and Robin were wedded by Friar Tuck in the great cathedral of the arching wildwood, and lo, what a day it was for joy! For of all merry days in the forest, it was the 1st of May, the festival of the coming of spring, when lads and lassies from the villages came out a-maying, and burst from the woodland paths into the greenwood glade, their arms filled with flowers, their heads decked with wreaths, and over all the fragrance of the white hawthorn bloom. And they romped singing and laughing about maid Marian, and made her Queen of the May. They set her up high on a throne of green boughs, and crowned her with garlands. Then Robin Hood's men cut down the tallest and straightest birch tree in the wood, and set it up for a maypole in the centre of the glade, while the maidens wreathed it about with flowers, and the lads fastened to its top long streamers of gay-coloured ribbons with little tinkling bells. When all was done, came merry dancers, some in ragtags of costumes, some in simple clothes of the countryside, and lads and lassies each seized a ribbon and fell a-dancing, twisting, turning, weaving gracefully in and out, singing a merry song, and plaiting the long colored ribbons. With quips and sports and pranks the day was filled. There were contests at quarterstaves and wrestling, and Robin Hood's men set up the willow wands hung with garlands that served them for targets, and held a shooting match, the victor being crowned with a wreath by Maid Marian, Queen of the May. A stately feast closed the gladsome day. Then lads and lassies went back to the little thatched cots in the villages. But Maid Marian was come in sooth to stay in the greenwood, and Robin Hood built for her a lodge in a flowery bower, and there, sharing Robin's life, she continued to dwell. Part 3. It happened all on a summer's day that Robin Hood leaned him against a tree and said to Little John, "To-day is a fair day, Little John, and I make mine a vow that I will not dine till thou hast brought me here some bold baron, knight, or squire to be my guest. Take then thy good bow in thine hand, and let Much and Will Scarlet wend with thee up to Watling Street to fetch me a guest. See ye do no party any harm that hath a woman in it, nor no husbandman, nor no yeoman, nor no knight nor squire that will be a good fellow. But purse-proud baron or pompous earl bring willy-nilly to me. If my guest be over-rich, he shall pay for the feast. If poor, I shall share my goods with him." "Marry, good master," quoth Little John, "right glad I am to obey." And off he went with Much and Will Scarlet, till through highways and byways they came out at last on that fine old road that was builded in days long gone by the Romans and hight Watling Street. They looked east, they looked west, and no man did they see. But by and by came a knight a-riding past, all dreary of semblance and poorly clad, one foot hanging carelessly out of his stirrup. Little John advanced full courteously and fell upon his knee. "Welcome to the greenwood, gentle knight," said he. "My master hath waited fasting these 3 long hours to dine with thee." "Who is thy master?" quoth then the knight. "My master is Robin Hood." "Ah, a good yeoman," said the knight. "Of him I have heard much good, and so doth it please me to dine with him." Yet ever as they went their way, the tears rolled down the good knight's cheeks, and a sorry man he seemed. Unto Robin Hood's lodge they led him, and Robin right courteously bade him welcome. Then fairly answered the gentle knight, "God save thee, good Robin, and all thy fair many. I am called Sir Richard of the Lea, and right gladly will be thy guest at meat." So the board was laid on the trestles, and the cloth was spread. Robin and his guest washed together and wiped together, and sat them down with Maid Marian and the rest to a sumptuous wildwood dinner. "Such a dinner hath I not had in many a year," quoth the knight, when he had eaten his fill. "If it hath pleased thee, Sir Knight," said Robin Hood, "then I prithee pay for the feast ere thou takest leave. Surely thou knowest it was never the custom that a yeoman should pay for a knight." "I take thy meaning," said the knight gravely, "yet I have naught in my coffers to offer thee." "Nay, now," quoth Robin Hood, "too many of thine order these days keep no troth with truth. Speak honestly." "I have no more but 10 shillings," said the knight full sorrowfully, "forsooth, as I you say." "If that be true," cried Robin, "then I will not have of thee 1 penny, and if thou have need of any more, more shall I lend thee." The good knight opened his purse and shook out 10 shillings. "Alack, the more pity," quoth Robin Hood. "But how didst thou come in so sorry a case? Thou must have been a poor husbandman to let thy lands go to rack and ruin, if thou hast no more but 10 shillings to thy name." "Nay, by my faith," cried Sir Richard, "no such fault is mine. My son, for that there are those who hate him high in favour at court, was cast into prison on a paltry charge, and to get him free I must e'en pay a ransom of 400 pounds. 'Twas more ready money than I had on the spot, nor would those friends who supped on my best in happier days give me aid of any kind or sort. So was there naught for me to do but go to the rich lord of Ely for aid. A wicked hard bargain the baron drove with my need. For the loan of 400 pounds I must pledge him all my fair lands and castle worth 60 times the same, nor would he leave me the money to work my land and earn once more wherewithal to repay him. Now the day of settlement is come, and here I am on my way to tell him I cannot pay him a penny. What will he do but seize my castle and lands from me? Oh, alas and alack! I grieve not so much for myself, but for my dear wife and tender babes that will have nowhere to lay their heads. Now for ruth of this sad tale wept Maid Marian and Little John and Will Scarlet and many another stout fellow there. And Maid Marian whispered somewhat in Robin Hood's ear. Then cried Robin Hood loudly, Sir Richard of the Lea, if no other man be thy friend in need, then is Robin Hood that man. And he rose up from the board. Little John, go to my treasure and tell me out 400 pounds. Will Scarlet, measure me 3 yards each of our stoutest green and scarlet cloth, and bring all here to me. Off went Little John and Will Scarlet, but that large-hearted fellow, Little John, made such pretence of stupidity at counting that for 400 pounds he told out 28 score, while Will Scarlet boldly measured yards by his good 6-foot bow. If our measure be over full, said Little John, yet what better alms can there be than to help a poor gentle knight that is fallen into poverty? So they bore all back to Robin Hood, who gave it unto Sir Richard upon the spot, and the good knight wept for thanksgiving and joy. And when shall I come to repay thee? Said he. This day 12 months, said Robin, here under this trystal tree. Meantime, in the dining hall of Ely Castle, where blue and crimson light from the high arched windows streamed over the richly spread table, sat the baron at meat, and with him, all in splendid robes, his friend the Lord High Sheriff of Nottingham. Now, friend sheriff, says the baron in the sheriff's ear, but an Sir Richard come this very day to pay me, he shall be dispossessed, and all his fair lands fall to me. A good bargain I made to purchase for 400 pounds an estate that will yield me full 400 pounds every year. Now, remember, I pay thee thy good fat fee to see that the case proceeds all in a fair process of law. I count on thee to uphold me. Aye, said the sheriff, but I prithee do not forget, when betwixt us both Sir Richard is fleeced in due and proper fashion, that thou owest me still another fat fee for my services at the shearing. Now, even as they spoke, Sir Richard was announced, and clad in his poor sorry garments, into the great room he came. Do gladly, my lord, says he, I am come to keep my day. The only greeting the baron gave was, Hast thou brought my pay? Never a penny, said the knight, and the baron's eyes sparkled full covetously. For now, thought he, those fair lands must surely be mine. Then why didst thou come, if not to pay? Cried he hoarsely. My lord, to beg thee that thou give me longer time. Not a single day more, quoth the baron. Forfeit be all thy lands this hour. Now, good sheriff, cried Sir Richard, turning him to that proud and haughty officer of the law, I beg thee be my friend, and declare my lands may not be forfeit for a paltry 400 pounds. Nay, quoth the sheriff sternly, I hold with my lord of Ely. Thy lands are forfeit this day and hour. But my fair wife and tender babes, where shall they lay their heads? That concerns us not, cried the sheriff. Thy wife is thy wife. Do thou find where she may lay her head. My lord, what wilt thou give this fellow if he signs the release at once? 100 pounds, said the baron, and not a penny more. Take then the 100 pounds, sir knight, if thou hast any wits to thine own advantage, quoth the sheriff, and let the matter end. Nay, now, cried the knight, on a sudden loosing all the bold spirit pent within, though ye gave me 1,000 pounds, yet would I never sign the release. He strode to the round table, standing hard by, and shook out of a bag that he held in his hand an even 400 pound. Have here thy gold, my lord, he cried, which thou hast lentest me. Hadst thou been courteous at my coming, I should have rewarded thee. But thou hast bespoke me villainously, so shalt thou not have a penny more but thy 400 pound. Now have I repaid thy loan on the very day, and shall have my lands again for aught that thou canst do. And off he strode, merrily whistling, to tell his fair lady at home how their castle and lands were free. But that purse-proud baron he left behind had no more stomach for bite or sup for all his royal fare. "Give me back my gold that I paid thee in fee to get me these lands," he began to roar in the sheriff's ear. "Never a penny will I give back. Thou wert at fault to bring a fox instead of a sheep to the shearing." And so they fell to at quarrel and scrabble and snitch and snatch, but in such worthy care of their skins as to have naught more sharp than their tongues for weapons. It chanced on a day soon after that Robin sent Little John and Much, the miller's son, and Will Scarlet once again to Watling Street to bring back a guest for dinner. And whom did they see come ambling down the long white road but a pompous baron, splendidly clad, and that right worshipful sir, the Lord High Sheriff himself, and with them 52 white young men for guard. "Now, my Lord of Ely," the sheriff was saying, "thou dost well to go to London and start proceedings at law against that same fellow, Sir Richard, that of late rode his high horse with thee. I ween thou wilt still find some legal means to strip him of his lands, and in London the name of the Sheriff of Nottingham is well known at court. Thou wilt still find it to thy advantage to have such an one to thy friend." So, growled the Lord of Ely, "little hast thou vantaged me thus far." Even at that moment stepped forth Little John, Much, and Will Scarlet, stopped the cavalcade, and said right courteously, "Worshipful sirs, our master bids thee dine with him." "Master? Who may thy master be?" quoth the Lord of Ely. "My master is Robin Hood," saith Little John, so gently as once he spake to Sir Richard. "Robin Hood!" cried the sheriff. "He is a thief and a robber." "Robin Hood!" cried the Lord of Ely. "Of him heard I never good." And the two started up their horses and bade their young men ride on. Then blew Little John a blast on his silver horn, and all the wood along the road seemed alive with men in Lincoln green, with bows strung and arrows aimed at the cavalcade. Went up a cry from the 52 white young men that guarded the baron and the sheriff, and marry, they all turned tail and fled, leaving their masters a snivelling and cursing fast in Little John's hands. So Little John and his men blindfolded the two, and led them off to Robin Hood's lodge. "Do gladly, right worshipful sirs," said Robin Hood, full courteously. "I bid you welcome to dinner." "Do gladly, right worshipful sir," stammered the sheriff. "We thank thee, but are not an-hungered." Yet was there naught for the sheriff and baron to do but wash with Robin, and wipe with Robin, and set themselves down with him to the board, while their knees knocked together for fear. Right sumptuous was the dinner, but little stomach to food had the guests, and when the sheriff saw at head of the table, as Robin's own lady, that same bonny lass, Maid Marian, whom willy-nilly he had meant to wed to his son, he choked on a bitter mouthful, and must e'en be pounded well on the back, or ever he found his breath once more. "Dinner over and done," quoth Robin in courteous wise. "Now, worshipful sirs, that you have dined to our best, I pray you pay for the feast." Whined the Lord of Ely, "But 20 marks have I with me." "And naught but 2 pounds with me," quoth the sheriff. "If this is true, good sirs," said Robin, "and you are in such poor wise, then will I take from you not 1 penny, for never I rob no poor man. But if you have lied, then by my faith will I take all you have." And he bade Little John turn out the contents of the 2 men's saddlebags. Little John spread out his mantle, and from the Lord of Ely's bag poured out chinking 800 pounds in gold, wherewith he was on his way to start proceedings in London to fleece Sir Richard, cried Little John. And from the sheriff's bag rolled 200 pounds, the amount of the fee in full wherewith the baron had bribed him to sanction his fleecing of Sir Richard. Now, quoth Robin, here is the quickest payment that ever yet saw I me. Look where in 3 days is settlement made of Sir Richard's debt to me. And he took the money and bade Little John lead the howling Lord of Ely back once more to the road. But thou, Sir Sheriff, he says, thou hast so long been our friend that we cannot so quickly part with thee. Thou shalt stay for a 12-month with us in the greenwood. An outlaw will make of thee. Oh, heaven have mercy, cried the sheriff. Now let me go, I pray. But they took off his satins and velvets and linens, and wrapped him in Lincoln green, and there neath the greenwood by night he must sleep on the hard, hard ground, and by day dress the king's deer that the outlaws shot, and scrape vegetables, and wash kettles and pots, and serve as a common scullion. At the end of a fortnight's time, a sorrier man than the sheriff ne'er dwelt by dale or down. Ere I lie another night here, cried he, now, Robin, I pray thee, smite off mine head, and I will forgive it thee. Ah, ha, 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 laughed bold Robin, we aim but to teach thee to be a good outlaw. Now for Saint Charity, cried the sheriff, let me go, and I will be the best friend that ever you had. Then, quoth Robin sternly, by my bright sword thou shalt swear never more to do harm to my men nor me, nor to those poor folk in the countryside whom I make it mine affair to aid. And that sheriff, he swore him a mighty oath, never more to harm Robin, nor his men, nor those poor folk of the countryside. Then he took his satins and velvets, and home he went, nor journeyed abroad in the greenwood again for many a long day to come. So the year rolled round, past the time for gathering the harvest home, when reapers sang neath the harvest moon, past the time of snow-laden forest trees, with crackling of fires in the greenwood huts, and roasting of crabs, and ballad and song. Came the springtime once more, with singing of birds, and Sir Richard all in fine array to pay his debts neath the greenwood tree. For that I have my lands once more, thank I God and thee, quoth he to good Robin. This year I have prospered, and here have I brought the 400 pounds to repay thee, and some little gifts of good bows and arrows beside. But Robin embraced and welcomed him well, and told him how that in sound justice he was already repaid on the 3rd day after the borrowing, and that settlement being far and away above the amount of the debt, he gave good Richard thereof 400 pounds more to build up his lands, and once more work them to good advantage. So Robin helped Richard of all his cares, and ever they two were fast friends henceforth. Section 4. Now when the king in London town heard all that went forward in Sherwood Forest, how that there a bold outlaw dwelt, who killed the king's deer, that none but the king might shoot, and defied the officers of the crown, and never could be captured, by my kingdom, quoth he, I shall take him myself. And away with the mighty many he rode to far-off Nottingham town. But though day after day he lingered there in the company of the sheriff, and scoured the countryside with his men, never a sign of Robin did he see. Said an old forester then, Liege lord, take 5 of thy men alone, dress thyself up as an abbot, thy men as monks, then roam at large in the greenwood, and I'll warrant thou wilt soon fall in with Robin Hood. The king made no delay in carrying out of the plan. All in the greenwood he wandered, in the garb of an abbot, with his 5 stout knights clad as monks. And in sooth he had not gone far, when out stepped bold Robin, and after his manner bade him stay and come with him to dine. And Robin blindfolded the good king and his men, and led them away to the greenwood glade, in thought to relieve them there, as often he did others, of any overabundance of this world's goods. But the king, when he reached the greenwood glade, showed Robin a ring that bore the seal of the king himself. I am a messenger come from the king, quoth he, to bid thee, bold Robin, come to Nottingham to be his guest both at meat and meal. Then cried Robin, If such thou art, in sooth not a penny will I take from thee, for I love no man in all the world as I love my good liege lord, that doth ever tilt with barons and clergy to win fair justice for yeomanry, and for his sake welcome art thou to the greenwood. If thou lovest thy liege, said the king, methinks thou shootest a many of his deer. Ay, but, said Robin, the deer in truth belong to him not. All the game of the forest should be free, free to the people who need it, and not to serve but as sport to him who needs it not. By the law of the greenwood all men have equal rights, and if the king's law agree not, then must it give place to the better law of the greenwood. Now the king said to himself that Robin's words rang true, though never would it do to admit the same. So they washed together, and wiped together, and dined full well, and Robin he talked of this, and Robin he talked of that, and ever the good king saw how his deeds were done to right the scales of justice. When they had left the board, good Robin cried, Now, Sir Abbot, ere thou wendest thy way, thou shalt see what life we lead in the greenwood. And he blew a blast on his silver horn, and 70 men sprang at once to his bidding. A seemly sight, quoth the king to himself. By my faith, his men are more at his bidding than my men are at mine. They set up the willow wands hung with garlands for targets at a range of 60 paces. By 50 paces, said the king, that range is too far away. Whoso faileth to hit the rose garland, cried Robin Hood, shall get a good buffet on his head. Twice Robin shot, and ever he cleft the wand, and so did Gill of the White Hand, best archer of them all. But when Little John's arrow went astray, and Will Studley's too, then Robin bade stout Will Scarlet smite them each a buffet, and such a buffet he smote that they both fell to the ground. But at the last shot, what should chance but Robin himself failed of the garland by 3 fingers' width and more. Ha ha! Laughed Gilbert of the White Hand. Master, thou hast lost. Now, like thy men, stand forth and take thy pay. So must it be, quoth Robin, shamefaced. What is good for a man is good for the master. Sir Abbot, I deliver thee mine arrow, and since I have failed of my mark, I pray thee smite me well. I like not to smite a good yeoman, said the king, lest I grieve him, for sorely can I smite. Smite on boldly, said Robin, I give thee large leave. Anon, at that word, the king he folded up his sleeve, and gave such a buffet to Robin that he sprawled his full length on the ground. Now Robin was sore astounded that a monk should have such an arm. I make mine avow to God, says he, thou art a stalwart friar. But as he spoke, the monk's cowl fell back from the good king's head, and Robin saw full in his face. Then sudden he fell on his knee. My lord, the King of England, he cried, now I know thee well. And down on their knees fell all Robin Hood's men. Mercy then, Robin, said the king, we are in thy power, my knights and me. Fear not from me, quoth Robin, for my men and I must crave mercy, my lord, from thee. Mercy, good Robin, shalt thou have, cried the king full heartily, for well have I seen 'tis sheriffs and such as they that in this day true outlaws be, and here in the heart of the greenwood dwelleth freedom and true justice. Come thou and thy men to my service, for much have I need of stout arms like thine, and stout hearts like thine and true, to do battle with such outlawry as dwelleth in the hearts of the rich and powerful. Come thou and thy men, and I pledge thee my word I shall not rest till outlawed justice shall find once more her seat in the common courts of the land. I make mine avow to God, says Robin, thou speakest nobly. I am right glad to serve so stout a lord. And all the 70 men in Lincoln Green hurled up their caps in air and shouted too. We are right glad to serve so stout a lord. And so it befell that when the king went back to Nottingham town, went Robin and all his men, and Maid Marian and fair Ellen in his good company. Hast captured the outlaw, then? Quoth the sheriff in glee. Nay, the king made answer, the outlaw hath captured me. At least he hath captured mine heart, and for love of his heartiness have I made him captain of my guard. His very first duty, Sir Sheriff, shall be to take thee his prisoner, and bring thee in chains to London, there to answer to me for the felonies thou hast committed in the name of the law of the land. It was a goodly many, save for the poor sorry sheriff, that set off for London town all on a summer's day. But as they journeyed, Robin Hood whispered in bonny Maid Marian's ear, "Belike our life will be busy in service of the king, sweetheart, yet sometimes we will slip away for a little breathing space, and hie us once more to the greenwood on a merry morn in May, there to see the deer draw to the dale, and hear the small birds singing." End of Ye Merry Doings of Robin Hood. Read for your pleasure by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, in February 2016.
Plato and Dionysius the Tyrant. From Dialogues of the Dead, Dialogue 21, by Francois Fenelon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The solid happiness and safety of a prince is placed in the love of his subjects. Dionysius. A good morning to you, Plato. You are still the same man as when I saw you in Sicily. Plato. For your part, you are far from being the same. You don't shine here as you did upon the throne there. Dionysius. You were a chimerical philosopher. Your republic was nothing but a mere dream. Plato. Nor has your tyrannical government proved more solid. That's fallen too, you see. Dionysius. 'Twas your friend Dion that betrayed me. Plato. You betrayed yourself. When we make ourselves hateful, we have reason to apprehend everything. Dionysius. 'Tis too toilsome to make oneself beloved. We must take care to please other men. Had not one better please oneself, and run the risk of being hated? Plato. When a man, to gratify his passions, makes himself hateful, he has as many enemies as he has subjects, and consequently can never be in safety. Confess the truth. Did you sleep in peace? Dionysius. I own I did not, but the reason of that was, I had not put enough people to death. Plato. And don't you see that the death of one drew the hatred of others upon you? Those who saw their neighbors fall a sacrifice expected every day to meet their fate, nor was there any means of saving themselves left but putting you to death by way of prevention. You must either kill every one of your subjects, or else be merciful and endeavor to be beloved. When your people love you, you no longer stand in need of guards, but in the midst of them are like a father in the midst of his children. Dionysius. I remember that you urged all these reasons to me when I was about to lay down my tyranny and become a disciple of thine. But a flatterer hindered me, and indeed 'tis a hard task to renounce all sovereign power. Plato. Had it not been much better to have renounced it of your own accord, and have become a philosopher, than to have shamefully been driven from the throne and obliged to get a living at Corinth by keeping a school? Dionysius. But I never thought that I should have been driven from it. Plato. How could you presume that the power would be long left in your hands, at a place where, for their own safety, they were obliged to work your destruction? Dionysius. I was in hopes that they would not dare attack me. Plato. When men hazard less by attacking you than by letting you live, there is enow who dare to do it. Your own guards in such a case have no other way of saving their lives but by sacrificing yours. But confess the truth now. Did you not live more happily whilst poor and at Corinth than you did in all your splendor at Syracusa? Dionysius. You are in the right on't. The schoolmaster at Corinth could eat and drink pretty well, but the tyrant at Syracusa was always fearful and jealous, perpetually desirous of cutting somebody's throat, extorting money, or making new conquests. Pleasures were no longer such to me. I had lost the relish of them, and yet greedily coveted them. But you, who are a philosopher, tell me, was your condition unhappy when I sold you into bondage? Plato. In my bondage I enjoyed the same repose which you did at Corinth, with this difference, however, that I had the satisfaction of suffering for the sake of virtue through the injustice of a tyrant, and you were a tyrant shamefully dispossessed of your power. Dionysius. Well, I see that I get nothing by talking to you. If ever I return again upon earth, I'll either choose a private station, or I'll make myself be beloved by the people who are in subjection under me. End of Plato and Dionysius the Tyrant. From Dialogues of the Dead, Dialogue 21, by Francois Fenelon, 1651 to 1715.
Dialogue between Franklin and the Gout by Benjamin Franklin. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Midnight, 22nd October, 1780. Ugh! Oh! Oh! What have I done to merit these cruel sufferings? Many things. You have ate and drank too freely, and too much indulged those legs of yours in their indolence. Who is this that accuses me? It is I, even I, the Gout. What? My enemy in person? No, not your enemy. I repeat it, my enemy, for you would not only torment my body to death, but ruin my good name. You reproach me as a glutton and a tippler. Now all the world that knows me will allow that I am neither the one nor the other. The world may think as it pleases. It is always very complacent to itself, and sometimes to its friends. But I very well know that the quality of meat and drink proper for a man who takes a reasonable degree of exercise would be too much for another who never takes any. I take, as much exercise, as I can, Madam Gout. You know my sedentary state, and on that account it would seem, Madam Gout, as if you might spare me a little, seeing it is not altogether my own fault. If life is a sedentary one, your amusements, your recreation at least, should be active. You ought to walk or ride, or if the weather prevents it, play at billiards. But let us examine your course of life. While the mornings are long and you have leisure to go abroad, what do? Why, instead of gaining an appetite for breakfast by salutary exercise, you amuse yourself with books, pamphlets, or newspapers, which commonly are not worth the reading. Yet you eat an inordinate breakfast, 4 dishes of tea with cream, and 1 or 2 buttered toasts, with slices of hung beef, which I fancy are not things the most easily digested. Immediately afterwards you sit down to write at your desk, or converse with persons who apply to you on business. Thus the time passes till 1, without any kind of bodily exercise. But all this I could pardon in regard, as you say, to your sedentary condition. But what is your practice after dinner? Walking in the beautiful gardens of those friends with whom you have dined would be the choice of men of sense. Yours is to be fixed down to chess, where you are found engaged for 2 or 3 hours. This is your perpetual recreation, which is the least eligible of any for a sedentary man, because instead of accelerating the motion of the fluids, the rigid attention it requires helps to retard the circulation and obstruct internal secretions. Wrapped in the speculations of this wretched game, you destroy your constitution. What can be expected from such a course of living but a body replete with stagnant humours, ready to fall prey to all kinds of dangerous maladies, if I, the gout, did not occasionally bring you relief by agitating those humours and so putrefying or dissipating them? If it was in some nook or alley in Paris, deprived of walks, that you played a while at chess after dinner, this might be excusable. But the same taste prevails with you in Passy, Auteuil, Montmartre, or Senoy, places where there are the finest gardens and walks, a pure air, beautiful women, and most agreeable and instructive conversation, all which you might enjoy by frequenting the walks. But these are rejected for this abominable game of chess. Fie, then, Mr. Franklin. But amidst my instructions, I had almost forgot to administer my wholesome corrections. So take that twinge, and that. Oh! Oh! Ow! As much instruction as you please, Madam Gout, and as many reproaches. But pray, madam, a truce with your corrections. No, sir, no, I will not abate a particle of what is so much for your good. Therefore, it is not fair to say I take no exercise, when I do very often, going out to dine and returning in my carriage. That, of all imaginable exercises, is the most slight and insignificant if you allude to the motion of a carriage suspended on springs. By observing the degree of heat obtained by different kinds of motion, we may form an estimate of the quantity of exercise given by each. Thus, for example, if you turn out to walk in winter with cold feet, in an hour's time you will be in a glow all over. Ride on horseback, the same effect will scarcely be perceived by 4 hours round trotting. But if you loll in a carriage, such as you have mentioned, you may travel all day and gladly enter the last inn to warm your feet by a fire. Flatter yourself no longer that half an hour's airing in your carriage deserves the name of exercise. Providence has appointed few to roll in carriages, while he has given to all a pair of legs, which are machines infinitely more commodious and serviceable. Be grateful, then, and make a proper use of yours. Would you know how they forward the circulation of your fluids in the very action of transporting you from place to place? Observe, when you walk, that all your weight is alternately thrown from one leg to the other. This occasions a great pressure on the vessels of the foot, and repels their contents. When relieved by the weight being thrown on the other foot, the vessels of the first are allowed to replenish, and by a return of this weight, this repulsion again succeeds, thus accelerating the circulation of the blood. The heat produced in any given time depends on the degree of this acceleration. The fluids are shaken, the humours attenuated, the secretions facilitated, and all goes well. The cheeks are ruddy, and health is established. Behold your fair friend at Auteuil, a lady who received from bounteous nature more really useful science than half a dozen such pretenders to philosophy as you have been able to extract from all your books. When she honours you with a visit, it is on foot. She walks all hours of the day, and leaves indolence and its concomitant maladies to be endured by her horses. In this, see at once the preservative of her health and personal charms. But when you go to Auteuil, you must have your carriage, though it is no farther from Passy to Auteuil than from Auteuil to Passy. Your reasonings grow very tiresome. I stand corrected. I will be silent and continue my office. Take that, and that. Oh! Talk on, I pray you. No, no, I have a good number of twinges for you tonight, and you may be sure of some more tomorrow. What? With such a fever, I shall go distracted. Oh, can no one bear it for me? Ask that of your horses. They have served you faithfully. How can you so cruelly sport with my torments? Sport? I am very serious. I have here a list of offenses against your own health, distinctly written, and can justify every stroke inflicted on you. Read it, then. It is too long a detail, but I will briefly mention some particulars. Proceed. I am all attention. Do you remember how often you have promised yourself, the following morning, a walk in the grove of Boulogne, in the garden de la Muette, or in your own garden, and have violated your promise, alleging at one time it was too cold, at another too warm, too windy, too moist, or what else you pleased, when in truth it was too nothing but your insuperable love of ease? That, I confess, may have happened occasionally, probably 10 times in a year. Ha! Your confession is very far short of the truth. The gross amount is 199 times. Is it possible? So possible that it is fact. You may rely on the accuracy of my statement. You know Mr. Brillat's gardens, and what fine walks they contain. You know the handsome flight of 100 steps which lead from the terrace above to the lawn. You have been in the practice of visiting this amiable family twice a week after dinner, and it is a maxim of your own that a man may take as much exercise in walking a mile up and down stairs as in 10 on level ground. What an opportunity was here for you to have had exercise in both these ways. Did you embrace it? And how often? I cannot immediately answer that question. I will do it for you. Not once. Not once? Even so. During the summer you went there at 6 o'clock. You found the charming lady, with her lovely children and friends, eager to walk with you, and entertain you with their agreeable conversation. And what has been your choice? Why, to sit on the terrace, satisfy yourself with the fine prospect, and passing your eye over the beauties of the garden below, without taking one step to descend and walk about in them. On the contrary, you call for tea and the chessboard, and lo, you are occupied in your seat till 9 o'clock, and that besides 2 hours' play after dinner, and then, instead of walking home, which would have bestirred you a little, you step into your carriage. How absurd to suppose that all this carelessness can be reconcilable with health without my interposition! I am convinced now of the justice of poor Richard's remark, that our debts and our sins are always greater than we think for. So it is. You philosophers are sages in your maxims and fools in your conduct. But do you charge, among my crimes, that I return in a carriage from Mr. Brillat's? Certainly, for having been seated all the while, you cannot object to fatigue of the day, and cannot want therefore the relief of a carriage. What then would you have me do with my carriage? Burn it if you choose. You would at least get heat out of it once in this way. Or if you dislike that proposal, here's another for you. Observe the poor peasants who work in the vineyards and grounds about the villages of Passy, Artiel, Chaillat, etc. You may find every day among these deserving creatures 4 or 5 old men and women, bent and perhaps crippled by weight of years and too long and too great labor. After a most fatiguing day, these people have to trudge a mile or 2 to their smoky huts. Order your coachman to set them down. This is an act that will be good for your soul, and at the same time, after your visit to the Brillons, if you return on foot, that will be good for your body. Ah, how tiresome you are! Well, then, to my office. It should not be forgotten that I am your physician. There! Oh, what a devil of a physician! How ungrateful you are to say so. Is it not I who, in the character of your physician, have saved you from the palsy, dropsy, and apoplexy, one or the other of which would have done for you long ago, but for me? I submit, and thank you for the past, but entreat the discontinuance of your visits for the future, for, in my mind, one had better die than be cured so dolefully. Permit me just to hint that I have also not been unfriendly to you. I never feed physician or quack of any kind to enter the list against you. If then you do not leave me to my repose, it may be said you are ungrateful too. I can scarcely acknowledge that as an objection. As to quacks, I despise them. They may kill you, indeed, but cannot injure me. And as to regular physicians, they are at last convinced that the gout, in such a subject as you are, is no disease, but a remedy, and wherefore cure a remedy. But to our business. There! Oh! Oh! For heaven's sake, leave me! And I promise faithfully never more to play at chess, but to take exercise daily, and live temperately. I know you too well. You promise fair, but after a few months of good health, you will return to your old habits. Your fine promises will be forgotten like the forms of the last year's clouds. Let us then finish the account, and I will go. But I leave you with an assurance of visiting you again at a proper time and place. For my object is your good, and you are sensible now that I am your real friend. This discourse read for you by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, in March 2016.
The Huntsman by Anton Pavlovich Chekhov. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Phil Schempf. The Huntsman. A sultry, stifling midday. Not a cloudlet in the sky. The sun-baked grass had a disconsolate, hopeless look. Even if there were rain, it could never be green again. The forest stood silent, motionless, as though it were looking at something with its treetops, or expecting something. At the edge of the clearing, a tall, narrow-shouldered man of 40 in a red shirt, in patched trousers that had been a gentleman's, and in high boots, was slouching along with a lazy, shambling step. He was sauntering along the road. On the right was the green of the clearing. On the left, a golden sea of ripe rye stretched to the very horizon. He was red and perspiring. A white cap with a straight jockey peak, evidently a gift from some open-handed young gentleman, perched jauntily on his handsome flaxen head. Across his shoulder hung a game bag with a blackcock lying in it. The man held a double-barreled gun cocked in his hand, and screwed up his eyes in the direction of his lean old dog, who was running on ahead, sniffing the bushes. There was stillness all round. Not a sound. Everything living was hiding away from the heat. "Igor Vlassitch!" The huntsman suddenly heard a soft voice. He started and, looking round, scowled. Beside him, as though she had sprung out of the earth, stood a pale-faced woman of 30, with a sickle in her hand. She was trying to look into his face, and was smiling diffidently. "Oh, it's you, Pelagia," said the huntsman, stopping and deliberately uncocking the gun. "How have you come here?" "The women from our village are working here, so I have come with them, as a laborer, Igor Vlassitch." "Oh," growled Igor Vlassitch, and slowly walked on. Pelagia followed him. They walked in silence for 20 paces. "I have not seen you for a long time, Igor Vlassitch," said Pelagia, looking tenderly at the huntsman's moving shoulders. "I have not seen you since you came into our hut at Easter for a drink of water. You came in at Easter for a minute, and then, God knows how, drunk. You scolded and beat me and went away. I have been waiting and waiting. I have tired my eyes out looking for you. Ah, Igor Vlassitch, Igor Vlassitch, you might look in just once." "What is there for me to do there?" "Of course there's nothing for you to do, though to be sure there is a place to look after, to see how things are going. You are the master. I say, you have shot a blackcock, Igor Vlassitch. You ought to sit down and rest." As she said all this, Pelagia laughed like a silly girl and looked up at Igor's face. Her face was simply radiant with happiness. "Sit down, if you like," said Igor, in a tone of indifference, and he chose a spot between two fir trees. "Why are you standing? You sit down too." Pelagia sat a little way off in the sun and, ashamed of her joy, put her hand over her smiling mouth. 2 minutes passed in silence. "You might come for once," said Pelagia. "What for?" sighed Igor, taking off his cap and wiping his red forehead with his hand. "There is no object in my coming. To go for an hour or two is only waste of time. It's simply upsetting you. And to live continually in the village my soul could not endure. You know yourself I am a pampered man. I want a bed to sleep in, good tea to drink, and refined conversation. I want all the niceties, while you live in poverty and dirt in the village. I couldn't stand it for a day. Suppose there were an edict that I must live with you. I should either set fire to the hut or lay hands on myself. From a boy I've had this love for ease. There is no help for it." "Where are you living now?" "With the gentleman here, Dmitri Ivanitch, as a huntsman. I furnish his table with game, but he keeps me, more for his pleasure than anything." "That's not proper work you're doing, Igor Vlassitch. For other people it's a pastime, but with you it's like a trade, like real work." "You don't understand, you silly," said Igor, gazing gloomily at the sky. "You have never understood, and as long as you live you will never understand what sort of a man I am. You think of me as a foolish man, gone to the bad, but to anyone who understands, I am the best shot there is in the whole district. The gentry feel that, and they have even printed things about me in a magazine. There isn't a man to be compared with me as a sportsman. And it is not because I am pampered and proud that I look down upon your village work. From my childhood, you know, I have never had any calling apart from guns and dogs. If they took away my gun, I used to go out with the fishing hook. If they took the hook, I caught things with my hands. And I went in for horse dealing too. I used to go to the fairs when I had the money. And you know that if a peasant goes in for being a sportsman or a horse dealer, it's good-bye to the plough. Once the spirit of freedom has taken a man, you will never root it out of him. In the same way, if a gentleman goes in for being an actor or for any other art, he will never make an official or a landowner. You are a woman. You do not understand, but one must understand that." "I understand, Igor Vlassitch." "You don't understand if you're going to cry." I'm not crying," said Pelagia, turning away. "It's a sin, Igor Vlassitch. You might stay a day with luckless me anyway. It's 12 years since I was married to you, and there has never once been love between us. I am not crying." "Love," muttered Igor, scratching his hand. "There can't be any love. It's only in name we are husband and wife. We aren't really. In your eyes I am a wild man, and in mine you are a simple peasant woman with no understanding. Are we well matched? I am a free, pampered, profligate man, while you are a working woman, going in bark shoes and never straightening your back. The way I think of myself is that I am the foremost man in every kind of sport, and you look at me with pity. Is that being well matched? But we are married, you know, Igor Vlassitch, sobbed Pelagia. Not married of our free will. Have you forgotten? You have to thank Count Sergei Pavlovitch and yourself. Out of envy, because I shot better than he did, the Count kept giving me wine for a whole month, and when a man's drunk, you can make him change his religion, let alone getting married. To pay me out, he married me to you when I was drunk. A huntsman to a herd girl. You saw I was drunk. Why did you marry me? You were not a serf, you know. You could have resisted. Of course, it was a bit of luck for a herd girl to marry a huntsman, but you ought to have thought about it. Well, now be miserable. Cry. It's a joke for the Count, but a crying matter for you. Beat yourself against the wall. A silence followed. 3 wild ducks flew over the clearing. Igor followed them with his eyes till, transformed into 3 scarcely visible dots, they sank down far beyond the forest. How do you live? He asked, moving his eyes from the ducks to Pelagia. Now I am going out to work, and in the winter I take a child from the foundling hospital and bring it up on the bottle. They give me 1.5 rubles a month. Ah! Again silence. From the strip that had been reaped floated a soft song which broke off at the very beginning. It was too hot to sing. They say you have put up a new hut for Aquilina, said Pelagia. Igor did not speak. So she is dear to you? It's your luck, it's fate, said the huntsman, stretching. You must put up with it, poor thing. But goodbye. I've been chattering long enough. I must be at Boltovo by the evening. Igor rose, stretched himself, and slung his gun over his shoulder. Pelagia got up. And when are you coming to the village? She asked softly. I have no reason to. I shall never come sober, and you have little to gain from me drunk. I am spiteful when I'm drunk. Goodbye. Goodbye, Igor Vlassitch. Igor put his cap back on his head, and, clicking to his dog, went on his way. Pelagia stood still, looking after him. She saw his moving shoulder blades, his jaunty cap, his lazy, careless step, and her eyes were full of sadness and tender affection. Her gaze flitted over her husband's tall, lean figure, and caressed and fondled it. He, as though he felt that gaze, stopped and looked round. He did not speak, but from his face, from his shrugged shoulders, Pelagia could see he wanted to say something to her. She went up to him timidly and looked at him with imploring eyes. Take it, he said, turning round. He gave her a crumpled ruble note and walked quickly away. Goodbye, Igor Vlassitch, she said, mechanically taking the ruble. He walked by a long road, straight as a taut strap. She, pale and motionless as a statue, stood, her eyes seizing every step he took. But the red of his shirt melted into the dark color of his trousers. His step could not be seen, and the dog could not be distinguished from the boots. Nothing could be seen but the cap. And suddenly Igor turned off sharply into the clearing, and the cap vanished in the greenness. Goodbye, Igor Vlassitch, whispered Pelagia, and she stood on tiptoe to see the white cap once more. End of The Huntsman by Anton Chekhov.
The Siege of Berlin by Alphonse Daudet. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Pierce Waltz. We were walking up the Avenue des Champs-Élysées with Dr. V. trying to read the story of the siege of Paris in the shell-scarred walls and the sidewalks plowed up by grape shot. Just before we reached the circle, the doctor stopped and, pointing out to me one of the big corner houses so pompously grouped around the Arc de Triomphe, told me this story. You see those 4 closed windows above the balcony? During the first day of August, that terrible August of last year, so full of storms and disaster, I was called there to attend a very severe case of apoplexy. The patient was Colonel Jouve, once a cuirassier of the First Empire, and now an old gentleman mad about glory and patriotism. At the outbreak of war, he had gone to live in the Champs-Élysées, in an apartment with a balcony. Can you guess why? That he might be present at the triumphant return of our troops. Poor old boy. The news of Wissembourg reached him just as he was leaving the table. When he read the name of Napoleon at the foot of that bulletin of defeat, he had a stroke and fell. I found the old cuirassier stretched out on the carpet, with his face bleeding and motionless, as if struck by a heavy blow. If he had been standing, he would have seemed a tall man. Stretched out as he was, he seemed immense. He had a fine face, magnificent teeth, a thick head of curly white hair, and though 80 years old, did not look more than 60. Near him, his granddaughter knelt weeping. There was a strong family resemblance between them. Seeing them side by side, you thought of 2 beautiful Greek medals struck from the same matrix, but one old and worn, and the other bright and clear-cut, with all the brilliancy and smoothness of a first impression. I found the child's grief very touching. Daughter and granddaughter of a soldier, her father was on Mac Mahon's staff, the sight of the splendid old man stretched before her had suggested to her another scene, no less terrible. I did all I could to reassure her, but in my own mind I was not any too hopeful. There was no question that the stroke had been apoplectic, and that is the sort of thing from which at 80 one does not recover. As it turned out, the sick man remained in the state of coma for 3 days. Meanwhile, the news of the Battle of Reichshoffen reached Paris. You will remember in what form the news reached us first. Until evening, we all believed we had won a great victory, with 20,000 Prussians killed and the Crown Prince captured. Through some miracle, some magnetic current, an echo of this national rejoicing must have reached the sufferer, deaf and speechless and unable to move though he was. That evening I went to his bedside and found a different man. His eye was clear, his tongue was no longer thick, and he had strength enough to smile at me and to stammer, "Victory!" "Yes, Colonel, a great victory!" And the more details I gave him of Mac Mahon's brilliant success, the more his face relaxed and brightened. As I left, I found the little girl waiting for me outside the door. She was pale and was crying. "But he is going to get well," I said, taking her hands in mine. The poor child had hardly the courage to answer me. The true story of the Battle of Reichshoffen had just appeared on the bulletin boards. Mac Mahon was retreating, and the army cut to pieces. Surprised and shocked, our eyes met, she thinking of her father and I of my patient. Surely he would succumb to this new blow, and yet what could we do? Leave him the joy, the illusion that had brought him back his life? That meant keeping him alive with lies. "Very well, I will tell them," said the child, and quickly wiping away her tears, she went back to her grandfather's room with a smile on her face. It was not an easy task which she had set for herself. For the first few days she had no great difficulty. The old gentleman's head was very weak, and he was as easily deceived as a child, but as his strength came back, his mind became clearer. He wanted to be kept in touch with troop movements and to have the War Department bulletin read to him. It was pathetic to see the little girl, night and day, bent over her map of Germany, sticking in pins with little flags on them and trying hard to invent to the last detail a successful campaign. Bazaine advancing on Berlin, Froissart penetrating Bavaria, and Mac Mahon reaching the Baltic. To work all this out, she needed help, and I helped her as much as I could. But the one who helped her the most was her grandfather himself. He had conquered Germany so many times during the First Empire, he knew every move. "This will be the enemy's next move, here," he would say, "and ours will be this." His anticipations were always justified by the event, which made him not a little proud. Unhappily, no matter how fast we took cities and won battles, we never went fast enough for him. The old fellow was insatiable. Each day as I came in, I learned of some new success. "Doctor, we have taken my aunts," said the little girl, coming to meet me with a smile that went to your heart, and through the door I heard his glad salutation. "We're getting on. In another week we shall be in Berlin." At first, we wondered whether we had not better carry our patient into the country. Then we reflected that as soon as he was taken out of the house, he would learn the true state of affairs, and I decided that he was still too feeble, too stunned by his stroke, to let him find out the truth. So we decided to stay where we were. The first day of the Prussian occupation, I climbed the stairs to his apartment. I remember, with a heavy heart, at the thought of all the closed doors of Paris and the fighting going on under her walls, in the suburbs, which were now on the frontier. I found the old gentleman sitting up in bed, jubilant and proud. "Well," he said, "the siege has begun." I looked at him in amazement. "So you know now, Colonel?" His grandchild turned to me. "Why, yes, Doctor. That is the great news today. The siege of Berlin has begun." And while she spoke, she went on with her sewing, as calmly as you please. How could he suspect what was happening? He couldn't hear the guns at the fortifications. He couldn't see the city in its fear and sorrow. From his bed, he could see one side of the Arc de Triomphe, and his room was filled with odds and ends of the period of the First Empire, all admirably fitted to sustain his illusions. Portraits of Napoleon's marshals, battle prints, a picture of the little King of Rome in his baby dress, big stiff consoles decorated with trophies, covered with imperial relics, medallions, bronzes, and a piece of the rock of St. Helena under a glass case, miniatures all representing the same blue-eyed lady, now with hair curled, now in a ball dress, now in a yellow gown with leg of mutton sleeves. And all this, consuls, King of Rome, marshals, yellow-gowned short-waisted ladies with that prim stiffness which had been considered graceful in 1806, this atmosphere of victory and conquest. It was this, more than anything that we could say to him, that made him accept so naively the siege of Berlin. After that day, our military operations grew simpler and simpler. Nothing but a little patience was needed in order to take Berlin. Every little while, when the old gentleman grew listless, we read him a letter from his son. An imaginary letter, of course, as Paris was by now cut off, and as since Sedan, the aide-de-camp of Machman had been sent to a German fortress. You can easily imagine the despair of the poor child who heard nothing from her father, knowing that he was a prisoner, deprived of even comfort and perhaps sick, while she had to write letters in his name that were full of joy, brief indeed, such as a soldier would write from the field, a soldier advancing day by day through the enemy's country. Sometimes it was too much for her, and weeks went by without a letter. The old man began to worry, and to be unable to sleep. Then presto! A letter from Germany would arrive, and she would read it gaily at her grandfather's bedside, holding back her tears. The old colonel would listen gravely, smile knowingly, approve, criticize, and explain to us any passage which seemed confused. But it was in the replies that he made to his son that he was magnificent. "Never forget that you are French," he wrote. "Be generous to the poor Germans. Don't let them suffer more than is inevitable from the invasion of their country." And then came suggestions without end, charming, moralizing on property rights, the courtesy due to women, a veritable code of honor for conquerors. All this was interwoven with reflections on politics and discussions of the peace terms. On this last point, he was not unduly exacting. "Indemnity, and nothing more. What good would their provinces be to us? A France could never be made out of a Germany." He dictated that in a firm voice, and one could not hear him without emotion. There was so much sincerity, so beautiful a patriotism in what he said. Meanwhile, the siege was progressing. Not the siege of Berlin, unfortunately. We had reached the period of severe cold, the bombardment, the epidemics, the famine. But thanks to our efforts, to the infinite tenderness which enfolded him, the serenity of the old man was never troubled. To the end, I was able to get white bread and fresh meat for him alone, of course. You can't imagine anything more touching than these luncheons so innocent in their egotism. The old gentleman sitting up in bed, fresh and smiling, his napkin tucked under his chin, and his pale little granddaughter at hand to guide his hand, make him drink, and help him as he ate all those forbidden good things. Thus, Animated by his meal and the comfort of his warm room, while the winter's wind whistled outside and the snowflakes whirled around the windows, the ex-cuirassier told us for the 100th time the story of the retreat from Russia, when frozen biscuit and horseflesh was all there was to eat. "Do you realize what that means, little one? We had to eat horse." Did she realize what that meant? For 2 months she had eaten no other meat. As time went on, and the old gentleman recovered little by little, our task increased in difficulty. The numbness of the senses which had made it so easy to deceive him was disappearing day by day. 2 or 3 times already the terrible cannonading at Port Maillot had made him jump, his ear as keen as a hunting dog's, and we had been obliged to invent a last victory for Bazaine at the gates of Berlin, and salvos fired at the Invalides in honor of the event. Another day, when his bed had been brought over to the window, it was, I think, the Thursday on which the Battle of Buzenval was fought, he distinctly saw the troops of the National Guard formed on the Avenue de la Grande Arme. "What are those troops?" asked the old gentleman, and we heard him mutter, "Not well set up." It went no further, but we understood that thereafter we must take every precaution. Unfortunately, we were not sufficiently careful. One evening, as I reached the house, the little girl came to me, considerably troubled. "It is tomorrow that they enter the city," she said. Was the door of her grandfather's bedroom open? In thinking it all over afterward, I remember that this evening his face wore a very striking expression. Probably he had overheard us, but while we were talking of the entry of the Prussians, the old gentleman was thinking of the triumphant return of the French troops, for which he had so long been waiting. MacMahon marching down the avenue in the midst of flowers, his son at the marshal's side, and he himself on his balcony, wearing his full dress uniform as he did at Lutzen, saluting the riddled flags and the powder-blackened eagles. Poor old Jouve. No doubt he thought that we did not want him to participate in this review of our troops, in the fear that his emotion would be too much for him, so he carefully avoided speaking of it. But the next day, at the very minute when the Prussian battalions started on their march from Port Maillot to the Tuileries, the window up there opened gently, and the colonel appeared on the balcony, wearing his helmet, his saber, and all the old-fashioned but still glorious regalia of one of Milhaud's cuirassiers. I still wonder what willpower, what spurt of vitality it had taken to put him on his feet again in all the trappings of war. At all events, there he was, standing erect behind the rail, surprised to find the avenues so large, so silent, the window curtains down, and Paris as gloomy as a great pest-house, flags everywhere, but such strange flags, bearing a red cross on a white field, and no crowd to meet our soldiers. For an instant he thought he might be mistaken, but no. Below, behind the Arc de Triomphe, there came an indistinct rattle, and then a black line advanced in the early light. Then, little by little, the eagles on the tops of helmets could be seen shining in the sun, the little drums of Jena began to beat, and under the Arc de l'Étoile, accented by the heavy tread of marching men and by the clash of sidearms, Schubert's triumphal march burst out. Suddenly, the silence of the Place de l'Étoile was broken by a terrible cry. "To arms! To arms! The Prussians!" And the 4 Uhlans at the head of the column could see up there on the balcony a tall old man stagger and fall. This time, Colonel Jouve was really dead. End of The Siege of Berlin by Alphonse Daudet.
Uzbek to Mirza at Ispahan, from the Persian Letters. Letter 11, by Charles Louis de Secondat, Baron Montesquieu. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. You waive your own judgment in deference of mine. You even deign to consult me. You profess your belief in my ability to instruct you. My dear Mirza, if there is one thing which flatters me more than your good opinion of me, it is the friendship which prompts it. In the fulfillment of the task you have prescribed me, I do not think there is any necessity for argument of an abstruse order. There are certain truths which it is not sufficient to know, but which must be realized. Such are the great commonplaces of morality. Probably the following fable will affect you more than the most subtle argument. Once upon a time there dwelt in Arabia a small tribe called Troglodytes, descendants of the ancient Troglodytes, who, if historians are to be believed, were liker beasts than men. They were not, however, counterfeit presentments of the lower animals. They had not fur like beasts, they did not hiss like serpents, and they did not possess 2 eyes. But they were so malicious, so brutish, that they lacked all notion of justice and equity. A king of foreign origin reigned over them. Wishing to correct their natural wickedness, he threatened them with severity, but they conspired against him, slew him, and exterminated his line. Then they assembled together to appoint a governing body. After many dissensions they elected magistrates. These had not been long in office when they found them intolerable and killed them also. Freed from this new yoke, the people were swayed only by their savage instincts. Every man determined to do what was right in his own eyes, and in attending to his own interests the general welfare was forgotten. This unanimous decision gave universal satisfaction. They said, "Why should I kill myself with work for those in whom I have no interest? I will only think of myself. How should the welfare of others affect me? I will provide for my own necessities, and if these are satisfied, it is no concern of mine, though all the other troglodytes live in misery." Each man said to himself in seed time, "I shall till no more land than will supply me with corn enough for my wants. What use have I for any more? I am not going to bother myself for nothing." The land of this little kingdom was not all of the same quality. Some of it was barren and mountainous, and other portions, lying low, were all watered. One year a drought occurred so severe that the uplands bore no crop at all, while those that were well watered brought forth abundantly. In consequence of this, the highlanders almost all died of hunger, because the people of the lowlands had no mercy on them, and refused to share the harvest. The year after, the weather being very wet, the higher grounds produced extraordinary crops, while the lowlands were flooded. Again half the people were famine-stricken, but the wretched sufferers found the mountaineers as hard as they themselves had been. One of the chief men of the country had a very lovely wife. A neighbor of his fell in love with her and carried her off. This gave rise to a bitter quarrel, and after many words and blows the parties agreed to submit their case to the judgment of a troglodyte, who had been well esteemed during the Republic. Having gone to him, they were about to argue the case before him, when he cried, "What does it matter to me whose wife she is? My land waits to be tilled, and I am not going to waste my time settling your quarrels and doing your business, when I might be attending to my own. Be kind enough to leave me alone, and trouble me no more with your disputes." With that he left them and went to work in his fields. The ravisher, who was the strongest man, swore he would sooner die than give up the woman. The other, smarting under his neighbor's ill treatment and the unfeeling conduct of the umpire, was going home in despair when he met a fine young woman returning from the well. Having no longer a wife of his own, he was attracted toward her, and she pleased him all the more when he learned that she was the wife of him whom he had solicited to judge his case, and who had proved so pitiless to him. He therefore seized the woman and carried her to his house. Another man, the owner of some fairly productive ground, took great pains in his cultivation. 2 of his neighbors conspired to drive him from his house and seize his lands. They entered into a compact to oppose all who should try to oust them, and they actually succeeded for several months. One of the 2, however, disgusted at having to share what might be his own exclusively, killed the other, and became sole master of the ground. But his reign was soon over. 2 other troglodytes attacked him, and as he was no match for them, they killed him. Still another troglodyte, seeing some wool exposed for sale, asked the price of it. The seller argued thus with him: At the market price, I should receive for my wool as much money as would buy 2 measures of corn, but I will sell it for 4 times that sum, and then I can buy 8 measures. As the other wanted the wool, he paid the price demanded. Many thanks, said the vendor. I shall now buy some corn. What, rejoined the buyer, you want corn? I have some to sell, but the price will rather astonish you. You must know that, as there is a famine in the land, corn is extremely dear. If you return me my money, I will give you 1 measure of corn. I would not give you a grain more for the price, though you were to die of hunger. Meantime a dreadful malady was ravaging the land. An able physician came from a neighboring country, and prescribed with such success that he cured all his patients. When the plague ceased, he called for his fees, but was refused by one and all. There was nothing for it but to return to his own country, which he reached worn to a skeleton by the fatigues of a long journey. Soon after he heard that the same disease had broken out afresh among these thankless people, and with more virulence than before. This time they did not wait for him, but sent to entreat his presence. Begone, he cried, unrighteous men! In your souls there is a poison more deadly than that which you wish me to cure. You are unworthy to live, for you are inhuman monsters, unacquainted with the first principles of justice. I will not offend the gods who punish you by opposing their just wrath. Erzurum, the 3rd of the 2nd moon of Gamadi, 1711. End of Uzbek to Mirza at Ispahan by Charles Louis de Secondat, Baron Montesquieu, 1689 to 1755.